Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is.
I mean, he's got the dream. Like, it's within my beliefs to be paid $28 million and do absolutely fuck all as well.
How many trees died for this episode to happen?
So this is an extremely relevant question that Amin has just raised. These are two stacks of paper sitting in front of us. The grand total is 3,487 pages.
Oh, I thought you were going to say trees.
But with your help, David Sampson, former president of the Miami Marlins, and the help of Amin El-Hassan, former basketball operations executive with the Phoenix Suns, we will both increase our collective expertise about the subject matter we're about to dive into, as well as, yes, the carbon footprint of this episode. So
I feel nervous.
You both have packets of paper in front of you as well. Do not turn those over yet. This is a very carefully orchestrated thing we're trying to do. And it involves, by the way, one of the 6 richest people in the world, a cardinal sin of sports, an unsolved mystery as well that I've been investigating for 7 months.
6th highest in the U.S. or in the world?
In the world. What this episode needs is to begin with a couple of libs. What neither of you is, though, are the libs in question. Because these two libs I'm talking about are two actual, very prominent members of the Democratic Party named Andre Cherny and Joe Sandberg. These are two Harvard graduates.
Harvard. Crappy school.
Who successfully raised hundreds of millions of dollars with the help of some of the most famous people in the entire world. Because Andre and Joe co-founded a company that they named Aspiration.
What should we aspire to? What will happen to all we've built? First things first, go see what you're fighting for. Make a commitment to do your part. Give business to companies that have a plan for the planet our children will inherit. And back to that original question, what should we aspire to? Ultimately, 0.
You familiar with that man's work?
Now I am.
Do you recognize him?
Yeah, that's Robert Downey Jr., man.
Oh, was that the voice?
The
of
voice
Iron Man?
the guy.
So, actual Robert Downey Jr.
So what we've just established, 5 minutes of the episode, is however much they spent on getting Robert Downey Jr. to voice over and be in the commercial was a waste of money because David Sampson's like, who's that?
David Sampson, who watches movies every day of his life,
Every day.
did not realize that, yes, in 2021, Robert Downey Jr. was urging everybody to aspire to a carbon footprint of 0. But it wasn't just Iron Man, David. Andre Cherny and Joe Sandberg basically assembled the celebrity Avengers of climate change to endorse Aspiration. Leonardo DiCaprio became an investor and advisory board member. May have heard of his work.
I have.
Drake invested and gave a statement to the likes of Rolling Stone saying, quote, Aspiration's approach to climate change is really inspiring. Orlando Bloom, Cindy Crawford.
It's a good one.
They found her.
Cindy Crawford's even more famous daughter.
Yeah, that's wild. I was just
Kaya
about to read
Gerber.
that. Yeah.
In there, even the former coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, Doc Rivers, invested.
I feel like it's one of those episodes, which of these don't belong? Like Sesame Street?
Dude,
What's Doc Rivers doing
Let me
in
tell you
there?
something about Doc Rivers. That guy's a schmoozer. He knows how to schmooze with the best of them.
What would it sound like, if Doc Rivers was doing an ad for Aspiration?
Hey, look, we all want like a 0 carbon footprint. I tell all the guys all the time, we got to reduce. Blake, it's not Blake's fault. The carbon footprint is not Blake's fault. And scene.
Aspiration wound up raising a total of $865 million.
No way.
It was valuated as, quote, a green bank at $2.3 billion in 2021 with the goal of going public.
Okay, I'm going to raise my hand. I know you're building very meticulously, but I'm going to jump the line and ask the question. What the hell do they actually do? Like, that's cool. I want to save the world. What do they actually do? What are these people investing in?
It's
print stuff.
It's such a good question, a question that they started to answer on various billboards all across America, because their slogan, if you ever saw one of these, was this: Clean rich is the new filthy rich.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at our environment, but I can't tell if this is a joke or not.
Oh, the concept of investing with a conscience, David. This was super popular in 2020, 2021, as you may recall. The climate change movement, Donald Trump's first administration, it ending.
Mm-hmm.
These companies started embracing the environment, and companies wanted to be known as the good guys. This is a company of good guys. And Amin asked the relevant question, so what do the good guys here purport to do? Well, their business was kind of simple. For example, let's say, purely hypothetically, that you had 3,487 pages of documents.
Give or take.
And that added up to a single tree. Aspiration, what they did was offer to balance that out by arranging the planting of one tree in your name, replacing the tree that you killed. And here, Amin,
so old.
Here, Amin, is what Aspiration's co-founders, noted Harvard graduates, Andrei Cherny and Joe Sandberg, understood. That trees, it turns out, are made of what element?
Carbon?
Carbon. What that means is you could plant trees to zero out not just 3,487 pages of documents, but pretty much any kind of carbon emission you wanted to offset. And turns out, lots of shit emits carbon. Drake's private jet activity. Plant some trees. Major League Baseball stadium operations. Guess what?
The Boston Red Sox and Fenway Park have partnered with financial firm Aspiration to become the first carbon-neutral team in the MLB. A portion of every Red Sox ticket will be contributed to the Aspiration Planet Protection Fund, which will use carbon credits to offset Fenway emissions.
Aspiration is really in the business of helping both people and businesses fight the climate crisis.
It's Andre himself on Bloomberg TV in 2022. David, and I want to give a quote to you specifically from MLB.com, which you'll appreciate, since you're literally the guy who built Marlins Park and sold the sponsorships for the team. Quote, for the first time in its history, the Red Sox have affixed a sponsor name on the grass at Fenway Park. Through a partnership with Aspiration, their name will now be featured near the fungo circles on the grass between the warning track and the infield, end quote.
I have a tear in my eye because it's such horse hockey. We were a LEED certified ballpark, and all it means is you have to do things way more expensively.
Gold, silver?
We were the first ever retractable roof gold facility.
Wow.
It was really impressive. We got to do a press conference.
I did not know this.
That's pretty good.
We got to do everything.
For a stadium to be LEED gold
It was just a budget item. We just had to pay instruction, basically. You have to do it in a way that gets you the certification. You're with them at all times while you're killing trees and while you're emitting.
So you're just paying? That's all it takes?
That's all it is.
I thought it was you were going to tell me, oh yeah, like the roof is made out of a special material that actually generates.
Ridiculous.
But I should clarify that things have gotten a lot more elaborate since then, because what Aspiration kind of figured out was they don't even need to do the planting of the trees themselves.
Outsource it?
What they did, to use a proper term, they brokered these sales of carbon credits. They were a brokerage for trees, which they also did, by the way, for Mark Zuckerberg and Meta, which also bought millions of carbon credits, meaning paid for the brokering of the planting of all of these trees. And brokering, you may ask yourself, what kind of a margin is there?
Yeah, that's where I was headed with this.
On the brokering business, typically, it costs about 10 to 20 cents to plant a tree, I'm told. Aspiration was charging the Red Sox and Meta and Drake $1.
Whew, that's nice. That's nice work if you can
Little
get it.
5X.
Yeah.
5 to 10X, depending.
You had me at hello.
But as for how Andre and Joe got the Red Sox and Meta and Iron Man and Drake and Leonardo DiCaprio, and also, this is not a joke, Bill and Hillary and the Clinton Foundation to care about meeting not some gold LEED certified blah, 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 but what they trademarked as the Aspiration Standard, TM. This is where I should note that Andre Cherny and Joe Sandberg were more than just members of the Democratic Party. Andre and Joe aspired to be major leaders of the Democratic Party. You live in Phoenix.
I do.
You may vaguely recall Andre Cherny as the former chair of the Arizona Democratic Party. Also,
what a time.
the youngest White House speechwriter in United States history, whose former boss personally endorsed him in a run for United States Congress.
Hello, this is President Bill Clinton. I'm calling to ask you to join me in supporting Andre Cherney for Congress. I've known Andre since he worked for me in the White House to improve education and to create new jobs. He's innovative, he's creative, so I trust him to get our economy going, and you should too.
I should note that Andre lost that congressional race in 2012. He then co-founded Aspiration the year after in 2013 with his friend, Joe Sandberg. The two of them had met at a Harvard networking event in D.C.
Of course.
Way back in 97. And I know this, unfortunately, because I read a whole story about this on the Harvard alumni website. But as of 2019, Joe Sandberg had gotten rich. He'd done private equity at Blackstone, was a founding investor in Blue Apron, the meal delivery company. He was even the subject of a splashy headline in the LA Times. Quote, "He made millions as an LA investor. Now he may run for president to fight poverty."
And now, please welcome the co-founder of Aspiration.com and one of the nation's most effective champions of low-income families, multiplying good board member, Joseph Sandberg.
Good evening. 51 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave a speech of his that's my personal favorite. It's a less well-heralded speech, but I think it's arguably one of the most incisive. It's called the Unfulfilled Dream speech.
It's not that one that you guys are thinking. It was another one.
It was a different dream.
I find myself to be like listening to the B-side of most of the Martin Luther King albums that I have. That's where the real stuff was. But, you know, if you're casual,
It's
I
just
guess.
you.
But as of March 2025, okay, now it's this year, just 6 months ago, there was another headline. This one happened to be from the Department of Justice. And it was written by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. Quote, "Joseph Sandberg, co-founder of Aspiration Partners, arrested for conspiring to defraud an investment fund of at least $145 million.
Oh, God.
That isn't even what Pablo Torre finds out is here to investigate. Because what really happened that brought us to this table is that weeks after Joe Sandberg got arrested, Aspiration filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Shocker.
What I wanted to do was find Aspiration's bankruptcy filing. And I gotta now reach over to this file over here to get this. Is this it? Yes, this is it. In this packet, there is a clue. And this clue was initially quite strange to me as just a sports journalist. But I believe that this clue may be of new interest to the DOJ and the FBI, as well, by the way, as the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, all of whom have been investigating Aspiration in parallel to me. Because for all of the very famous celebrity Avengers who got paid by these politically ambitious bros to sell their genius billion-dollar company to the world, the guy who got Aspiration's most important and most revealing endorsement deal by far has never been identified by anyone in public until now.
Dun, dun, dun.
And what would you like people to know about you?
I'm a fun guy. Obviously, I love the game of basketball. I mean, it's just more questions you have to ask me in order for me to tell you about myself. I just can't give you a whole spiel. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
Wait, you're telling me, of all the rich and famous people they paid to be part of this, to legitimize this, right? Iron Man, the guy from The Revenant, right? All these people, the guy from Degrassi High. Kawhi that's the apex? That is the highest paid celebrity endorser of this?
He was an investor, or he was actually a receiver of money?
Kawhi Leonard received money. And in these piles of documents right on this table are the receipts. So I need your help here, guys, because for anybody who is somehow not familiar with the unique laughter of Kawhi Leonard, the NBA superstar and franchise player for the Los Angeles Clippers, it does feel important to establish what makes him him, right? Like what distinguishes him, from Drake and Iron Man and all of those celebrity Avengers that you referenced.
Oh, he's the worst personality ever. Like, it's in terms of you want someone outgoing and can sell something and be very vivacious and inspire a good positive energy. That's not who he is. He's a very quiet, reserved guy. He doesn't really tend to go to the spotlight. Most of his commercials, he doesn't have a speaking role in.
The more that I hear Amin say the word quiet and talking about Kawhi, I'm like, his name is basically the adjective.
Yeah.
He's super private. He is not an in-demand pitchman for the reasons Amin said. But he is also, in fairness, like maybe the best player in the league if he's healthy. He's a two-time champion, two-time finals MVP with the Spurs and the Raptors. All of that is true. But his privacy, I just want to drive this point home because he is so intensely reclusive that it was kind of a big deal when Kawhi agreed to be a guest on Jimmy Kimmel's show. This was a couple years back.
Thank you. I'm so glad to get a chance to talk to you because you are a mysterious man. Do you feel like you are a mysterious man?
No, not at all. I don't. The people around me know who I am.
You don't look at yourself in the mirror and go, who is this person whose teeth I am brushing right now?
Not at all. Not at all. I know who I am. And,
we get so little access to him that one of the most famous stories about Kawhi Leonard, this is a story about one of his catchphrases, went very viral, even though it was completely fake.
It's one of my favorite stories of all time. Apple time, apple time.
Apple time, apple time.
You were at a team dinner with the Spurs when you played for the Spurs. Everyone was eating. You didn't order anything. Instead, you brought 12 apples to the table, red apples. You sat there with a knife and fork and ate each apple and said, it's apple time, apple time.
who came up with that story right
That is
there?
not true?
You must have seen. No.
Okay.
No, not at all. I do have an apple tree, but I didn't pick my apples and bring them to dinner.
All right.
You know what was great about that fake story?
Yes.
Is that
I love it.
it wasn't like Kawhi Leonard went out on a bender. Like, no one would believe that. But the fact that the story's so ridiculous and yet everyone was like, yeah, I could actually see Kawhi Leonard being the type of guy who brings 12 apples to dinner, carves them up, and then eats them, and just mumbles to himself, apple time, apple time.
Apple time was also plausible in this way because I think for people around the league, there was just another thing. David, stop turning over those papers.
It's the longest I've gone with self-control. Like, let's go.
I've been trying to read backwards.
We're walking you up to it because the other thing about Kawhi Leonard is not merely his privacy, which I demand on behalf of those papers, but also that ever since he was a kid in Moreno Valley, California, he's been famously frugal.
Yes.
So Sports Illustrated once reported this story about how Wingstop, as part of an endorsement deal, had given Kawhi these coupons for free wings. But one day in 2015, Kawhi, quote, panicked when he lost his coupons. And his camp informed Wingstop, which, quote, generously replenished his supply. This dude was making, what, 90 million plus?
He was driving the same car, I think, from college for quite a while. I'm sure it's changed now, but there was
it was called Gas Guzzler, he nicknamed it.
Is this a Warren Buffett situation? Because
maybe.
I like when players are, because I've seen so many bankrupt players in my time. So I view this as a positive for Kawhi.
Sure.
So that's that. I'm not going to criticize frugality.
It's not to be critical, but this is just to illustrate this is the kind of guy we're dealing with.
So we're not here to critique the 1997 Chevy Tahoe Amin was alluding to, or the Wingstop coupons that he demands. Because on the Wingstop thing, this is what he told Serge Ibaka, who was his teammate at the time with the Raptors, back in 2019.
You like Wingstop? I heard it. What kind of Wingstop you like?
I used to. I don't like Wingstop no more.
You used to since when?
About 2 years ago.
Why?
I'm not endorsed no more.
Oh, okay. So you're a businessman, huh?
Yeah, business.
Again, so far, very positive.
So the biggest power move, of course, that Kawhi Leonard pulled was later that summer. That was the summer of 2019. He and Serge Ibaka, they win the NBA title with the Raptors. And the courtship of prime Kawhi Leonard, the most sought-after free agent in professional basketball, begins.
Literally, the entire NBA is watching and waiting, trying to figure out what Kawhi is going to do next.
Kawhi Leonard has made his decision, and it is the LA Clippers. A big reason why this happened was when Leonard pushed Paul George to find a way to get to the Clippers.
They go out and get Paul George, and now you have these two elite bookend forwards to play together, but they paid a steep price.
The Thunder will get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Danilo Gallinari. OKC also gets 4 unprotected first-round picks, a protected first-rounder, and 2 pick swaps.
Whatever happened to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
I think he became an MVP and changed his name.
So it is the first thing we should acknowledge, which is that back in 2019, nobody predicted that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would win MVP and Finals MVP and a title for the Thunder this year in 2025. And also, by the way, the Clippers losing SGA, all those picks, getting Kawhi and Paul George, that basically reshaped the modern NBA. But the second thing, which is related to that, is that according to multiple NBA executives that I interviewed, lots of not just fans, but executives were shocked, even suspicious, eyebrows fully raised at how the once lowly Clippers had convinced Kawhi to choose them, especially over the Lakers, right? They were the most furious about all of this. All of the rumors, the conspiracies. I mean, you may recall that they centered around a mysterious relative who served as Kawhi Leonard's power broker.
Uncle Dennis.
Uncle Dennis.
Ronzo Brown, the G League MVP, last season averaging 19.
He was so important that Spurs fans, bitter Spurs fans, had been chanting his name at Kawhi Leonard.
In this league, they were trying to give.
And so in comes Uncle Dennis Robertson, who, and this is now 2019, according to The Athletic, was the center of these complaints by NBA teams about how the Clippers landed Kawhi Leonard. And they were so numerous, let's recall, that Adam Silver, the commissioner of the league, finally agreed to investigate them. And the main focus was, in fact, whether Uncle Dennis had requested improper benefits from NBA teams in exchange for Kawhi Leonard, these secret sweeteners. And the most notable sweetener, as sources told Sam Amick of The Athletic, it was, quote, a guaranteed amount of off-court endorsement money that they could expect if Kawhi Leonard played for their team, end quote. And this, David, is a serious violation of NBA rules. Why?
Because there's a salary cap for a reason that's been collectively bargained. And what you have to do for a level playing field is you cannot have any circumvention of that cap. So you're not allowed to give players anything. It all counts. So you can't give them plane tickets. You can't pay the college education of their brothers, sisters, friends. You can't give them cars. You can offer in the contract that's available for public use, like a suite on the road, but they have to pay. Or you can
that's what I was going to say. Tickets is
out.
The tickets is probably the easiest example for people to understand. If you've seen NBA players with family members who sit courtside, for instance, let's say Ja Morant and his father, the team is not offering that for free to Ja Morant. He is paying face value on those tickets for his father every game.
And just sort of like the philosophy behind the salary cap for people who just aren't familiar with it, this is important because it does what?
It stops the richest owner in the world from being able to do things that the poorest of the rich owners can't do. So there are certain owners, think about this, if you're an owner who makes private planes for a living and you just give a private plane to your player just for S's and G's, that's something that a guy who buys a team who runs a corner, family drugstore wouldn't be able to do.
This is now where we can connect some of the dots. Officially. So Kawhi was only allowed to sign a 3-year, $103 million max contract, which he did, of course. But the big alleged conspiracy, the one that got everybody's eyebrows raised, if you're an executive across the NBA, was that cost-conscious, frugal Kawhi Leonard and his Uncle Dennis had apparently found the perfect franchise with an ideal owner who would be happy to give them the illicit sweeteners they demanded, and an owner who, as Amin described, just happened to be the richest sports owner in the world with a current net worth of $175 billion, making him, yes, the sixth richest person in the world, who also happened to be the hyper-competitive former CEO of Microsoft, which also meant that he was still kind of just getting used to the socialist cap that David described that limited his NBA spending power. And Steve Ballmer himself happened to explain all of this to the Acquired podcast in June of this year.
We do have a union. That's very different. What that means in terms of the complexity through the collective bargaining agreement, it also covers things like what's max salary, what trades can you make, all that, very different. You really are business partners with your competitors. That's different. I mean, you actually get together and talk to them. I never did that when I was at Microsoft.
And I want to clarify, in fairness to Steve Ballmer, that no evidence of illicit payment to Kawhi Leonard was ever found, apparently, right? Kawhi re-upped with the Clippers in August of 2021, before the season, then again last year, another extension. And The Athletic ultimately reported about the NBA's investigation, quote, while sources with knowledge of the investigation said no evidence was found indicating that the Clippers had granted any of the lavish requests, the underlying message coming from Commissioner Adam Silver remains. He sees salary cap circumvention as a cardinal sin in the NBA and will always keep a watchful eye on that front. If any relevant evidence of improper benefits surfaces in the future, the league will reopen the investigation and pursue the charges yet again. The threat of suspension for executives was openly discussed, as was the potential for a loss of draft picks or even the voiding of player contracts as the most extreme of measures, end quote. This is where I should also say that Pablo Torre Finds Out is independently produced by Meadowlark Media and distributed by The Athletic, which means that the views, research, and reporting expressed in this episode are solely those of Pablo Torre Finds Out and do not reflect the work or editorial input of The Athletic or its journalists. So this is where I just got to set the stage here. Because so far we've been telling two parallel stories, much like two parallel towers of papers. And what we know is that NBA executives were suspicious of how Steve Ballmer's Clippers landed the most valuable free agent on the market, Kawhi Leonard. That the NBA did not find that Ballmer got Kawhi by sweetening their offer.
Mm-hmm.
But also that in March 2025, this celebrity-endorsed, multi-billion-dollar, allegedly fraudulent tree brokerage named Aspiration, which promises to clear your conscience and your emissions, they file for bankruptcy. And this is where the clue is. So, David, if you will now finally flip over that paper.
He was groping that paper as you were talking.
What David's looking at with his glasses on is a bankruptcy filing, and there's a list of creditors. The entities to which Aspiration and all of their alleged fraudulence still owes the most money. And what I noticed is what David is noticing right now, which is that on that list of creditors, up near the top, above the Boston Red Sox, is an LLC. A tiny little company that Aspiration owes $7 million. And that LLC's name, David, is what?
KL2 Aspire LLC.
What I did next was pull the publicly accessible paperwork that KL2 Aspire LLC filed with California's Secretary of State, which happens to be the first document in front of you, Amin.
Okay.
And what does it list there under manager or member name?
Kawhi Leonard.
Whose NBA jersey number, just to connect all of the dots here, happens to be what?
Number 2.
So then the question is, the Aspire part of KL2 Aspire LLC, right? Because, okay, he's getting all this money, millions of dollars. What I started doing was scour the internet for any mentions of Aspiration. Any appearances, tweets, quotes, Instagram posts, anything by Kawhi Leonard endorsing Aspiration. And this was hard to find, which also might seem weird, right? Because every other celebrity Aspiration gave money to was well known. There was Drake offering a statement to Rolling Stone. There was Doc Rivers, Kawhi's own head coach. Robert Downey Jr. was cutting his commercial. That was the whole point of paying the A-list Avengers. But the grand total number of times that I found Kawhi Leonard ever publicly referencing Aspiration was this.
Ultimately, 0.
0. 0 times
right.
Kawhi Leonard mentioned Aspiration. And so what I started doing was reaching out to dozens of former Aspiration employees. And I was looking for any information about KL2 Aspire LLC. And what happened was a grand total of 7 of them ultimately agreed to interviews, which is also how I have exclusively obtained the next sheaf of papers in front of you both to turn over. David, please go first. Can you please read what this signed and executed document says?
This endorsement agreement is effective as of April 1, 2022, the effective date, between KL2 Aspire LLC and Aspiration Partners with a principal place of business in Marina del Rey, California.
Whereas Kawhi Leonard is a professional basketball player in the National Basketball Association, NBA, currently on the roster of the Los Angeles Clippers team. Whereas company desires that KL2 cause Leonard to provide the services of, to promote and market company as more particularly set forth herein.
In consideration of the rights and benefits granted to company hereunder, the company will pay KL2, which is Kawhi, $28 million in cash during the term of this agreement. Company will pay KL2 $7 million each year of the term.
That is Kawhi Leonard's autograph, right next to Andre Cherny, the CEO's autograph, youngest speechwriter in White House history, next to the Clippers franchise player. But as for the listed address, for where any and all legal notices for Kawhi Leonard will be sent, what does that say there?
KL2 Aspire LLC, care of Dennis Robertson.
And Uncle Dennis is also listed elsewhere in this contract, by the way, as his nephew's designated representative. And so this is where I just need to mention that on account of the multiple ongoing federal investigations into Aspiration, all the former employees I talked to were very afraid, understandably, to go on tape. But eventually, toward the end of my investigation, I convinced one very important person who worked in the finance department of Aspiration to go on tape, provided we could modulate their voice.
Wow.
Which felt fair.
I love that. I've always wanted to do that.
Do you remember the first time that you discovered Kawhi Leonard's endorsement agreement with Aspiration?
Oh, it was within the first 30 days of my employment with the company. And I didn't so much as discover it as I was told about it.
What was your reaction? What were you told?
My reaction was, what the fuck? And I was told, like, oh, these are the major contracts and the major players you really need to be aware of. And we went through a litany of, really, really top tier name contracts. And then, oh, by the way, we also have a marketing deal with Kawhi Leonard, a $28 million organic marketing sponsorship deal with Kawhi. And that if I had any questions about it, essentially don't, because it was to circumvent the salary cap, LOL. There was lots of LOL when things were shared.
Among the endorsement agreements that these famous people, these celebrities were signing with Aspiration, where did the size of Kawhi Leonard's agreement, the $28 million over 4 years, where did that rank?
The single largest sponsorship deal that Aspiration ever made. It completely eclipsed every other agreement. Completely eclipsed it. So every other celebrity endorsement combined would not have met even a quarter of Kawhi Leonard's endorsement.
So that's including Leonardo DiCaprio and Drake and Robert Downey Jr. and Cindy Crawford and everybody else.
Kaya Gerber, Patty Gonia, who's a famous environmentally friendly drag queen. God bless her.
Did you ever see proof of Kawhi Leonard marketing or endorsing Aspiration in any way?
Never, not once. The single largest payment to an individual for marketing that Aspiration ever made has completely evaded all press. It's honestly incredible. And it was a very strong pain point for our marketing team. And honestly, altruistically, their job is to get Aspiration's name out there. They don't understand why the largest part of their budget that they've actually blown is not delivering.
I should say that we here, Pablo Torre Finds Out, attempted to reach out to Kawhi Leonard through the Clippers, through his agent, and through his Uncle Dennis, of course. with interview requests followed by detailed questions. But Kawhi's personal team did not respond before our deadline. The Clippers, however, provided a statement on behalf of the organization and owner Steve Ballmer, which reads in part, quote, "Neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to Aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false." End quote. What's even crazier is that as you comb through it, as you were just attempting to do, what becomes clear is that this is how this $28 million deal, this thing that he never did anything for, was designed. I'm no expert, but the language seems to indicate that he actually, contractually, didn't have to do anything.
Nothing. He didn't have to do anything. There was a clause for an out in every single KPI. So they weren't actually key performance indicators, KPIs. They were, if you feel as though this is something that doesn't align with you, or it's too big of an ask, or maybe you don't want to post on social media, maybe you don't want to wear our gear, just let us know. Or you don't have to let us know, you just don't have to do it.
There's section 3.2, obligations of KL2. That is the heading. Section 3.2, part 4. KL2 may decline to proceed with any action desired by the company under section 3.2, which is the whole section where everything is, all the stuff that he would have to do, if Leonard believes that such proposed actions are not consistent with his beliefs.
Yeah.
And then part 5, right after that, KL2 shall have the exclusive right to control and approve all content and distribution for commercial, non-commercial, or lawful purpose, bearing the athlete endorsements or approved Leonard IP.
And no one in Aspiration had this veto power outside of Kawhi Leonard.
Which is to say that when you look at this, your examination of this indicates that the power dynamic is actually reversed here. That
Exactly.
The client, Kawhi Leonard, seems to be dictating the terms to the company Aspiration.
Correct.
In other words, Kawhi Leonard got from Aspiration a $28 million no-show job.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm honestly so jealous. So jealous. I mean, he's got the dream. Like, it's within my beliefs to be paid $28 million and do absolutely all as well.
It's incredible. It's literally written so he can never be in breach.
If it's not consistent with his beliefs, David, he doesn't have to do it.
I'm sweating a little bit because I want to understand exactly what the deliverables were and to see whether or not there's opportunity for him to actually get the $28 million without ever allowing them to do anything with his name associated.
Allow me to hand you some paper.
It's so many trees.
Yeah. Well, one tree.
He said it was one tree. I'm not buying it.
I don't believe it either.
There's the full endorsement agreement. You may look right there.
Thank you. So I've
page 13.
I've done a lot of these.
Oh, that's why you're here.
Oh.
David Sampson, architect of many sponsorship endorsement agreements, is now looking through with his little glasses.
So here's something he has to do. If requested by the company, KL2 shall cause Leonard to be available to sign 50 items.
Jesus Christ.
The signing deals we do, it's like 1,500 items. And it's not 7 million.
If requested.
50. If requested, it shall cause KL2, meaning Kawhi, shall cause Kawhi to be available and to work with team or Leonard's content creators to provide a minimum of 1 photo per month to Aspiration for their usage during the NBA season.
What's 1 photo per month mean?
Well, the point is he did 0 photos per month. So.
But I said,
wait, there's more.
If requested, okay.
This is better. He has to be available, Kawhi does, for $28 million to participate in 5 organic comments, which could be a like or a retweet.
You may wonder how many likes and retweets did he give?
Is it 0?
Of course it's 0.
Oh my God.
He did nothing. He literally did nothing.
And
as far as we could tell.
As
and
far
my
as we could
source
tell.
has confirmed, as well as the other 6 sources I spoke to have confirmed.
Did nothing and yet not in breach of contract. That's the amazing part.
That's the dream,
right?
That's
it's like I did
the-
nothing wrong, basically, according to this
He
contract.
does have to do something that's major here.
What is that?
That Leonard has to be available and participate with company to create an annual program in support of the company's reforestation program
this one's
with a
good.
tie to calculating Leonard's carbon footprint given his annual schedule, events, and travel. Boy, I'd love to see that.
Well, it's hard because it didn't happen.
I thought you were going to say that was the one thing he did do.
As David continues to comb
Well, I'm
through
also
this-
looking at the definitions because I want to make sure here.
Oh, yeah, I knew that he would. He's like a pig in shit
I
right
mean,
now.
this-
Like, you give me
he's
a
wallowing.
secret contract that I can pick apart.
What we heard just before about that any deliverable, it's that such proposed actions are not consistent with his beliefs. He doesn't have to do it. And I'm looking in the defined terms, assuming
bel-
these
for
are all the defined
beliefs?
terms. I'm looking for beliefs.
It is not defined.
So therefore, there is no actual anything in this contract. Now, I've been reading it only for a couple of minutes. This is in real time. But if you've got a qualifier there, which allows you to get out of any of your obligations with something as ephemeral as not consistent with his beliefs without a definition, because beliefs is a small b. I was looking for beliefs with a big B, which would make it a defined term, where you have to say, hey, I don't believe in working on Saturdays, or I don't believe in supporting pig meat because I'm a vegan.
Right.
So you
Big
can
baller
have that
beliefs.
in contracts, that you will not endorse something that goes against your beliefs, but it's a small b, and there's no defined term.
He might small b believe in not doing anything.
Yeah, it's against my
And-
beliefs to do this.
David?
I'm trying to come to grips with 2.10b here. And I'm sorry, but this is
Explain.
a major provision in the contract that
Please share.
I'm not used to seeing. It's called termination. It's when would an agreement be terminated? So when can they say, you know what, we're not paying you? And normally there would be provisions for termination if you're a felon, if you're convicted of a felony, sometimes if you're just arrested for a felony, if you do anything for disparagement, if you bring bad juju upon the company, it can trigger a termination. This termination, and it's a termination for cause, which
This is
means
in the Aspiration endorsement deal.
this is in his $28 million endorsement deal. Termination for cause if Leonard is no longer an employee of the team for any reason, and the team, capital T, is defined as the Clippers.
Yes.
So an endorsement deal that a company does with a player is usually you don't always get the rights to their marks.
Right.
So it's like blank uniforms.
Yep.
And so it doesn't matter
No.
whether the player is playing for the Clippers or not. But in this agreement, it's a termination for cause if he's not an employee of the team. For avoidance of doubt, which is what you say in a contract, we want to make sure nobody screws it up. If Leonard is still being paid by the capital T team, but is a member of another NBA organization or has retired, either of those instances are a triggering event for termination by the company.
So an example of that is if Kawhi Leonard got bought out by the Clippers and then ends up signing with the Knicks. Technically, the Clippers are still paying him the remaining amount, but he is an employee of the New York Knicks now. And what that contract is saying very clearly, very bluntly, we're just going to tackle this right now in writing. If that happens, it triggers a termination clause.
I love that David just found that.
I can't believe that Kawhi Leonard, that anyone would ask for that or agree to it if it were not.
It seems to be, perhaps, one of the things in this otherwise very laissez-faire approach to what you got to do that the Clippers found, you might presume, quite important.
Just be on the Clippers.
Let's put this as bluntly as possible. So, to be clear, Kawhi can not post anything, can never like or retweet anything, can not sign the balls, right? Cannot do the photo op.
The reforestation program.
Not show up for any events. But his ass better be a Clipper throughout all of that. That's the thing that would jeopardize the $28 million.
I had to reread it before bringing it up to you two because it can't be, but it is.
It is signed
2.10b.
and executed under those terms. And so what all this led me to do, is get back to sports, right? Because what I was curious about was, okay, so we have all these documents about the $28 million for the no-show job. I wanted to put that against the timeline of his contract extensions with the Clippers, because Kawhi Leonard signed his first extension in August 2021, before that season. The month after that, it turns out, Steve Ballmer, this is September, broke ground on the Intuit Dome. Now, this is, David, the most expensive NBA arena ever constructed, his grand creation. And though Kawhi was still out recovering, you might remember the right knee injury.
Yes.
He did show up for that.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
That wasn't actual digging for the
No,
stadium.
It's totally ridiculous.
All right, guys, get to work.
You bring in a bunch of dirt and you just get
Oh,
shovels.
that's not the actual ground?
No, it's not even on the ground. Kawhi looks like he's coming back from the gym.
It's the combination that always bothers
Everyone else is wearing like slacks and suits and all that stuff, and Kawhi just like popped in hoodie and shorts. But speaking of digging, I want to go back to the coverage of the extension that Kawhi signed just weeks before that scene, right? Because before those shovels went into the ground, you may recall that he signs this 4-year, $176.3 million extension. And you may recall also that something didn't quite add up at the time. According to The Ringer, you may turn over the next page and read the highlighted passage.
That Kawhi Leonard officially returned to the Clippers on Thursday came as no surprise. What has provoked some head scratching, though, is the structure of the contract he decided to ink. How perfectly Kawhi, even when there's no mystery, there's a little bit of mystery.
And this was because Kawhi Leonard, as you continue to read through this, essentially did the Clippers what appears to be a favor. So here we have this notably frugal superstar who is complain about the Wingstop coupons level frugal, and he did not do what everyone expected him to do, given that, which was sign the shortest or the longest possible deal in order to maximize his earnings. Instead, to the surprise of many NBA insiders, Kawhi Leonard very helpfully opted for a middle ground. And I just want to acknowledge here that the timing of Kawhi's extension from 2021 does not align super neatly with the paperwork on his $28 million aspiration endorsement deal, David, because that took effect when again? When did it say that on that?
Right in the start, April 1 of 2022.
But now, what I would like you to do is turn over the page after that. So that's the first type of document you may recall that you ever looked at.
Uh-huh.
This is the original registration for KL2 Aspire LLC that got filed with the state of California, establishing an LLC whose name indicates that it was entirely created to take money from Aspiration. It says Aspire in the title. Look at the top of that piece of paper under file date.
November 22nd, 2021.
We're now right there at the end of the summer, beginning of the fall, the beginning of that season, when he signs the extension, when the ground is broken, and this LLC, KL2 Aspire LLC, gets registered with the state of California. And now we're getting, guys, to the thing we have not yet established about the fall of 2021 when it comes to the once unsolvable question of salary cap circumvention in the NBA, which is the direct financial relationship between Aspiration on the one hand and Steve Ballmer and his Clippers on the other. And that is after the break. So I need to start this section by acknowledging that I have interviewed Steve Ballmer before. So Steve Ballmer, like Andre Cherny, like Joe Sandberg, and like me, went to Harvard.
Harvard.
At Sports Illustrated, this was in 2010, I wrote a magazine feature about then Harvard senior Jeremy Lin and our alma mater's revitalized basketball program. And I called Microsoft then CEO Steve Ballmer up. And he was happy to talk. He was very generous with his time. He talked about how he loved basketball. And he loved it so much that he kept stats for the team when it was horrible. And he was an undergrad back in the 70s. He was like charting rebounds and assists. And since then, as you may know, Steve Ballmer has been hailed as arguably, quote, the very best investor of the last 20 years, end quote. But the people who know Steve Ballmer What they say is that there is no product Steve Ballmer cares about more, down to the tiniest little detail, than the NBA team he purchased from noted racist Donald Sterling back in 2014. And this was evidenced, by the arena that Ballmer admirably spent billions of his own money designing in his own image.
I love Intuit Dome. Since we talked a lot about products, and I've been involved in, I'll say the visioning, and I call myself a visionary, but what should this product look like? And particularly those, a number of them, both Windows, but also certainly on the back-end products, back-end meaning they're not customer visible. But I would say Intuit Dome's probably the product for which I had the clearest vision I've ever had. I knew what I wanted. It evolved some because we went and looked at, a bunch of other arenas. But I had a point of view. I know what user I wanted to make happy. I wanted to make Intuit Dome the best place for the hardcore basketball fan.
And David, as a guy who designed a building, an arena before, you know what that means.
Toilets! 1,160 toilets and urinals! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets and urinals! We do not want people waiting in line. We want them to get back to their damn seats.
They have sensors in the seats that measure how loud each section is. And so routinely they'll come up and say, this was the loudest section in that last segment of play. Everyone gets free t-shirts or free stuff.
The level of microscopic detail that Steve Ballmer cared about, the sensors, the toilets, everything, it all is to say that when it came to picking the company whose patch would get stitched onto every Clippers jersey and whose signage would adorn the back of every courtside seat, Steve Ballmer handpicked Aspiration to become the first founding partner of the Intuit Dome, the first arena to become 100% carbon neutral from day one, the, quote, most sustainable arena in the world, end quote. And the Clippers announced this at Media Day in September 2021, with Steve Ballmer sitting right next to noted Clippers and Martin Luther King fan Joe Sandberg.
There are a few people in the business world and in the sports world that I admire as much as Steve Ballmer. This is a true visionary and an original thinker, and those are rare and few and far between in this day and age. But it's visionaries and original thinkers who change the course of history. And we're partnered with Steve and the Clippers to change the course of Los Angeles sports history and all global sports history, which is turning sports into a tool to fight the climate crisis. So Aspiration, in partnership with the Clippers, will be delivering tools to all Clippers fans to make their experience watching the Clippers carbon neutral and even carbon negative, so that your choice of being a Clippers fan isn't just a choice of who you root for, but it's an expression of what you believe.
Once again, beliefs are quite instrumental here. As proclaimed in a headline on NBA.com.
LA Clippers and Aspiration set a new standard for social responsibility in sports.
Or, as CNBC put it, David,
LA Clippers signed $300 million plus arena sponsorship deal with Green Bank Aspiration.
Just listen to Steve Ballmer himself while sitting next to Joe Sandberg at Media Day.
The pièce de résistance, as we went through this, is when we had a chance to really sit down and meet the folks from Aspiration. To have our first founding partner be a company that focuses in on providing services to consumers and businesses to reduce or even go negative on their own carbon footprints was a great thing, particularly not only
Aspiration agreed to pay the Clippers that staggering amount, more than $300 million, over 23 years.
Now, I assume you don't have that agreement, although you've got 4,000 pages and 25,000
that might be in there, honestly.
And I keep turning things over. But
again, David, let's put this in perspective.
That's a naming rights deal.
That's a naming rights deal, but usually what do you get in a naming rights deal?
The name.
The name.
If they have founding partners, you get special places in your ballpark, in your arena, where they're called pillar sponsors.
Oh, but they got the patch. They were going to get the patch. Look at the back of the courtside seat behind another Marvel superheroes, Simu Liu, Aspiration's right there. And this is where I just got to point out that the tower of documents we have been sort of like gazing at over here, it's actually different from the documents we have already examined. These 3,445 unpublished documents that I've obtained from inside of Aspiration, they range from bank statements to signed contracts to fancy pitch decks to internal emails. And what they do is they speak to Steve Ballmer's personal influence and awareness of the inner workings of this green bank that is now under federal investigation for an allegedly massive fraud. So, David, the next sheet of paper you can turn over is an internal email about partnership opportunities in sports and entertainment sent by Joe Sandberg to his fellow co-founder, Andre Cherny, and another Aspiration executive on October 29th, 2021.
Ballmer himself is enthusiastic to help and will personally be a reference and advocate where we ask him. So please keep that front of mind.
And then, if you will, there's an email on November 1st, 2021 from Steve Ballmer, personally connecting the CEO of Intuit with Andre and Joe.
Since Intuit and Aspiration already have a business relationship and all of us share a passion for the Clips and our Intuit Dome project, I thought it might be fun for the four of us to take in a game together sometime soon.
To which Joe Sandberg replies that same day, David?
This is to Steve Ballmer from Joe Sandberg. Steve, thank you and you're right. Looking forward to our spending time together. Andre and I admire Intuit's commitment to sustainability and your smart partnership with the Clippers! Exclamation point. Go Clippers! Exclamation point.
Less than a month after that exchange.
Just 3 months after the signing of the extension.
Kawhi Leonard and Uncle Dennis registered KL to Aspire LLC. Now, less than a month after that, December 2021, it was announced that Steve Ballmer, who is again hailed as the very best investor of the last 20 years, joined Oaktree Capital Management in investing a total of $315 million into Aspiration, which was subsequently valued at $2.3 billion. So this is how my source characterized the mood around the company at the time.
Aspiration was in a great place at that time. Finances, listen, let's go have a pizza party every day. It was looking great. But if you peel back the layers of the onion a little bit more, you see that that money was spent quite quickly.
So according to contracts and emails that I obtained, $50 million, $50 million of this money came from Ballmer's personal LLC. And that LLC, by the way, is named Pol Pot. Not
Pol Pot.
Not Pol Pot, the brutal Cambodian dictator, but Pol Pot. How dare you make that mistake? And according to all 7 former Aspiration employees I spoke to, that enormous infusion of money from Steve Ballmer, $50 million, is what allowed the allegedly fraudulent Green Bank to quite eagerly pay Kawhi Leonard $28 million for an alleged no-show job.
The source says in there that the money was spent very quickly. Some might say this money was spent before it even got there because it was just the clearinghouse.
Better not say that.
Some would say.
Because if you're saying that, then an investigation has to follow. And if there is any thread where money's invested into Aspiration and then is out the door to Kawhi by the transitive property of flow of funds, it went right from Ballmer to Leonard.
The term that my sources called this arrangement, which again, neither Aspiration nor the Clippers nor Kawhi Leonard ever announced, despite the tonnage of announcements that they were making all the time, was, quote, sweetener. And this is a term that originates from the next email in front of you, Amin, sent by Joe Sandberg amid a much longer argument with one of his business partners, because a very defensive Sandberg was trying to preempt the idea that Ballmer, not unlike Kawhi with the Clippers, embraced Aspiration for any other alleged reason.
So this is an email to quite a few people. There's a lot of people on the CC line, but the relevant portion. What you're implying is that Ballmer's investment was a sweetener and impure when the math above pretty blatantly contradicts your implication. In conclusion, it really pisses me off.
So that is Joe Sandberg, who would be arrested by the federal government. And I took all of this, all that stuff in that email, to my source.
Joe is the one who brings up a sweetener, and Joe is the one who brings up the impurity of the contract.
The way it reads is that, like, Joe Sandberg was almost like waiting for someone at some point to accuse him of something.
He is the first person to bring it to the conversation in writing and not offline either. So in an attempt to cover his tracks, he actually opens up the door to conversation in question.
It does seem very clear that the people inside of Aspiration loved to email each other.
Yeah, that's stupid idiots. Quite frankly. Yeah, let's put it in writing. Great idea.
I should say that we reached out to Joe Sandberg, who declined to comment through an attorney. But the thing about the bet that Steve Ballmer made on Aspiration, the problem came in 2022. So this is when the wheels of Aspiration began to fall off. So they'd acquired all these celebrity endorsements, right? But not enough actual business. That's unfortunately the story of this company. And in October 2022, Aspiration began advertising even in a pitch deck for investors that I obtained that it had a new customer to help compensate for the lack of business. And the new customer was Qatar, the country. Qatar.
It's always a good way to
Qatar,
bail out.
According to this pitch deck, had hired Aspiration to zero out the carbon footprint of the 2022 World Cup.
Yes, of course.
Of course, according to my 7 sources, this was not true. So the point being that they were flailing, the cash was draining out, on the road to bankruptcy, and Aspiration, despite all of this, had a top priority in October 2022 internally, per my 7 sources, and that was incredibly clear.
There were weekly meetings about who was going to get paid what and when. And during those weekly meetings, Kawhi Leonard's contract was always set to be paid.
Even in a time of total financial hardship for the company. Why?
There were multiple reasons we were given. One being that Kawhi's uncle was calling.
Wait, this is Uncle Dennis.
Uncle Dennis. Uncle Dennis was calling, and Uncle Dennis demanded payment. It was priority one. Like, it was something that had to be done, and it was crucial to our relationships with Ballmer and the Clippers.
He's calling about his coupons. Uncle Dennis was like, "Where's the Wingstop?"
Oh, this ain't coupons.
Obviously, the stakes are much, much higher, but it's the same general principle that this is a guy who wouldn't let coupons go. He damn sure ain't gonna let $7 million go.
Bingo. I tried to ask Uncle Dennis himself about this via email and phone. We did not hear back before our deadline. Of course, we did request an interview with Steve Ballmer. We sent him and his people detailed questions about all of this. And we received this statement from the Clippers on behalf of Ballmer and the team, which reads in full, quote, "Neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to Aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false. The team ended its relationship with Aspiration years ago during the 2022-23 season when Aspiration defaulted on its obligations. Neither the Clippers nor Mr. Ballmer was aware of any improper activity by Aspiration or its co-founder until after the government instituted its investigation. The team and Mr. Ballmer stand ready to assist law enforcement in any way they can." End quote. Now, for what it's worth, I should also say that Aspiration had given a statement last year that the company, quote, "has delivered carbon credits to the Clippers over the past several years and based on ongoing obligations will continue to source and deliver credits annually through the last delivery in 2043. We take our work in the climate action category seriously," end quote. And so, Amin, by the way, here we have something that the NBA has been searching for.
And if I'm the league and I'm watching this episode and I'm saying, wait, and they've got the paperwork to back it up, this feels like a paper trail that would lead you to believe that the Clippers, through Aspiration, managed to give extra compensation above and beyond what the collective bargaining agreement would allow.
It's at least a reopener.
Yeah.
With what Adam Silver said.
Well, again, let's quote it again, David. According to Athletic, He sees salary cap circumvention as a cardinal sin in the NBA and will always keep a watchful eye on that front. If any relevant evidence of improper benefits surfaces in the future, the league will reopen the investigation and pursue the charges yet again. The threat of suspension for executives was openly discussed, as was the potential for a loss of draft picks or even the voiding of player contracts as the most extreme of measures, end quote. The dynamics here also, just to spell it out, this is not just any owner, David.
The thing we have to think about is the power that Ballmer has within the NBA. He's actually been very good for the league. He brings credibility to the league.
He replaced Donald Sterling.
Well, but right. Anybody could have replaced him.
But he's now sitting courtside with Barack Obama. He's the richest owner in all of sports.
That's what it is. So it's not an Adam Silver issue with Steve Ballmer. My biggest interesting point here is what other owners will take from this, because they can call on Adam Silver and say, hey, you got to look into this because this is not right. Now, it's not like Ballmer's won a bunch of championships. It's not like, has he even been to an NBA Finals since he bought the team? Not at all.
The Clippers have been to the conference finals once in team history, and that was the one that happened in 2021. That was the first time they'd ever made it out of the second round, going back to even Buffalo. So this is a team that is synonymous with abject failure. That's not the part that other NBA owners, other NBA teams are envious about. What they're envious about is the massive amounts of money that they're able to throw around doing things like, because guess what, David? It's great that they built their arena from scratch, all out of pocket.
Well, it's also like Steve Ballmer is the embodiment of why you would want a salary cap.
Yes.
His spending is uncapped in all these other ways. But in this way, when it comes to the stars that are again, the pun intend this, the governor on the governor, which is what we call NBA owners now, can he get the stars? And so here we have a clue in the bankruptcy filing that we followed, that was hidden in plain sight, that got us to sign and execute paperwork, got us to Uncle Dennis, to the Aspiration logos that were supposed to be on the Clippers jerseys and all over the most sustainable arena in the world. And you get these private emails as a result showing Ballmer's personal connectedness to Aspiration. And when it comes to Kawhi, again, it's just funny when the absence of evidence becomes the evidence.
No, that's...
But that's what an endorsement deal would force us to reckon with, is that feels like clearly something, even though it's definitionally nothing.
Nothing. He didn't have to do anything.
The question to me, and this is the question that has been phrased by the 7 sources inside of Aspiration that I talked to, the former employees, was this money going on what was framed to me as a round trip? Was it starting one place, going all the way around, and surprise, it's doing what the guy who gave the money up wanted it to do to help his own interests?
Mm-hmm.
And so this all raises this second related question, which is the more serious and vast question in the real world, right? Because this question is the one that the DOJ and the FBI and the CFTC and SEC, which are all, again, looking into this deeply broken company, are thinking. As my source put it, characterizing what their coworkers at Aspiration have lately been asking.
Why is Steve Ballmer backing a huge historic raise for Aspiration? Like, why? Also, what was the main motivation for such a large raise? Because from inside Aspiration, we see like the glitz and the glam of the celebrities that are posting, but from the finance side, accounts receivable were wild. Like the actual amount of money that needed to be coming in order for our revenue to count towards real revenue was astronomical in comparison to what was actually being received. There's a lot of these one-off LOIs that existed, letters of intent. There's all these one-off deals, but this proof of concept from a business perspective, at least from the finance side, did not make sense to the point where forecasting felt like casting spells.
When you look at this list, how many of those, and these are all listed as deals, letters of intent, dated as of early 2021, before Ballmer had made his big investment. How many of those are fake?
80, 90%.
They just said that 80 to 90% of the LOIs were fake.
As of early 2021. listed in the paperwork that Steve Ballmer could examine before he decided to invest or not all of the $50 million that he put in.
Yeah, this is a little bit more than cap circumvention.
Given this special influence and the way Steve Ballmer was investing millions, but also getting paid millions via the Clippers sponsorship with the promise of an even bigger payout, by the way, if Aspiration were a real company that went public successfully to the tune of that $2.3 billion valuation, what did Steve Ballmer, the very best investor of the last 20 years, know about everything else going on at Aspiration? And when did Steve Ballmer know it?
So Adam Silver on one hand, and then you've got the government on the other. The government doesn't really care about salary cap circumvention.
Correct.
At all. NBA owners, NBA, they care deeply. The federal government cares deeply if there's any sort of fraud perpetuated on a common investor.
And that is a question that the NBA and the federal government would both have some curiosity about. What this is a story that starts with a clue in a bankruptcy filing, gets us to a giant NBA scandal, and gets us back to the real world where some f***ing shit is actually at stake. So before I let everybody go here, I just need to take a quick sidebar to update you on a new development in the Department of Justice's investigation into Aspiration. A headline from just 2 weeks ago, August 21st, 2025. Quote, Orange County man and Aspiration Partners co-founder agrees to plead guilty to $248 million scheme to defraud investors and lenders, end quote. That's 2 counts of wire fraud. But also, that's not all. That same day, the Securities and Exchange Commission published a parallel announcement about Joe Sandberg, the Orange County man in question, charging him for, quote, raising more than $300 million from investors based on a fraudulent scheme to generate and mislead investors about fake revenues for environmental sustainability services, end quote. Now, notably, neither Steve Ballmer, one of Aspiration's biggest and most influential individual investors, nor Andre Cherny, the other co-founder, the one who signed the no-show deal for Ballmer's most important player, was named in this round of DOJ or SEC court filings. Although, I should also mention that the SEC concludes its press release by noting that its investigation is ongoing, as is ours. Which brings me to the last thing that I needed to tell David and Amin in studio. Because a bit earlier this summer, on July 4th, something kinda surreal happened while I continued to report this story. I happened to encounter the very person whose signature was right next to Kawhi Leonard on that $28 million no-show endorsement deal in the pages of the New York Times. The splashy headline this time was, quote, Democrats lay groundwork for a Project 2029. Amin, if you will turn over your next piece of paper.
The title is an unsubtle play on Project 2025, the independently produced right-wing agenda that Mr. Trump spent much of last year's campaign distancing himself from and much of his first few months back in power executing. They plan to roll out an agenda over the next 2 years in quarterly installments through Mr. Cherny's publication, Democracy, a Journal of Ideas. The goal is to turn it into a book, just like Project 2025, and to rally leading Democratic presidential candidates behind those ideas during the 2028 primary season. Mr. Cherny, now the president of the journal he helped create, called the assemblage the Avengers of Public Policy.
Mr. Cherny, as in Andre Cherny, co-founder and former CEO of Aspiration, whom I very much wanted to talk to, is back. He's in politics. And so last month, I tried to connect with him on LinkedIn, and he accepted.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
I tried to start a conversation, inviting Andre to come on Pablo Torre Finds Out to discuss several things. the future of the Democratic Party, which he wants to lead, his experience working with Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, the last time he talked to his co-founder, Joe Sandberg, his friend from, Harvard. But I also wanted to ask Andre, why did you resign as the CEO of Aspiration in October 2022, right as, all that was really hitting the fan? And relatedly, why he ran for U.S. Congress a second time in Arizona in 2024, because what I wanted to find out was whether the company he had co-founded to fight climate change had even been planting, as Andre once proclaimed, quote,
"We're planting more trees than there are in Central Park every day."
End quote. But I could not.
No chance.
He didn't respond. And when we reached out to Andre Cherny with detailed questions, Andre did not respond. But all of this is to say that I did want to pose that question to somebody, this question about the trees, and so I did.
You would have to go in order to confirm that the trees were planted. Usually you have a project manager who's providing those real-time updates. Like you would have someone physically representing the project for Aspiration in that project. Whether it was daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, at a minimum, someone would be there to confirm.
How often did Aspiration visit the sites of the tree plantings?
That's a great question. To my knowledge, out of all of the projects that Aspiration undertook for carbon offsets, there was only one site visit during my tenure.
Wait, so just to be clear, I'm looking at a spreadsheet with a zillion, approximately, projects having to do with forestation and tree plantings, and you're saying there was one site visit during your tenure there?
Yeah, to one project.
What does that say to you?
Either they're not concerned with whether or not the trees are being planted, or it's not real, or both.
The opportunity for malfeasance seems endless.
Well, it now returns us, Amin, to the question that we started this episode with, which was, how many trees had to die for me to put these hundreds, thousands of documents on this table in this studio? Because look, I should say, to be very clear, I believe the greenhouse gas problem is extremely real. I think that the Trump administration, David, is in fact helping destroy our planet. We should be concerned by all of this. We've in fact had multiple guests on the show before, like NASA scientist Dr. Kate Marvel and marine biologist Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, to address this concern, the same concern raised by Robert Downey Jr.
And back to that original question, what should we aspire to?
I see him now. Iron Man. Aspiring.
What I aspired to do in honor of Iron Man.
Aspiring Man.
Was do what Aspiration didn't do nearly enough. So we here at Pablo Torre Finds Out decided to hire an Avenger of our own, which you can see on YouTube right now, to help us zero out the carbon footprint of this ridiculous episode. I mean, do you want to explain what you're seeing here?
I see someone in an Iron Man suit, and I use that term very loosely, walking in Inglewood, California, right across the street from the Intuit Dome. And they have forcibly planted a tree in a pile of dirt right across the street from Intuit Dome.
We broke ground, I believe, is the proper term.
Yeah. There's what's that? A little shovel or whatever they call that thing. And now
watering can.
Wow, it's like a cartoon character's watering can.
With a big thumbs up.
Yep.
That tree is dead on arrival.
How dare you? What this all means is that our Iron Man has now made as many site visits to actually ensure that a tree got planted as they saw Aspiration itself make.
And you printed all these documents for this episode, and you think that one little dead tree
one day, Dave, maybe not today,
to make this carbon neutral?
That's not just any tree.
Is it a money tree?
Oh man!
I mean, what kind of tree do you think it is?
I hope it's a money tree. I'll go to Inglewood right now. I don't know.
I mean, that tree is an apple tree.
No!
Because when it comes to fighting climate change, there is no time, after all, like
apple time. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pablo Torre finds
Look, you know
out.
what, man?
Apple time.
There will not be one apple from that tree. Not one.
Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is.
If I'm wrong on this and you're right, then Steve is not as smart as I think he is.
There he is.
What's up, Ballmer? Sorry I don't have a great image here. I just like last second.
This is, by the way, we're recording now. Are you good? We're good to
Yeah,
just
I'm
get
good.
it? Okay, amazing.
Yep, rock and roll.
Thank you for doing this. It's rare that a Twitter interaction results in something like hopefully dialogue.
Yeah, I'm good for dialogue. I don't have a dog in the hunt, right? From a Mavs perspective, I hope they're cheating. Right? I mean, there's no reason for me to try to defend Steve Ballmer other than for what I think is right.
What's your relationship like with Steve Ballmer?
Fine. I mean, we get along. Nothing special, nothing over the top, nothing like, hey, we do tons of trade. He's my best friend as an owner. Nothing like that at all.
Yeah, have you talked to him about this reporting today?
No, not at all. No.
So I just got to jump in here for a second and interrupt Mark Cuban, the former majority owner of the Dallas Mavericks and longtime shark from Shark Tank, to say that if you missed our last episode here at Pablo Torre Finds Out, the reporting that we're both talking about at the moment has to do with this.
Have y'all seen this information about Kawhi? Shout out to Pablo Torre, man. Crazy journalism from my boy, man. He dropped a bomb this morning.
Major drama and serious allegations surrounding the LA Clippers.
Clippers superstar Kawhi Leonard signed a $28 million endorsement deal with an environmental startup funded by Clippers owner Steve Ballmer. Now, according to an investigation by Pablo Torre Finds Out, former employees are now raising concerns that Ballmer's $50 million personal investment in the company, currently under federal investigation for fraud, went on a round trip to power Leonard's no-show job and skirt NBA rules.
I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I want to put that out on Front Street. And Steve Ballmer is one of my favorite owners in the league. I just think that he's a good man. But that doesn't mean this doesn't warrant an investigation.
So I should say also here that on Wednesday, the NBA announced, quote, "We are aware of this morning's media report regarding the LA Clippers and are commencing an investigation." End quote. And in fairness, and to be clear, the Clippers stand by their initial statement to Pablo Torre Finds Out that neither Steve Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap, which Commissioner Adam Silver, by the way, reportedly does see as a cardinal sin, cap circumvention. In fact, the last big time that an NBA team officially got caught with their hands in the cap circumvention cookie jar was about 25 years ago. Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor and general manager Kevin McHale had secretly promised forward Joe Smith that if he signed a below-market free agent deal, he would eventually sign a 7-year, $86 million contract. Now, Commissioner David Stern, in response, decided to strip Minnesota of 5 first-round draft picks and also fine the team $3.5 million, and also effectively suspend both the owner and the GM we just mentioned for the whole season. Which is all to say that the NBA says that they really, really, really care about cap circumvention. So much so that one current NBA general manager texted me after seeing my above-mentioned Twitter interaction, my Wednesday evening beef with Mark Cuban, the following, quote, "I don't see any way the NBA lets Cuban talk to you. And yet."
My name is Mark Cuban, and I live in Dallas, Texas, and I'm co-founder of costplusdrugs.com.
And so look, I got about a zillion things that I wanted to ask Mark Cuban about one-on-one, including about his own oversight of his own NBA team, the Dallas Mavericks, as well as some of the other scandals therein. But the focus of our specific argument here concerned my own reporting into the secret world of billionaires and sports ownership, as well as oversight and due diligence by very smart and very rich figures like Mark Cuban and Steve Ballmer. And in particular, the Clippers' relationship with a company named Aspiration.
So when I saw this, when I saw your report, right, I went up and I just searched in my email to see if they had ever sent me anything. Because I figured if they're trying to pitch Steve Ballmer, they're probably trying to pitch me. So they did. In March of 2020, they sent me an email asking if I wanted to get involved.
Who was the guy who sent the email to you?
Let me find it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see. Aspiration.
Mark's going through his phone. He's searching for Aspiration, which is just a delight for me to help Mark Cuban
right?
revisit the past.
3/26/2020 from Joe Sandberg with CC to Andre Cherney.
Yeah.
Mark, I co-founded Aspiration, and the Aspiration team wants to move on this with you. I've copied my co-founder. Aspiration has 1.8 million users, raised 200 million of VC, and is focused on delivering socially conscious financial services to everyday Americans. Would you like to connect by phone so we can operationalize ASAP? First, that's really aggressive, right? I mean, it was like the assumption closed, didn't even ask questions. Oh, because this was right when the pandemic hit and everything had just shut down, right? And people were trying to get money, and we were talking about making money available. And so this guy's coming in saying, we can do it, we're a bank. And I said, well, are you even a real bank? I appreciate your desire to help. And he said, no worries. Building on my prior response, we have a bank partner that is ready to go on this. We have been finalizing a product with them. We could literally do 1 million of these $1,200 loans. First of all, a company that I've never heard of, ready to do over $1 billion in loans. Okay, that was a red flag. And that was the end of it. I never followed up with those guys, and I don't have anything else from any of them going forward.
It's just fascinating to know that he was sniffing around the NBA. Obviously, this is Joe Sandberg, by the way, who August 21st, 2025, this is the DOJ's press release. The headline is, Aspiration Partners co-founder charged and agrees to plead guilty to a $248 million scheme to defraud investors and lenders. And there's yet more, by the way, in his file with the Justice Department. The SEC is also now investigating him. All of this stuff is part of my fascination with the story. I want to get, though, to why we are doing this, because I don't expect everybody to be on Twitter following both of us. They're probably following you. What a disaster it would be for their mental health if they were following our back and forth. But the reason that I reached out to you so explicitly was you do begin your post by saying, I'm on Team Ballmer, period.
Yeah.
And I'll just read you the quote, and then you can help explain what it is that you mean. You wrote, as much as I wish they circumvented the salary cap, first, Steve isn't that dumb. If he did try to feed KL money, Kawhi Leonard money, knowing what was at stake for him personally and his team, do you think he would let the company go bankrupt, knowing all creditors would be visible to the world? They got scammed by Aspiration along with many others, crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things. They did a $300 million sponsorship deal with the Clippers in 2021. That's a huge deal, huge in all caps. The better the team does, the more value the sponsorship has. It actually makes perfect sense that if they stole money from investors and want the Clippers to succeed, why not give stolen money to help keep their best player, ? And then the last graph, Mark, it's sad that Pablo Torre didn't take the time to find out how these scammers pulled off their scam. The idea that the default is Ballmer is the bad guy is going to backfire on him, period.
Yeah, so the reason I'm on Team Ballmer, right, is when I go back and I looked, the deal was in 2021, before their arena opened, right? Right when Kawhi signed their new contract, and it's $300 million. When you get a deal of that size with a new category sponsor, the NBA has to approve it. So first of all, the NBA had to have looked into this. But that wasn't, the overwhelming thing. Then they defaulted on that deal, right? They stopped doing it, and Ballmer made an announcement at some point in time saying that the deal was not moving forward, and this was several years ago. But that wasn't really the trigger for Team Ballmer. The trigger for Team Ballmer was in January of 2024, when it was either the SEC or CFTC said that they were under investigation. So the minute Aspiration was under investigation, I guarantee you, in the immortal words of Charles Barkley, I guarantee it, that the NBA took a hard look at it. And not only that Ballmer, if he did something illicit and under the table and tried to, work around the salary cap, then he's got to be bricks, right? Because at that point in time, he's the dumbest human being on the planet, because he trusted these scammers to do something he knew was against all NBA rules. A, I just don't see that happening. B, the NBA would have found it easily. 3, and this alludes to the Steve Ballmer can't be that dumb thing. I mean, I guess I've been scammed. Everybody's scammable. But in order for this to work, in my opinion, he has to trust that whole company. And at that point in time, he trusted them enough to give them an investment at some level, but I don't see how he would trust that company to keep probably his darkest secret as an MBA owner so that it wouldn't get out. I just don't see in any way, shape, or form that all those things could happen.
It's fascinating to probe the mind of a former MBA owner about the logic, right? And
I still own 27%, but I'm not the governor yet.
Excuse me, sir.
That's okay. I'm just playing with you. I'm playing with you. It's not that big a deal.
Part owner Cuban. God Emperor. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
The thing I wanted to ask about, though, as I probe your thinking, right? Because it's fascinating to see how you would approach this dynamic.
Right.
Because I'm thinking like, well, would it be different as a calculus to you if Steve Ballmer had personally put in like $50 million and was personally helping with the business development of Aspiration with the co-founders of the company? If he was like, doing that sort of a thing where he was personally helping.
I could see, what I can see happening is, okay, you're going to do a $300 million deal with us. I'll put $50 million in, right? He probably has no idea how, the day-to-day operations, because in the bigger scheme of things, there's just not enough hours in the day to deal with that, right? But
let's talk about the logic of that, right? Because I think you're making sense. You're making dollars and cents now, right? So there's a $300 million incoming to the Clippers.
Right. Potentially over time, yeah.
Over 23 years, specifically.
Right.
And that's in 2021, in the fall. But then I'm just trying to rack my brain, and I'm like, okay, so if he were to put in $50 million while getting 300 back, why is that a good business decision? Just for people who don't understand this stuff, why is that a good business deal?
Well, so there's got to be more than one piece to that, right? Because it's not necessarily give 50, get 300, right? First of all, over 23 years, that's a long time. The net present value is the net present value, whatever, right? But if you're looking at it, and again, do you know the date of when he invested the money? I don't.
September of 2021.
Right when they made, so right around the time they made the announcement, right? That they were going to be a partner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he gives 50. Now, what you're suggesting that there's a quid pro quo, right?
I'm suggesting that people have asked the question who used to work for the company whether there was a quid pro quo.
Of course, yeah, but at the same time, these guys were doing carbon credits. These guys are doing, the ability to offset, his travel, just like I bought carbon credits to offset my travel, right? So he's thinking it's a good cause, right? So that's the other thing that I'm thinking. I'm not thinking that he's saying, okay, these guys are scammers and I know they're scammers, so maybe they'll do a scam for me. That's what I see as implausible. And that part doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering about is if there had to be something else missing for why you'd give 50, get 300 over 23 years, right? So the math there, again, you do the math.
Well, it can be maybe you believed in the business. Maybe you believed in the company.
Sure.
I mean,
I think
just look at Sam Bankman-Fried, right? There's a whole lot of people that believed in him until they didn't. Now, I don't know if that's 50 million big for Steve, small for Steve, in between. I have no idea how he usually invests, but I do know that if he believed in the business of carbon credits and offsets and trees, if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
So is your theory then, because I guess I want to also just introduce something, because people who are not familiar, I'm trying to bring in as big an audience as possible who aren't steeped in the lore of the NBA, right?
Sure.
Steve Ballmer, as he has described himself, is of course a hardcore basketball fan. And so are you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, you two are actually two of the guys I think of when it's like really rich dudes who own teams, who really care about, say, the distance between the toilets and the seats,
For sure.
right? So there is a micromanaging aspect to just
No. You're getting two things. That's not micromanaging, right? That's where we'll diverge again. So I see where you're going. You pay attention to details. If you're paying attention to details as small as how far are the toilets versus, paying attention to any $50 million investment, obviously you're going to pay attention to the details. But no, right? What I said, when I heard him talk about the number of toilets and the distance to toilets, that's just trying to optimize. And so the Ballmer, like I was on the audit committee with Ballmer, and Ballmer was the one guy who looked at numbers, right? Now you may think that's an indictment of him, right? But the reality is He's always trying to optimize. That's the way he thinks. That's the way entrepreneurs think. That's the way I think. How am I going to optimize the experience for fans? And if you're trying to spend $1.2 billion and differentiate your arena, the number of toilets and the distance and time it takes to get to them and your food, etc., is just, a metric that you use to determine, how different you're going to be. I don't think it's indicative of anything.
I want to take it beyond just the toilets.
Sure.
Because Aspiration was a founding partner of the Intuit Dome, but certainly there are sponsors of a level in which their logo's on the back of the courtside seat, right? Their signage is everywhere.
Right.
You're gonna
on the jersey, whatever.
On the jersey patch, exactly right. So is there a level of familiarity with that sponsor that is not quite the same as a lesser sponsor in your experience as the owner of the Mavericks?
Yes and no. Yes, from the perspective of you're shaking their hands and taking pictures, no matter what. You're showing up at an event, no matter what, right? You're doing the things that makes your customers happy, no matter what. You taking it to I really put in the effort to know their business? Hell no. Right? Because sponsors come and sponsors go. There are some sponsors, like I just went back for the Mavs this week and we honored Coca-Cola and Budweiser and Southwest Airlines. And
But Mark, those are a bit different from the Green Bank Aspiration, those legacy brands that are very
100% different. 100% different. Right. But at the same time, it's not that much different in that you're not going to all of a sudden become an expert in their business or even dig into details like you're suggesting.
Now, what if you happen to invest $50 million of your personal money into it?
I've invested millions of dollars into people I've never met.
Have you invested 50?
Not in people I haven't met, but 10 to 15. On a relative basis, it's about the same.
Point taken. Steve is a lot richer than both of us.
Yes.
But the question I'm asking is, it's not merely some sponsor, it's the thing you sort of need to assess, right? Like if Steve Ballmer is Mr. Optimization, right? I imagine what he might want to look at, for instance, is like the list of frankly, sources of business that this thing you invest $50 million into might be.
No.
You're suggesting that you would not want to...
He probably has a team that does due diligence. And the NBA has a team that does due diligence because it's a new category. And if the NBA approved it, they're probably going with it. Just like when crypto hit and we got hit, the Heat got hit because of the sponsorship and everybody questioned, crypto.com because of it. The NBA had to approve that category. Does it mean that, everybody looked into the depth of details? No, it doesn't.
I guess what you're saying is FTX happened, and that should give us a sense of how poor the vetting process from the NBA is when it comes to the sponsors that they sign with.
Yes and no, right? So let me just tell you what happens. I invest in the company, and they say, Mark, can we put out a quote for the press release and everything? I'm like, go ahead and write it up. I'll approve it. Unless there's something funky about it, I'm like, go for it, right? Half the time, if it's smaller investment, I don't even check. I've got people who do due diligence on these deals, like my Shark Tank deals, due diligence team comes in. Bigger deals, little bigger team comes in. What do you think? Here's my questions. Get these answers. Do I go into the absolute details? No.
So I want to understand something, though, because when you're saying that Steve Ballmer, was a guy who, of course, wanted to optimize everything, wanted to recruit the best players and all of that. And you had experience, of course, doing the same thing in your own parallel way. I actually want to take us back to one of my favorite internet stories where I really did come to appreciate you on NBA Twitter as an entity, which was the chair in front of the door, DeAndre Jordan, 2015.
In a stunning reversal, free agent NBA center DeAndre Jordan backed out of a commitment to sign with Mark Cuban's Dallas Mavericks. Instead, he is re-signing with Steve Ballmer's Los Angeles Clippers.
Clipper Blake Griffin posted this pic to Twitter as he and teammates helped keep Mavs owner Mark Cuban away and swayed Jordan, their free agent center, to renege on his contract agreement with Dallas.
What I loved about that was it went to the extent of showing how much everyone cared about getting these players. And so I just want to establish that as just a general principle. But you're also saying that Steve Ballmer is not the type of person who would want to bend or break the rules of cap circumvention to get such players.
Because you have to look at the risk reward. You have to look at the risk reward.
So the question I have is, what explains the fact that in that same case of DeAndre Jordan, which of course involved you with the Mavs and Steve Ballmer with the Clippers, why was Steve Ballmer's Clippers team fined $250,000 by the NBA for reportedly, offering a Lexus endorsement, arranging a Lexus endorsement, according to reporting, to DeAndre Jordan?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember that part happening. That part I don't even recall.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
it did happen though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't, right? That would have been dumb. Like, look, if I'm wrong on this and you're right, then Steve is not as smart as I think he is.
Well, I'm team bricks, Mark, I guess is what I'm saying here. I'm team bricks based on the reporting, right? So can I don't want to cut you off because I actually want to know what you're about to say. I just feel like a really smart guy can be so desperate to get a star player that justifies the entire mission of opening a privately funded stadium to compete with the Lakers specifically, who were competing with him. And in fact, when it comes to a bunch of scammers, who maybe he didn't know were scammers in 2021, but clearly saw them as aligned with him on, we're going to help you do what you want, to the point of him helping with business development. The whole idea of, did he have zero idea that these guys that he was dealing with on a day-to-day basis, CCing with the CEO of Intuit, according to emails that we found, is it possible that that guy would have no idea that they were paying $28 million for a no-show job to the guy who was his most valuable employee, while there was also simultaneously in that same timeline a $300 million 23-year contract being struck between the company, Aspiration, and Steve's baby, the Los Angeles Clippers, that also had in the document that we acquired, the contractual language, outs at every turn for him to not do anything. And in fact, none of it was ever reported until today. You're saying that that's plausible to you?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, there's that happened at the Mavs that I had no idea was happening. And people didn't think that that was marginally feasible because you can't pay attention to everything in every deal that you do.
Why did Kawhi Leonard take less money, do you think?
Maybe he had that deal in hand and that was his reason. I don't know.
Because I have 7 sources that say it was to circumvent the salary cap, plus the documentation that suggests that that's exactly what happened.
Well, the documentation is the contract you're talking about that says if he no longer plays for the Clippers, right?
Yeah, among other things, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can make the same argument that the scammers benefit as much because of their sponsorship.
Wait, can you explain that one?
So in every huge sponsorship deal, you get tickets, you get appearances, you get all kinds of ancillary shit, right? And the better the team, the more valuable that is, right? All of our sponsors are going to want to have access to Cooper Flag. Everybody wanted access to Luka, no matter what, right? And part of us getting those bigger deals was giving people access. And so the better the team, the better the stars, the better the value of the sponsorship.
So are you in dispute at all that the deal Kawhi signed in that document, as reported, to the extent that you've seen it, that clearly was to circumvent the cap? It's merely that Ballmer was not aware of it. That's the argument that you're making then.
Right. So
who would have known about it at the Clippers then?
Who would have known? Well, wait, no, I don't think anybody knows about it necessarily at the Clippers.
Nobody would have known about the fact that Kawhi Leonard?
So my logic is different than yours. My logic, I'm putting the hat on of Aspiration.
Yes.
And just the Aspiration hat on, right? If I'm paying Kawhi to do something for me, even if it's a no-show Tony Soprano job, right? He's of no value to me in Dallas.
Yeah.
I can take some of that scam money that I just brought in and let me give it to Kawhi in the deal, because if Kawhi stays, they're probably going to be better. And if they're better, my sponsorship money is worth even more. There's more value to the scammers to doing this deal than there is to Ballmer for doing the Kawhi deal.
So I guess I just want to square the circle here, right? Because the team had a relationship with Aspiration that had ended as described in 22-23.
Right.
And that started in 21. The Kawhi contract also started in, the LLC was registered and the LLC was named very conveniently for my purposes, KL2 Aspire LLC in 21.
Pretty stupid, yeah.
I mean, not the most genius plan by Uncle
No.
Dennis Robertson, admittedly.
Right.
But the point is that all of that stuff was happening simultaneously.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, please. I just don't understand how the Clippers would have no idea.
Help me with the timeline here.
Yeah.
Because I forget when Uncle Dennis was an issue and him trying to do side deals.
2019, that was after Kawhi won the title with the Raptors. Yeah.
Right. So, and that was a topic at the Board of Governors meetings. I remember that. I just don't remember the years.
Can you explain what that meeting was like, actually? Because I'm fascinated as to how that goes.
Yeah, it was basically, it wasn't specific to Uncle Dennis, but he was an example. It was effectively that you have to have a specific person you're negotiating with. You have to be a registered agent in order for you to be able to agent.
And that statement, by the way, you got to be a registered agent to agent, is not a tautology. That's actually something that requires a quick explainer here, I think, about the rules that changed in 2019. Because the Clippers' signing of Kawhi Leonard in free agency in 2019 sparked a landmark NBA investigation. Multiple teams reportedly complained to the league that Dennis Robertson, Kawhi's uncle, who is not a registered certified agent, had gone directly to league owners to demand sweeteners and perks and hidden endorsement deals to circumvent the salary cap. And this investigation resulted in no proof, apparently, of illicit benefits provided by the Clippers, who got Kawhi Leonard. But what Commissioner Adam Silver did decide to do was increase fines and penalties for teams that negotiated with non-certified agents. He also mandated verification of agent certification at the time of contract negotiations. Call them the Uncle Dennis rules, which were then emphasized in a big and dramatic meeting about cap circumvention with Adam Silver and the NBA's Board of Governors. The reporting is that Uncle Dennis made those requests of Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, quote, and that she made it clear that such perks were illegal and would not be considered.
Yeah, because we talked about it in the Board of Governors, yeah.
Right, so Uncle Dennis went to owners.
Is a badass negotiator, yeah.
So you're saying that he didn't go to Steve Ballmer?
Oh, maybe he did, right? But if Ballmer had any brains whatsoever, he just laughed at him. And that doesn't mean Uncle Dennis stopped there.
All of which brings us back now to Uncle Dennis, who declined to comment for this episode when we sent him another detailed list of questions. All of this stemming from the fact that he was listed as the designated representative and go-to contact on Aspiration's secret $28 million endorsement deal with his nephew that nobody, not Aspiration, nor the Clippers, nor Kawhi Leonard, ever announced. When it comes to when Uncle Dennis is making calls and he's saying, I need to get paid here, which is what the source told me in the finance department. And others have said as well. He was the guy calling saying, hey, you owe us money. And
wait, Uncle Dennis is making the call, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's in the episode too.
Doesn't that say a lot? Isn't that a red flag to you?
In what way?
The fact that it's Uncle Dennis making those calls, right? It's not even plausible to you that this is a deal between Uncle Dennis and these two guys at the top. That
I think the person who is most likely to have zero idea that he was under an Aspiration contract was Kawhi Leonard.
Look, if your reporting is right and Steve knew, then it's over, right? It's over.
So what do you think? What do you think the punishment is that's fair? If in fact
he's toast. I mean, he's got it's far worse than Joe Smith. Now,
right.
The difference is just because someone says Steve Ballmer knew doesn't mean he knew.
But what I'm saying is, when Uncle Dennis is calling to say, you owe us the $28 million for the no-show job, in so many words, right? And the sources inside of Aspiration are saying, we were instructed this is the number one priority that we have because Steve Ballmer put $50 million into the company. At the same time, we agreed to pay Kawhi 28. It just feels like as the company is collapsing and the scam is falling apart, the person you might logically attend to, according to the thinking of these sources that I spoke to, the 7 people, is the person who had the most influence over your company among those investors. I just don't see how the Clippers at some high level would have no idea.
So let me ask you this, and I don't remember.
Yeah.
Who was Kawhi's authorized agent?
It was Mitch Frankel.
Okay. What does Mitch Frankel say about all this?
That's a great question. Mitch has not responded to our request for comment. I should spell that out.
And it may well be that he thinks Uncle Dennis is in the middle of it and pulling it off, because Uncle Dennis is not supposed to be in the middle of any of this shit, right? Well, I guess maybe for marketing deals. For marketing deals, it could be different.
And so this is where I just got to say quickly that we reached out again, not only to Uncle Dennis Robertson, but also to Kawhi's agent, Mitch Frankel, neither of whom responded before our deadline again. We also reached back out to the Clippers with new questions about what Steve Ballmer and front office executives like Clippers president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank, might have known about Kawhi's deal with Aspiration and when they might have known it. And on Wednesday night, about 45 minutes after Mark and I finished this conversation, the Clippers released the updated version of the statement they gave us for our last episode. A statement that no longer had the phrase provably false in it anymore, by the way. Now, the team says that it welcomes the NBA investigation, and it reiterates that neither Steve Ballmer nor the Clippers knew about any improper activity by Aspiration until after the government started its investigation. The new statement reads in part, quote, Steve invested because Aspiration's co-founders presented themselves as committed to doing right by their customers while protecting the environment. Neither Steve nor the Clippers organization had any oversight of Kawhi's independent endorsement agreement with Aspiration. To say otherwise is flat out wrong, end quote. And so I just think it's useful to point out here, as we finally finish the legal disclaimers framing our conversation with Mark Cuban, that the word oversight is not the same word as knowledge. And as for my 7 sources inside of Aspiration, who are the kind of people, by the way, who signed up to work for this company because they actually did care about protecting the environment, to quote the Clippers statement, these people have become key sources in multiple ongoing federal investigations, resulting in the arrest and guilty plea of co-founder Joe Sandberg, whom the U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California has called, quote, nothing more than a self-serving fraudster, end quote, and who has declined to comment to us through an attorney. And so I suppose that at this point, the whole Department of Justice angle does finally bring us back to the rules of the NBA. But now this is where I think the question of what punishment happens here is on a couple of different levels, right? There's like...
I'm not giving in that he's guilty, that Ballmer knew this was going on, right? Again...
Oh, you're still team Ballmer.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. You haven't told me anything that makes me think otherwise.
But the contortion that you're making
no.
Ballmer.
See, I look at the contortion you're making, right? And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because you're not giving the scammers enough credit. That's the difference between us. You're assuming that Steve Ballmer has all the leverage and all the knowledge and all the awareness, control the circumstances. I'm telling you, if these two guys were good enough scammers to get valuations at $2 billion plus.
But Mark, can I just jump in here to say that we reported the story of the scam, and it's absurd. The scam is absurd. The scam was very simple, actually. And you know what? You reminded me of it because you mentioned FTX. We also did a story about FTX. We talked to Michael Lewis and Zeke Fox, the 2 authors of the Sam Bankman-Fried books. And my big takeaway was very actually resonant in our reporting on Aspiration. Here are these guys who used sports as a cosign to get credibility as good guys, such that more companies, Meta, the Red Sox, Clippers, these are all that's who Aspiration got. And they got it once they got Steve Ballmer. Okay? So Steve Ballmer putting in 50, right? The question is, why would Steve want to do that? And I think the question I keep on returning to is...
I get the foundation of your question.
But the scam...
What's the quid pro quo for Steve?
But the scam, in terms of like why I'm not underestimating the scammers, is because what the scammers did was create a bunch of fake LLCs, fake customers, fake letters of intent that Steve Ballmer, by the way, could have assessed if he wanted to. But again, you're telling me rich guys don't need to do that at that level necessarily, even though they're Jersey Patch sponsors. It feels like it's just his responsibility as the greatest investor of the last 20 years, according to the Acquired podcast, to look at the letters of intent that you can get in the documentation, and you Google them and you say, 80 to 90% of these are fake.
So this is where we disagree, right? Your presumption.
But I want to leave that. I want to give that to you. I want to give that to you. I want to give that to you because let's say he didn't do the Googles. All I'm saying is, when it comes to why Steve Ballmer decided to do that deal and like what was going through his mind, I don't think it's a very big logical contortion to say he found somebody who would keep a deal for his most important player who he needed to pay above the salary cap to the tune of $28 million secret so successfully that he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for me. And so the scam here is not simply, man, these guys were real clever. It was also that they were very stupid. They made up these fake letters of intent, fake LLCs. It collapsed within a couple of years. And the whole thing, Mark, as you know, carbon offsets, it was, we're going to plant some trees, but we're not even going to plant them. We're going to broker it. And we're going to charge 5 to 10 times what it costs to plant a tree in the ground.
Yeah, it was an arbitrage.
Yes,
it was
5
an
to 10
arbitrage.
cents for $1. Right?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, it's crazy.
Maybe that's why he invested.
Oh, so by the way, I believe that the end game there was a SPAC in which Steve Ballmer would have had the ability to, at a $2.3 billion valuation.
They did merge with a public company, right? And he would have got, so they probably told Steve to what you just said, some new information for me, right? What they probably told Steve is, we're going to take this out in the SPAC and you'll get your money back right away when the SPAC goes public.
That was exactly part of the plan, as my reporting has indicated to me, was that there was a payday as well. By the way, as you say, multiple reasons to get into business, but the question of, right, cap circumvention and what an owner has a responsibility to know, doesn't it feel like it's his responsibility to know if the partner that he's gotten into bed with, that's on the jersey patch, on the seats, all over the building, has this side deal? Like, isn't that part of his oversight responsibilities as the owner of the team to do the due diligence?
How is he going to know?
How is it? But how would he not know? Like, that's the logic here. Is like, you're sort of presuming that these guys hid it from him. And what I'm saying is that 7 sources told me, including the documentation, that everybody knew about it. And this is the question I have for you, Mark.
All your sources are inside the scam company.
Oh, but these are people who are the victims. If there are any victims in this story, it's people who thought...
The people who work there always are the victims of the scam company.
Yes, who thought we're trying to do good. We're the climate change people. We're like true believers about carbon offsets, which is sad now.
And they got scammed just as badly as everybody else.
And their question was...
But that makes my point. That makes my point, Pablo, that the scammers...
But why would but you're saying the scammers are really good at scamming. Why would the scammers tell 7 people at least, and I'm told it was dozens who are aware of this, that Steve Ballmer and cap circumvention is the reason we can't talk about this?
No, I get your point again. But on the flip side, if I want to shut everybody up, hey, we're saving the world. But in order to get this $50 million investment, in order for us to be able to get the value of the sponsorship, I'm going to lie to you and tell you I did this deal that Steve Ballmer's making us do these things, right? Everybody who works for us, stay focused. Don't talk to anybody about this, because if you do, that can make the whole thing fall apart.
But I feel like
I'm giving you the reason why you can't talk about it.
I feel like you're the greatest defense attorney for 2 scammers in terms of just like their
I've
thinking.
been scammed. That's why I know I've been scammed.
But Mark, I want to square the circle, as I keep on saying, like a cliche, unfortunately, of like how these guys can be smart enough to pull something off, but stupid enough to tell. Truly, in my reporting, so many people inside the company.
No, but see, you're missing the point.
No, because
how else do you get them to shut up? How else do you get them to shut up? And stay focused on their job.
But I think there are 2 choices. It's how else do you get them to shut up? But also, if we tell them a lie that it directly indicts the guy we're trying to keep out of the news, you've given them the recipe to tell a reporter in September of 2025.
How many of them know how the NBA CBA works?
Dude, it's not, the whole notion of cap circumvention is not especially complicated as a concept.
It's not. It's easy.
Exactly.
Easy.
So the whole idea of like, the reason it's a secret is because we're paying Kawhi outside the cap.
If you hadn't told me Uncle Dennis was the one to make the call, I would have been more likely to believe that Steve was at fault.
Wait a minute. So let's dig in on that. So why is that?
Because if Steve knew, and the minute he found out that this was falling apart and these guys were a scam, he'd say, let me invest some more money so you can pay off Kawhi so this whole thing goes away and there's no evidence of it any longer, and let's just erase all this from the books. You don't leave this outstanding debt out there. And particularly once you see that they're on a path to going broke, And, potentially you understand enough. And I think we've all had enough experiences with bankruptcies that those creditors are going to become public. And because that's where you got the story, right? And so that's, the whole due diligence, smart enough to know, right? It applies to that as well. He's leaving himself so wide open in a way that he's going to be smart enough not to be if he's truly breaking the rules. If Ballmer was involved and he just immediately square the circle, to use your term,
Yeah.
the minute things went sour, he's a fucking moron.
You're saying save Aspiration personally to prevent bankruptcy, to prevent all of this stuff.
That's one option. Or invest more money, right? And just tell them to pay off Kawhi. Because it would have made no sense to do this on an annual basis. It would have made a lot more sense to pay it off, put it away. Nobody knows any better.
The question I would ask you, though, would your calculation of throwing another $50 million after your original $50 million change if you became perhaps suspicious, if not aware, that one of these men was going to be pleading guilty to wire fraud?
He knows he's fucked at that point,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
If he knows they're committing to wire fraud, he knows they're fucked. So I'm doing everything possible. I'm going to Uncle Dennis and I'm saying, check written. Well, that's the next question, right? As a correspondent and an investigative journalist
That's right.
from Indiana University Powell School of Journalism, right? Why wouldn't Ballmer just go, or a representative thereof, just go to Uncle Dennis and say, Uncle Dennis, forget those guys. Here's 30 million for you to get aspiration amnesia and just make this go away.
Oh,
and
you
just
want
tell them.
you want SEC style. You want SEC
Well, no,
paper bag
SEC's
full of
already
money.
investigating. He already knows.
No,
the
sorry, I
SEC's
meant
investigating.
Southeastern Conference football style.
Oh, there you
like
go. Yeah,
booster,
Oh, yeah,
booster paper bag. But that's what you're saying is directly pay Uncle Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's risk reward. If he was dumb enough to go down this path in the first place, at that point, he's got to keep on digging.
Yeah. I mean, look, logically, now we're completely in agreement. I think some dumb shit happened after some dumb shit happened. I mean,
Well,
that's my
you're
suspicion.
suggesting, yeah, all suspicion, right? All allegations, right? But I just don't think that he's just going to, you know what? Let's just see where it goes and may the chips fall where they may.
But I think that the chips falling almost happened behind closed doors that no one saw. The question of, was there going to be someone who was obsessed with bankruptcy filing documents like me who would go through the trouble?
No, you're giving yourself, you get credit for doing it, but you're giving yourself too much credit.
No. But the point is, why didn't anybody else find it? I'm not saying that I'm great. I'm just saying that nobody else found it.
So one of us has got to be right. One of us is wrong, right? Either team
I'm
Ballmer.
I'm team bricks once again.
Okay, so team bricks or team Ballmer, right? I just think if it's team Ballmer, he didn't know, and all this is going on, and that's why there was no response. You're saying that it's all falling apart anyways, and everybody's bricks, and they're going to do nothing.
I think they didn't have moves to make with Aspiration because there was criminal activity that has now been revealed in DOJ and SEC investigations.
Remember what I just said, right? It's Uncle Dennis, right? Or his representative.
So with moves to make with Aspiration. So let's just put Aspiration to the side. So the question is, what timeline are we living? I believe we're in a timeline in which Steve Ballmer knew, according to the reporting, the 7 sources plus the documents that provide the context, that Steve Ballmer...
But all those sources and all those documents are internal to Aspiration only, correct?
And I believe that they are the most credible people for the reasons I said.
No, exact opposite.
No.
Exact opposite.
If I were to tell you that the questions about why does this deal exist preceded 2022, would that change your level of belief in Team Bricks?
No, because it doesn't.
Why?
Provide any confirmation that Steve knew anything.
But it happened before there was a need to spam.
So, like I said, the scammers, Uncle Dennis goes to the scammers and says, not knowing they're scammers at the time, say, hey, you just signed this $300 million deal with the Clippers. Who's the best player on the Clippers? Who represents the Clippers the best? Who's going to be here long after they're gone? Work with me. Let's do a deal with Kawhi. If Kawhi's going to play, whatever. He's not going to show up and hug trees. He's not going to show up and talk about.
He's not going to do anything.
Offset.
Literally anything. He's not going to hit. He's not going to hit a fave on Twitter.
Yep, which he doesn't do a lot of anyway. But that's beside the point. That Uncle Dennis is negotiating. That's still not proof that Ballmer knew.
But Mark, what I'm saying is, the reason I trust these people is because when I interviewed them and I asked them about this bankruptcy filing, this LLC, they said immediately, oh, it's for this reason. And then I said, can we prove it? And they said, yeah, there's a document. And I said, can I have the document? They said to me, here it is.
That's the contract with
the contract,
KL2, right?
the $28 million contract in which none of the jobs were contractually obligated in terms of deliverables on the KPIs. The KPIs were just play for the Clippers, which again, established. The point being that their knowledge of this and their providing of it was substantiated by documentation, emails, bank statements, other sources, 7 of them, 7.
None of which connect Steve Ballmer.
No, but they all connect Steve Ballmer. They say it was cap circumvention at the direction of the most important investor in our company who put $50 million in.
Who did that email come from?
Wait, which email?
The one saying this was at the direction of, it's cap circumvention at the direction of them.
That was what they were told. They were not stupid enough to put it in emails.
Okay, so who told them? Was it Sandberg?
When I say it was common knowledge at the company, I think there are 2 ways to see it. One is, wow, the scammers perpetrated a plan that was so deliberate that it handcuffed people from going to anybody and saying anything because they needed to protect Steve Ballmer. And that's why they were, zip, can't talk about it, right? The other thing that's possible here, though, is that these guys ran a scam that was so messy that it got shot down within 2 years, 3 years if generous. And they didn't really consider this. And that like
but that still doesn't implicate Steve Ballmer.
But it does. But really now we're talking about is the credibility of the 7 people I spoke to, plus the documentation they provided.
It really comes down to the credibility of the people who told them.
But the point is that when they say this, in the light of day, it all adds up with reality. And what they said is not, you know what, we were lied to. This is the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing.
I get that too. It does. It's the only thing that makes sense.
It's the Occam's razor, Mark.
Not even close. Not even close.
You're suggesting.
Not even close.
Look, what you're suggesting here is that these scammers made it so that they were smart enough to tell these rank and file employees that, hey, don't tell anybody because it's Ballmer. But they were stupid enough to not realize that one day they would actually tell me, a journalist, exactly what they were told.
Every Ponzi scheme falls apart at some point, right? Every single one of them. Madoff went for how many years? And all those people who worked for him, all of them, down to the computer programmers who programmed the false statements that got sent out to the owner of the Mets at the time, right? And all the other victims that they had.
Right.
Everybody has to fall in line. They don't all think they're working for a scammer. A couple of them know, but they're all told that Bernie Madoff is making 15% a year, risk-free. So look, you had people in the Bernie Madoff case, to go back to how your logic, who are smart investors, including, people who are some of the, at the time, biggest investors with the most money,
of
right?
Course.
And they got scammed, right? Unknowingly, they trusted people. Maybe Bill Clinton told Steve Ballmer, right, that these guys are legit. So I'll tell you a quick story, right? There's a guy that I competed with 40 years ago with my company, Micro Solutions. This guy was good. Really, really good, great technologist. He contacts me 30 years later and he says, I'm putting together this company. I do some due diligence, but I trusted him, just at best trusted him. All a scam. Now, in this case, I lost $8 million, right? I'd done basic due diligence, but it was underpinned on the trust and the references that I got. I had no idea. And all this technology stuff, he would tell me I had to deal with this company and this company and this company. And his employees believed him. His family believed him. I believed him. So when I keep on going back and say some scammers may be good, but all Ponzi schemes fail at some point. And when those Ponzi schemes start to falter, that's when things start to come to light. And again, I haven't heard anything that takes me off the team Ballmer. I think that, there's a lot of uncertainty. I just don't see it.
But this is really where I'm driving to, because what I presented you with is an owner who wants to win very badly, just like you did. An owner who has so much more money to spend than he's allowed to spend. which is pretty unique to him. Not that you're not very wealthy, Mark, and not that
No, I hear you. It's okay.
You made it rain.
He's got a lot more money than me. Yeah.
Those padded seats courtside was
right. I got it done, baby.
Incredible thing. But what I'm saying though is that
nobody else put microphones on the rims until me.
You are a pioneer. A pioneer.
Yes. In the rim world, I'm in the Hall of Fame.
Oh God, what is that?
Take that back. Yeah,
I was going to say we're gonna
say that. Cut that out.
We digress. I've given you this story of an owner who is those things, who also in 2015 went head to head with you for DeAndre Jordan.
Yeah, and got fined.
Fined $250,000 for trying to arrange a side endorsement deal with Lexus, and was told you can't do that. And so now 2019 comes around, and all these other owners in the NBA at the Board of Governors meeting, which you said you attended, are saying, this Uncle Dennis guy, who you personally have experienced, pleading with you, give me some stuff, right? That guy...
it wasn't quite like that, but he contacted us.
Okay, okay, fair. But the point being that there was an investigation by the league specifically around side deals, endorsement side deals, that resulted in the changing of the rules, right?
Yeah.
And so that's 2019. And so then we get to 2021, and Steve Ballmer, right, having acquired Kawhi Leonard, needs to figure out in this extension that he signs Kawhi Leonard to, and this is, I think, a key detail that maybe we've sort of underplayed. He signs Kawhi Leonard to a deal that was mysterious at the time to the people who had no idea about this story, but we're just covering it from an NBA perspective. Neither the shortest nor the longest extension available. He signed a deal that was convenient to the Clippers, 4 years, $176.3 million in 2021.
How much was that short of the max? How much was that short of the max?
It was a max. It was just that he restrained the ceiling on available money because he didn't go as long or as short as he could have. And so the question then is...
But he didn't really give up any money. He gave up optionality.
Optionality to align his contract with Paul George's with the Clippers, right? Which is something that was very helpful, as covered, by the way, at the time. Mark,
okay.
But
there's no equivalency.
He signed.
It's not like he gave up $7 million.
Kawhi Leonard wanted maximum money at all times. But the point being is, that same time, this guy who had previously gotten in trouble in the way with DeAndre Jordan, head to head with you, and also was investigated by the NBA for specifically this reason, has this deal with a sponsor who says to him, you know what, we should give you $300 million as your founding partner of this arena. And also, guess what, Steve? You should give us 50 of your own. And simultaneous to that, in this timeline, 2021 fall.
I get.
But I'm just saying, you are sort of contorting this.
But why 28? Why 28 million?
It's just, by the way, less than 50, which you put in. Like the sources inside of Aspiration.
Why 7 million a year? Why 7 million a year?
By the way, fair market value when it comes to cap circumvention, you mentioned that this is bigger than Joe Smith, unprecedented in that way. It's because it's a big number. It's like, why? Why would they do that?
Oh, no. The cap circumvention doesn't matter about the number. It's just that you do it. The number is irrelevant. It's just the fact that you would do it.
But okay, so in that regard, when Steve Ballmer tried to sign DeAndre Jordan to that deal and got fined $250, doesn't that feel like an important detail when calculating, are you team Ballmer or are you team bricks?
Yeah, but I would take the other side saying you learn really quick, right? And the NBA, when they fine you the $250, so the process as an expert in being fined, there's negotiations that go on and there's discussions that go on. And you talk to the NBA general counsel and they lay it out to you exactly what the risk factors are. And they're not shy to say, if you do this again, the circumstances will be far worse.
So what if...
And let me remind you of this again. And they will remind you
totally
over and over and over again. So I look at that as, hey, that was the warning, and that increased the risk profile for doing this even more.
So what if there was a way, though, where you could sign somebody to an endorsement deal in which no one ever had to know about it?
No NBA owner is dumb enough to think that, at least I don't think so.
But he did it already against you for DeAndre Jordan.
No, I get that, and he hopefully learned his lesson.
Why would you assume that this man, who, in the face of all the evidence I've given you, Mark, as I assess team bricks versus
I
team
tell you,
Ballmer,
in face of all the evidence I've given you on the party he is dealing with.
I dare say that you provided zero evidence and more just logic based on how you would have done things. And you seem to have this perspective that is so conveniently generous to the 6th or 7th richest guy in the world. And not the reality of how this story has unfolded. Football is upon us. Saturday college kickoffs. Sundays, of course, it's the pros. Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka. They got you covered. And it is not a seltzer. How dare you suggest that? It's Surfside. It's 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, no bubbles. So just ask for Surfside wherever you stock up for tailgates or watch parties or post-game hangs. You got to be 21 plus, obviously. But please, please drink responsibly.
What do you think when FTX hit, right? What do you think all those people, well, there was a market. You could see what they did. They sold everything that they could, right, to liquidate, but they reacted. You don't think, you think he just did nothing?
But I think they also hid. They also hoped nothing would happen.
Yeah, but see, okay, that's the thing right there. They hoped nothing would happen. That's where we vehemently disagree. You think they hoped nothing would happen, and they did nothing, crossed their fingers, crossed their toes, right? Said a prayer and said, "Please, Lord, let none of this come out until Pablo finds it." I just don't see that happening.
I think what happened was, in the timeline that we outlined, per my reporting, at a certain point, it becomes obvious Aspiration can't pay its bills.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're beginning to worry, right? You're saying, oh
right.
no.
Team their pants, right?
Bricks. They bricks even.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you realize or begin to deduce, maybe you do some due diligence now finally about like, wait a minute, what are we in here? And this is generous to Steve Ballmer because it indicates that he wasn't aware of the scam, right? So I'm just taking this as face value. Just like in this timeline, what he's doing is realizing the government is looming. The investigations are coming. Criminality is afoot.
We saw that in 2024.
Exactly. And at that point, what you do with Aspiration is a question you're going to have to answer to the federal government. And so you're not going to put in, as you suggested before, $50 million.
No, that's where we disagree. Yeah, that's where we disagree.
You think he would put in extra $50 million and give it to a criminal?
Well, at that point in time, he's probably, because he doesn't know for sure. There's been many companies. So, okay.
When do you treat Steve Ballmer like a really smart adult? When is that going to happen, Mark?
No, I just know my experiences, right? Having invested in companies.
Are you treating him like Mr. Magoo? I'm like, this guy.
No, you have never been through this. I have.
No.
You have never been through this.
I have not. But at a certain point, when you realize your bills aren't getting paid and you realize that the government is looming.
Well, you don't know in 2022 or 2023, you don't know the government's looming.
To 2024.
Let me give you my experiences, Pablo.
It's just, yeah, please.
Okay. So I've had companies where I believe in the company and weren't operated the right way, change the CEO, right? Give them more money. Some have worked, some haven't worked. That's just the way it goes, right? And so haven't paid their bills. I get the calls because I'm the rich guy behind them. I had another one of my scams, right? There's 2 big ones where I got scammed. He's selling shares in the company saying you're going to get paid back. And I have no idea, right? Guy ended up going to jail. I covered all of those things. So when he made all these lied to all these companies and took money from them, I made them whole, right? That because I just felt it was the right thing to do. But I still got scammed. And when I found out, I had the choice of giving them more money to keep them alive, which I did because I felt bad for the employees, and I paid off the people who got scammed on the outside. He does have that choice. He could have put more money in. Now, come January of 2024, probably not, right? Probably at that point in time, maybe a little earlier because they probably contacted him. And even then, they said that the team was not under any investigation. But at that point in time, don't you think he would try to cover all his bases and tie up any loose ends in any way he could?
If I thought that I'd given $50 million to a guy you were at least vaguely concerned was going to go to jail, I would not
But
give
he's not
him...
thinking you're going to jail in 2022, 2023.
But when the radar starts blinking, right, as one of literally Steve
January of
Ballmer...
2024, let's just say November of 2023.
Let's say that for now. And what I'm saying is, if you're Steve Ballmer, and again, I am not you or Steve Ballmer, and I really need to express that as well, because I'm not the guy who was called the greatest investor of the last 20 years, as Steve Ballmer has been because of what he did with Microsoft.
You're using that as a way to justify your position.
No, but it's a part of his expertise to know that when the bills aren't getting paid, what's happening, and you would get
that's a big part of your argument, Pablo. That doesn't hold up.
But you're
right?
but I get that.
So Pablo,
I get you're saying
so
that
if he's
there's
worth
a human
$100 billion, if he's worth $100 billion, what? Let's just say it was $50 billion back then, and so it's 1% of his net worth.
But Mark, what if it was the company you agreed to put on your jersey? Once you suspect it's happening to you, do you put your head in the ground, or do you try to be preemptive to protect your own team, which, as you said, is the most important thing, multi-billion-dollar asset?
And so who's the linchpin in this whole scam from the Clippers' perspective? Who is the linchpin in everything?
Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer put in $50 million, got out $300, is said by 7 sources to have been the reason. There's documentation, there are emails, he's doing business development for this company.
Uncle Dennis is the linchpin. He's the fulcrum. So if you really have your franchise at risk, and you know this guy, and according to you, he knew about this. He knew about the 28 million, and at this point in time, there's only 7 million left to go. You have Uncle Dennis saying, "Where's the rest of my money?" Don't you just take care of it because it's a de minimis amount relative to the risk?
Not if, and I want to read Bloomberg here, Mark, because I want to give some of the reporting that had been done before me some credit here. This is what they say. By early 2022, Aspiration accountants had uncovered a series of payments that sent a wave of panic through the company's executive suite. And they go on to outline the ways in which, quote, some Aspiration staffers worried that a company official might be orchestrating fake transactions to inflate its numbers. Staffers were digging into the company. The sources, in fact, that I spoke to, these are the people that I trust.
The times I told you I was scammed, when I asked for reports from the CEOs of those companies, the scammers, you think they told me the truth?
What I'm saying, though, is that here are a number of people in the finance department who were, in fact, the reason why Aspiration was revealed to be the scam. The people you're saying might have been lied to by the scammers are the ones who caught the scammers.
Right.
Let's just do the hypothetical here, because you're not gonna budge off of Team Ballmer, and I'm not gonna budge off of my reporting.
And that's what makes the market.
And that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's great.
Yeah.
But if in fact my reporting proves out to be correct,
and he knows, then it's go Mavs. Great. This is great. It's in all my personal interest.
What about, though, the Clippers front office, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is, if in fact someone had to know from the Clippers, right? It wasn't binary. It wasn't no one from the Clippers knew.
No, there's a good chance that it'd be only the owner at that point in time.
Okay.
Lawrence Frank has been through it forever. If he did tell Lawrence and the assistant GMs, they're too. Their careers are toast. Absolute toast. And there's a 99% chance that at some point it comes out, as they try to protect their career. That's one. 2, the agent is going to be in deep as well if it ever comes out. And the agent has got to be involved at some level. And so the agent, I don't know what other clients they have, if any, but they're too. And so you've got a multi-billion-dollar franchise at risk. You've got the general manager's job. You've got the agent's job. You've got Uncle Dennis, who has no leverage whatsoever.
Well, he has the relationship with the most important person in this entire story.
Yeah,
right.
And so does
Kawhi
every
Leonard.
parent. So does every uncle, and so does every friend.
But Mark, you know that Uncle Dennis
and he also knows, and Ballmer also knows that A, Ballmer is under a microscope for 2015, and B, Uncle Dennis is under a microscope as well.
But now I just want to fill in the reality, not to interrupt because I don't want to be rude, but like Uncle Dennis was, of course, subject of the investigation in 2019. And so what he's doing now, in reality, of course, is literally be the designated rep on a deal for Kawhi Leonard for $28 million. That is at the very least something that has now, by the way, did you see the Shams thing that just came out as we were talking?
No.
The NBA is investigating.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so but the point is that that's because Uncle Dennis had this deal. So the question of Uncle Dennis, should he know better? Clearly, he didn't know better enough.
I got no problem with Uncle Dennis. Uncle Dennis is the smart one in all of this.
I think mileage varies on that scouting report, but I take it at face value as well. He's doing.
Well, no, look, Uncle Dennis, who has no leverage anywhere, shape, or form.
But Mark,
right?
you know that the leverage is in the player. The player is the scarcest commodity here, right?
They are and they aren't, right? Because the home team has the edge. It's rare, unless
I feel like you're trying to give a pep talk to Steve Ballmer in 2021.
No,
I
don't give it one way or the other.
But you're
I hope I'm wrong. The Mavs part of me hopes I'm wrong.
But I understand your point of view.
The former owner and the logic and everything I've dealt with as a business person, investor, entrepreneur, and owner tells me you're wrong.
But it's because you can't imagine personally doing this.
No, it's not even that. I look at it, it's just math, right? I look at the math and the leverage, and I don't see the value proposition anywhere. Your whole premise is based on the fact that Kawhi Leonard will take advice from Uncle Dennis and do effectively whatever is in the interest more of Uncle Dennis than of Kawhi.
Well, but hold on, but that part, right? We know Kawhi Leonard is a frugal person. He wants to maximize his earnings, saves every penny, gas guzzler. So legendary in that regard. So
which makes him lovable.
By the way, he's a capitalist. Kawhi Leonard board man wants to get paid. Kawhi Leonard to me
not
is
nearly as bad. Look, I don't know Uncle Dennis really at all. And so all of this is me presumption and allegations and all this, right?
He won't answer my call. So I'm just going based on what
I'm just saying
the reporting is.
Uncle Dennis is the winner in all of this because the CBA rules don't apply to him.
Right.
At all. Right? Whatever he can go in and negotiate is money in his pocket that he did not have yesterday.
So now you're team Uncle Dennis now.
I'm team Uncle Dennis is the smartest one in all of this. Let me ask you a question. Is it conceivable that Uncle Dennis played a stronger hand and basically bluffed and said, I control Kawhi? And I've heard this from many different relatives, friends, except this is my boy. I grew up with him, right? I raised him, whatever it may be. And he overplays it and he goes to Aspiration. He says, I'm going to get him out of here, and unless you pay me $28 million and your whole sponsorship ain't worth it.
I believe that it's even likelier that that deal happens, but with the blessing of the team that has a $300 million deal with the company that agrees to it.
No.
But Mark, but again, the reason I say that is because I have done all the reporting. I'm not just saying that as a guess.
But your whole reporting, Pablo, you get credit. You picked up a needle in a haystack, right? You found a needle in the haystack and you turned it into something real.
So you should know here that I talked to Mark Cuban for 3 hours, a meandering and often circular, 2 hours and about 45 minutes, actually, entirely about this subject, which is both incredible and enjoyable, almost perversely, but also undoubtedly my fault as the interviewer. And so this conversation, to be very clear, as all our conversations are on Pablo Torre Finds Out, has been cut down for length and clarity. Because at one point, in fact, Mark Cuban and I were so immersed in said conversation that his phone battery died mid-sentence and his connection completely dropped out, which made us worried for obvious reasons. But then Cuban jumped back on the line and we picked right back up with a question.
It comes down to who initiated that contract. Was it the agent and Uncle Dennis is just trying to collect? Was it the Clippers and they're just huge idiots? Or was it Uncle Dennis acting on his own, freelancing? I would bet on option 3.
I guess what I'm saying is two things. The ultimate leverage in the NBA historically has been a superstar threatening to leave a place in which he can extract in exchange all sorts of stuff. Now, typically, when we say that, it's within the legal bounds of the CBA, right? The Kawhi Leonard story since 2019 has been cap circumvention. That's the allegation.
No. There was a story. The story is not the same as the facts.
No, but the story of Kawhi Leonard and this investigation by the NBA, as alleged by your colleagues in the NBA who dealt with him personally, was that this guy is coming to us asking for shares of ownership, but more even pressingly, these side endorsement deals, these sweeteners that are off the books.
No, I get what he asked for. There's a lot, and I'm telling you, Pablo, that happens all the time. It's just like this guy asked for ownership, and that's what made it ridiculous.
What I would return to, though, as an NBA fan and a journalist, is the actual timeline of Steve Ballmer owning the Clippers, right? So he wanted the cornerstone, the franchise superstar of a caliber that was going to do the thing that no one had done for the Clippers, which was compete actually with the Lakers. And so the guy who emerges in 2019, fresh off a championship, who looks like, by the way, when healthy, the greatest player in the league as a two-way concern, right? That's Kawhi Leonard's actual legend as a basketball player. He's incredible.
When healthy is a big if.
No question. But in 2019, he had just won the title and he was healthy, and Steve Ballmer had the opportunity to do the rarest of things, right? Get a free agent franchise player in his prime, which does not happen.
And how did he do that? And what did he give up to do that?
He gave up everything.
5 number ones, was it? Was it 5 number ones?
It was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who was not...
Shai, we didn't know was Shai, right?
In fairness. But basically, and this is, I think, the point I want to drive at, and you just took me there. He did whatever Kawhi Leonard's camp was saying he had to do. That was the story of that offseason, you recall, right? He wanted Paul George.
So if what you're saying is that wasn't enough, and he'd go to any length to do anything, but only for Kawhi, I'm not going down that road.
Oh, no. I'm saying that he clearly knew the importance, because he's an NBA fan, of how you need a true number one superstar to contend.
Yeah, for sure.
And he got the guy, and he gave him, in reality, whatever was requested by the camp, Paul George, draft picks, all that stuff. He made it happen, right? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Danilo Gallinari, 5 first-rounders, your memory's good, plus 2 pick swaps going to OKC, right? At the time, this was all very clearly, Kawhi wanted to make this happen, and Steve Ballmer was happy to do it.
Yeah, yep.
Absolutely. And so the question then is, given that kind of mindset, hyper-competitive, by the way...
I get your point, right?
But also...
Stop? I get your point. Where do you stop, right? I get it.
Exactly. And what I'm saying is, the reason I keep on going back to your experience with DeAndre Jordan to 2019 to 2021 is because it's
pattern
all
of behavior. I get the
pattern of behavior. And you're suggesting that at some point he got scared straight by 2019, despite the fact that he got what he wanted, and for some reason stopped acting like that.
If the catalyst is Uncle Dennis, I couldn't think of anything dumber, right? Because you're going to the very person that required Board of Governor meetings and follow-ups to send a message. This is not applicable. This is a problem. And I get your point.
You're desperate. You're desperate to keep this player.
I just don't think it was a binary set of circumstances like that. I just don't see it. Like I said before, I think it's far more likely that Uncle Dennis was the catalyst with the crooks. And I just don't think you can just presume that everything with Aspiration, the crooked company, is the equivalent of a legit company.
Mark, I don't think I could possibly convince you any better than I've tried repeatedly.
And vice versa.
And I appreciate
to me, it's so point blank obvious that, look, both of us could be wrong. Neither of us, one of us could be right. We'll find out over time. I just can't see him going in that direction. I just don't.
Mark Cuban, part owner of the Dallas Mavericks, which is a conversation I want to get to, but we never got to it because, of course, this happened. 27% owner of the Dallas Mavericks. Mr. 27%. I think I've said all I can possibly say. And for that reason, Mark Cuban, I am out.
I was waiting for you to say it.
I just had to say it.
This was a lot of fun. It really was.
Mark, thank you very much, sincerely.
Appreciate it, Pablo. Really do.
So this is where I just got to tell you that this conversation, this investigation, this episode even, is not over yet. Because, of course, it isn't. On Thursday, the morning after Mark Cuban and I really enjoyed the conversation you just heard, journalist John Corrales at Boston Sports Journal happened to drop a bombshell of his own. A bombshell which we here at Pablo Torre Finds Out have now confirmed. New doors have swung open on quite a bit of new information that we continue to report here. But in this case, you may recall how often we discussed Steve Ballmer's $50 million personal investment into Aspiration, and also the undisclosed no-show 4-year endorsement deal that Kawhi Leonard signed for $28 million, which, while it's multiples bigger than the market rate for NBA player sponsorship deals, even among superstars, I am told, $28 million is a lot smaller than $50 million, as discussed. But I'm just saying, you are sort of contorting this.
But why 28? Why 28 million?
It's just, by the way, less than 50, which you put in? Like the sources inside of Aspiration.
Why 7 million a year? Why 7 million a year?
Well, according to this reporting by the Boston Sports Journal, quote, the $28 million deal was not the only compensation Leonard received. According to a high-level source, Leonard also cut a side deal with Aspiration to receive an additional $20 million in company stock. The stock was to be paid out from Sandberg's personal holdings in the company over 4 years. That brought the total of promised compensation to Leonard to $48 million. Around the same time as the Leonard deal, Aspiration was going through its rounds of fundraising, which included a $50 million investment from Ballmer. That investment has been characterized to Boston Sports Journal as having been made with light to no diligence. Think of it as getting a commitment on Shark Tank after only a couple of questions. End quote. So, in other words, Kawhi's updated and completely undisclosed compensation from the company Ballmer put $50 million into would be $48 million. Now, I swear that I did not plant that Shark Tank reference or seed that scoop or do anything like that with the Boston Sports Journal. It is simply one hell of a job by them. But what I did do was email Mark Cuban for his reaction to the updated math. And what Cuban highlighted for me was a couple of other key statements in the article, how the stock was to be paid out from Sandberg's personal holdings, specifically in the company, and also about the, quote, rogue behavior of co-founders Joe Sandberg and Andre Cherny, the guy who would sign Kawhi's $28 million contract, which was in the episode we did before. But Cuban's last line to me was about that Shark Tank reference. Quote, and I've said yes to Shark Tank deals after the pitch with no questions other than the price. Smiley face, end quote. Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is. How surprising is it that a new investor would put money in December 2022 who had not already clearly been deeply invested into the company?
So it is beyond shocking.
So I walk in here today intending to surprise Amin and David. Hello, guys. Thanks for being back. And I am going to surprise you. There are folders in front of you. Do not touch them, David. Do not touch them.
You covered them this time.
Yeah, that's
so
what the first thing I was going to say is they learned from last time.
We child-proofed them. Meanwhile, I'm surprised because Amin walks in wearing what I thought was a Darius Miles jersey.
It's Malik Sealy, the late, great Malik Sealy. It was laundry day, so I just happened to wear this one.
I do laundry every day.
As we defend our journalistic credibility, I'm dealing with Amin wearing Malik Sealy as a tribute, a justified tribute. And David is doing peanuts. Stop looking at the thing. Take off your little glasses, please.
Well, now that I know how this works.
I know, you're trying to sneak a peek. You're trying to sneak a peek by moving aside the peanuts in a story about whether people are doing anything here for peanuts.
28 million worth of peanuts.
28 million
That's a lot of
peanuts. This will require a tiny bit of patience before we open the folders, okay? You don't know what I'm about to show you, which is my favorite part about all of this. But I do need to catch everybody very quickly up to speed.
On Wednesday, podcaster Pablo Torre published a report that the Clippers circumvented the NBA salary cap because Kawhi Leonard had a no-show contract with a company that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer was an investor in. Steve, thanks for joining us to discuss all of this.
I really appreciate you giving me a chance. I look forward to it. Up front, I want to say one thing very clearly. We, the Clippers, have abided by the salary cap circumvention rules because that's the right thing to do. And we have done
This was last Thursday.
Uh-huh.
This was Los Angeles Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, the richest owner in all of sports, doing something that I find more amusing and more rewarding in a sense than anything else I've achieved in my life, which is...
wow. You have a child.
We had, well, Violet earmuffs. We made one of the 10 richest people in the world fly to Bristol, Connecticut. That says a lot, I would say, about what the level of urgency is from inside the facility whose name you're wearing on your chest.
It's funny because you kind of Babe Ruth called your shot. You tweeted, I wonder how long before he has his sit-down interview. And it happened within hours, I think, of your tweet.
Yeah. Something else that happened, it just seemed like Steve wasn't a big fan of our work here.
We did things by the book, and I don't know what those deals should look like, nor do I know what this one looked like specifically.
So why do you think they gave him that much money?
Let me just repeat, I don't know how much money they gave him.
Well, in the court documents and in Pablo's podcast, they report it was $28 million.
Pablo's podcast, I don't know anything about the court documents on this. I haven't seen them, and I don't know. I'm not trying to be, I don't know. I really don't know.
I love the body language. So notice the way he was sitting. If you're the 7th richest person in the world, I think you can sit back and cross your legs. He was in the attack position.
He was as if he was in a gamer chair playing.
It's
2K
his third quarter, and now I got to get serious.
Very skilled 13-year-old. But he's also responding in a real way, to what's been happening, what's been talked about, back-channeled around the league. And you're a former front office executive. You're a guy who talks to people. How would you characterize what the response has been?
Everyone's been some version of, this is pretty bad. Even the ones who say, well, this happens everywhere. Everyone acknowledges it never happens to this magnitude. When you're talking about the amount of money and the lack of any perceivable deliverable of any sort from Kawhi Leonard, that just doesn't happen. That part doesn't happen. Are there deals with team sponsors that are very lucrative and may include the language say, hey, if he gets traded or if he doesn't play here anymore, that ends the deal? Sure, but they all have some sort of deliverable that is tangible, that people can see that we're getting value out of this. They're not just giving money away out of the kindness of their heart.
And are any of them $7 million per year?
This deal was $7 million a year, to David's point. Multiples bigger than just standard normal rates. That this was bigger actually than his New Balance deal, his actual sneaker contract, which is kind of, I think, sufficiently eye-opening. I should also mention, though, that after this episode dropped, I confirmed something that the Boston Sports Journal reported, which makes the number more eye-opening by a kind of mind-blowing amount. So what was reported, what I have now confirmed, is that Aspiration granted Kawhi Leonard $20 million in stock in addition. This time, it was from Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg and Aspiration Growth Opportunities Partners, which is Sandberg's related venture capital fund. It's called AGO Partners. And I say all of that to say, David, that it brings us to this week. It brings us to the fact that very conveniently, for our purposes, the NBA's Board of Governors, the owners, just finished their regularly scheduled meeting on Wednesday here in New York City at the St. Regis Hotel. And for people who don't know what the hell the Board of Governors meetings are, What are they?
It's when you get the 30 control people in a room and you get updates on the season is starting soon and here's what we're doing. Here's the plan. You may show a little hype up video congratulating the last champions, getting ready for the next season. And there's also updates on any outstanding legal issues. They will update legal cases that are going on so the owners get an idea. And they're set way in advance. This didn't come up as a result of your show. This is set in advance.
So I just got a sidebar here to acknowledge that David Sampson is right. We did not cause the Board of Governors to assemble this week. But what multiple sources did tell me is that the reporting on Pablo Torre Finds Out was the palpable subtext for the awkwardness and tension around an extremely conspicuous decision that Commissioner Adam Silver decided to make, which was to not discuss the investigation into Steve Ballmer out loud in front of the room of owners at any point. Which is even more amusing when you also realize that Steve Ballmer also serves on the NBA's audit committee, by the way, in which his responsibility is to focus on financial transparency and communication. The silence in that big room pushed multiple irritated owners, I am told, into a series of private side chats over drinks, between sessions, at the luncheon, at the St. Regis afterwards, about Kawhi's $28 million no-show contract and his $20 million in stocks, all of that adding up to $48 million in total value, and the $50 million that Steve Ballmer had personally invested into Aspiration, a company that Adam Silver said he had never heard of before, which set the stage for the commissioner's public press conference on Wednesday afternoon.
I mean, the amount of attention that this has commanded, certainly no one out there is saying, oh, this is just business as usual in the NBA. What's the big deal? This is what teams do when they want to sign players. People, in fact, their suggestion is this is highly aberrant behavior, and which is why in response to a podcast and some additional media reports, we brought in the big guns on the investigation, and no one...
And so I guess I should just say here that, yes, I personally am most biased in terms of I think this whole thing seems pretty cut and dry. And it's not just because I've talked to multiple NBA owners who effectively have told me the same thing, that the facts seem clear, but it's also because what it takes to prove cap circumvention, salary cap circumvention in the collective bargaining agreement, which has been characterized by Commissioner Adam Silver as a cardinal sin in the league, that also, according to the language, seems cut and dry in terms of what is useful for the league to consider. And so I just want to quote Article 13, Section 2 of the collective bargaining agreement with the NBA and its players under the heading, quote, no unauthorized agreements. It says, a violation may be proven by direct or circumstantial evidence, including but not limited to evidence that a player contract or any term or provision thereof cannot rationally be explained. End quote. I had forgotten the last part, the cannot rationally be explained clause, but I mean...
Well, that's what the investigation's for.
David, what does that mean legally? Cannot rationally... And I think we understand what that means, but in a legal sense, how do you prove...
Nothing. It's completely wishy-washy.
Right.
There is no legal threshold. Remember, we are not in a court of law.
The burden is on the league if we're going to discipline a team, an owner, a player, or any of the constituent members of the league. I think, as with any process that requires, a fundamental sense of fairness, the burden should be on the party that is, in essence, bringing those charges. I was only quasi-joking with someone earlier that, when people talk about a smoking gun, that's obviously circumstantial. It means the gun is still smoking. It must have recently fired. I'd say in the case of the league, we and our investigators look at the totality of the evidence.
This is not criminal. This is not even civil. This is a violation of a collective bargaining agreement. And what it actually means is that Wachtell Lipton will interview people with the Clippers.
The law firm that the NBA hired.
to do this investigation. It won't take a day. It won't take a week. It won't take a month. It'll take much longer. As you know, when you are the accused, the burden is on the accuser, not the accused.
We're in podcast court now.
Dun, 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 dun. This is a defendant. Steve Ballmer.
In the podcast justice system.
It is quite something to be in podcast court because there's a word for it that we used to use. It's the court of public opinion.
Yes.
And the irony is the court of public opinion has no rules of evidence.
Right.
It has no judge.
The irony is that the court of public opinion is currently strewn with your peanuts. So I should say that Steve Ballmer here for the historical review was punished by the NBA in 2015 for attempting to circumvent the cap with DeAndre Jordan, who was a fraction of the player that Kawhi Leonard is in terms of the attention he received. Steve Ballmer's team and Uncle Dennis then got investigated for complaints about cap circumvention for Kawhi in 2019. The league reportedly found no evidence there that requests from Uncle Dennis for these secret sweeteners ranging from partial ownership to guaranteed sponsorship money were actually granted by the Clippers.
Right.
So Uncle Dennis, for the uninitiated, is Dennis Robertson. Uncle Dennis Robertson still has not responded to any of our requests for comment, just like Kawhi's agent, Mitch Frankel, has not. Although we should all acknowledge that we just read Bruce Arthur's article in the Toronto Star that reported that Uncle Dennis has specifically, it turns out, requested two things. First, quote, ownership stakes in outside companies. You may now recall that whole little thing I did about AGO Partners and the $20 million in equity. And second, one of Bruce's sources recalled that Leonard's camp outlined its approach to the deal as, quote, we don't want to do anything, end quote, meaning it was a non-starter for Kawhi to be asked to do anything in exchange for the money that they believed they deserve. And so here we are again. The Clippers are being investigated the third time in 10 years.
But we're in the podcast court.
Yeah.
We are not in the true legal system. So Wachtell Lipton is not all that interested in what happened with DeAndre Jordan. They're not going to spend $1, though they'd love to spend $1 and bill $2 looking into what happened with DeAndre Jordan, but they're not. This is a separate incident that will be looked at in its entirety separately.
Well, that's for their investigation, but ultimately the judge is Judge Silver.
That's what I'm curious
And so
about.
he has knowledge of the recidivism, of the repeat offenses, and he will almost certainly take that into account in the same way that Draymond Green gets suspended a little bit longer with every additional outburst because of the pattern of behavior.
Which is all to say that what Steve Ballmer wants everybody to know is much like playing against Draymond Green in a game. This whole thing has been a real kick in the nuts.
Now, should I have sniffed it out? Maybe. I feel embarrassed and kind of silly that I didn't sniff it out, but I didn't. I made the investment. A lot of other smart investors didn't sniff it out either. It's also true I've made a bunch of bad business deals and investments in my life, and I've made some good ones. This was fraud and a bad investment, and I'm embarrassed by that.
The thing I keep thinking here, as David is chewing on more peanuts, is that two things can actually be done at once. You can podcast and eat peanuts. Steve Ballmer could have been misled by Aspiration's master of deception, while also trusting Aspiration to help his Los Angeles Clippers help Uncle Dennis deceive the NBA. That, if anything, is the view I bring to what we're about to do here today.
Okay.
So
I don't want to say a word because it will only delay what we're supposed to be doing here.
Okay. Everybody's caught up.
All right.
We're in the present tense. And at this point, David, get your hand off the folder for one last time because we need to go back in time. Okay?
Here we go.
We're going back in time to a critical moment in Steve Ballmer's relationship with Kawhi Leonard and Aspiration that I have not yet discussed with you guys. And I did not appreciate it myself until it hit me, kind of like an apple falling from a tree, as it were. And you're going to get hit with it too after the break.
It's like a game show.
The month is December. The year is 2022. So you may recall that Kawhi Leonard is back from his torn ACL. He's now tearing up the Boston Celtics in December of 22. I just need to establish that you may recall that in the last episode we did, I convinced an anonymous source in Aspiration's finance department to go on tape. There was a condition that we use what?
Voice modulation.
Which I granted because of the ongoing parallel investigations by the DOJ and the FBI and the SEC and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, otherwise known as the CFTC, and I want to respect just the sensitivity of the fact that this is a giant national scandal involving one of the richest people on the planet. All of which is to say that for this episode, what we're about to do here involves the product of the vetting and fact-checking and persuading that I spent time doing with another source, who I convinced to separately talk to me about December 2022. And they agreed to the same conditions.
I was a very senior executive in finance. I was also painfully aware of the fact that the contract between Kawhi and Aspiration was to circumvent the salary cap. I, too, brought that up with some of the more senior executives at the firm who were also aware of this fact. And much like many of the very senior executives at Aspiration, I had to spend a lot of time having conversations with some federal agencies about some of what was happening inside of Aspiration.
And I also just got to say thank you to you, original source number one, because when you came on the show the first time, no one had any idea what we were doing. Now you've had the experience of listening to other people listen to your voice modulated self. And could you clarify whether you have also been interviewed by federal agencies in the course of their investigation into Aspiration?
Yes, I have.
So what was December 2022 like inside of Aspiration as you personally experienced it?
A show. December 2022, the company had virtually no income, no pipeline of clients, was really looking like it wasn't going to be able to make payroll. The ship was sinking. It was just a matter of how long we could hold on. And we ended up doing 2 rounds of layoffs. The first round was in the first week of December, where a bunch of very high-level executives got laid off. The president, the general counsel, some C-suite. And then the second round of layoffs, which was in the second week of December, was almost 20% of the entire staff. So about 100 people were laid off. I mean, to say it was bleak is almost an understatement. And I asked a lawyer, given the scenario of the company and what I'm seeing on a daily basis and the literal lack of cash in the company, what do I need to do to protect myself? I didn't want to have exposure if these numbers, as I had and as a lot of other executives I was speaking to had suspected, were not 100% accurate. I literally did retain a law firm, and I was sending emails to other people in the C-suite letting them know that unless I saw certain things on paper, I was unable to proceed with bringing in these investors.
The last sentence is what's interesting to me. They're out trying to find money. So when you're a company and your revenues are being outgunned by your expenses, you've got 2 choices. 1, you can lower your expenses, or 2, you can increase your revenues. In the absence of either of those, you got to go 3, and that's going to the capital markets. You can take money off a credit card. That's the crudest way to do it. You can borrow money at those usurious interest rates, or you can go to a bank and try to get a line of credit. You can get a bridge loan from a bank, which is you borrow money to make payroll until your next revenue payment comes, and then you pay that bridge loan back. You can get long-term financing from a bank, sometimes a bank of ill repute, and it just depends what interest rate you pay. So you have to go through all of those options, which I assume Aspiration did.
So they badly needed money. The people that we talked to, the one news source number 2, is saying that they didn't feel comfortable asking others for money given what they were learning about the company behind the scenes. These are the people, by the way, who cooperated with the federal agencies. Just give people a sense of like who's talking to me. This company, to summarize what our 2 sources now have told us on tape, December 2022 was fucked. So, for instance, here's another thing that happened. In October of 2022, right? This is by Q4 of 2022, the week before the NBA season started. there was a Bloomberg headline out in public that everybody could see about how Andre Cherny, Aspiration's co-founder, CEO, the guy who had signed and executed Kawhi's secret no-show endorsement deal right next to Kawhi's signature, had resigned from the company. But now, briefly, imagine you're the Clippers. Imagine you're the team that Amin is wearing on his chest in December 22. In September of 21, you will recall vividly, Steve Ballmer had announced Aspiration as the thing on their chest, their jersey patch sponsor, right? The first founding partner of the Intuit Dome. Aspiration agreed to pay, do you remember? More than $300 million to the Clippers in sponsorship money over 23 years. Given what you now heard about December 22, spoiler alert, that didn't exist. What was clear, though, is that inside of Aspiration, according to my 7 sources, as well as Aspiration's internal cash forecast for sponsorship payments, which is a spreadsheet I obtained that you, David, now get to review in your mystery folder there. You can get it.
Now?
Yes.
You have the cash flow of Aspiration?
It's the cash forecast for sponsorship payments. Don't read it out loud yet. So the smoking gun question we're all contemplating. It's the thing that I think I have uncovered that we're about to learn about. I think it's what the NBA just hired a very high-powered law firm to search for. Because by the end of 2022, one of the company's absolute top priorities, despite the total financial show enveloping this company, was simple. Hey, KL2 Aspire LLC. David, what is it marked there on the cash forecast that Aspiration was internally using to make its sponsorship payments?
It is marked critical.
Yeah. Because in Kawhi Leonard's 4-year secret endorsement deal with this fraudulent company, which is now on the express train to bankruptcy, Kawhi's $7 million annual salary for doing absolutely nothing needed to be paid quarterly.
Right.
Okay? 4 $1.75 million installments. The first installment, $1.75 million, due in June of 22. The second, $1.75 million installment, due in September. The third, $1.75 million installment, due in December. But Amin, Aspiration had a problem. What do you think the problem was about making those payments?
They don't have any cash.
According to this Green Bank's Silicon Valley Bank statements, which I have acquired and confirmed and have in the folder in front of you, Amin, when does Aspiration send that first wire to Kawhi Leonard, and how much is it? It is due in June 22. What do you have in front of you there?
July 6, 2022. Wire out to KL2 Aspire LLC, $1.75 million.
So the first payment, David, is late of this critical priority deal. Doesn't arrive until July 2022. Not encouraging in terms of the launching of this business relationship. Likewise, your folders will include Aspiration's September and October bank statements for your review. You may now look at that. This is when the next $1.75 million is due to be wired. And spoiler alert,
there is no transaction involving KL2 Aspire LLC.
I mean, I'm going to do you a favor and tell you that I didn't see that either on that statement you have in your hand. Look, the lateness of these payments, right? So September was supposed to be the second payment. There was nothing there. October comes and goes. And Kawhi Leonard is now playing NBA basketball for the Los Angeles Clippers and not getting paid by Aspiration. And so now we're in November. So I just ask you guys to imagine now, what do you think Uncle Dennis or anybody in his shoes would be feeling during this time as this contract was not getting paid and was now running late perpetually?
Well, I mean, I'm sure he was very calm and rational and didn't pick up the phone and call them a million times, banging down the door trying to find out where the money is.
Which is all to say that Uncle Dennis was pissed.
So in all fairness to Uncle Dennis, he's not the only one who's calling trying to get paid. There's a huge freeze because there's no money to be spent. So from the finance team's perspective, we feel like we're on the other end of collections calls. People are constantly coming in asking for their money. But between those months when all of this is missing, so September, October, November, and leading up to December, the actual certainty of the company even existing is up for grabs at that point. Are we going to get paid as employees? Why does Uncle Dennis keep calling us? We have such bigger concerns that we're thinking about, which is our own salaries. Are we going to have to go through layoffs? Where is the money going to come from? But lo and behold, Uncle Dennis gets paid.
David Sampson, former president of the Marlins, please tell us when exactly Aspiration finally does wire their months-late second payment to Kawhi Leonard.
December 15th of 2022, $1.75 million.
So this payment was made December 15th, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
When was the 20% of the staff laid off?
The same day.
Oh.
That deflated O.
There was a lot of deflation in December 22, in fact. But the thing I want to answer with you guys here is the deeply underrated question of how Aspiration finally paid Kawhi Leonard his second ever payment on December 15th, 2022. And so, Amin, I want to point you back to the December bank statement, which you have in front of you, from Aspiration's checking account. You may notice something that I noticed as you scan that, because something happened just 9 days before the wire out to Kawhi's KL2 Aspire LLC for $1.75 million on December 15th.
On December 6th of 2022, a wire in from DEA 88 Investments in the amount of $1,999,999.59.
So $1.99 million comes in 9 days before Kawhi Leonard is scheduled to get paid amid the total collapse of the economic premise of this entire company. But here's what's even stranger. According to our review of Aspiration's cap table and bank statements, there is no evidence that prior to December 6th, 2022, DEA 88 Investments, LP, had ever invested in Aspiration before, which I also confirmed with my sources, which means that DEA 88 Investments, LP, chose to invest that precise amount while this company was basically sinking into the ocean. And so given all of this, I said to myself, should probably look up the registered agent on file for DEA 88 Investments LP. And it turned out to be a man named Dennis.
Dennis Robertson?
Not Uncle Dennis, a different Dennis.
Another Dennis.
Dennis Wong.
Oh.
Dennis Wong, our different Dennis, is a fascinating character. Different Dennis, the guy who paid $1.99 million to Aspiration 9 days before Aspiration paid $1.75 million to Kawhi Leonard on the same day Aspiration laid off 20% of its staff, is this Dennis. Not Uncle Dennis, but the Dennis seen breaking ground on Intuit Dome in 2021 in a COVID mask off to the side of Steve Ballmer in this video, which we played in episode 1, no less than 5 feet from Kawhi Leonard. He, in fact, is the Dennis in this other video we have, who is literally in the shadow of Kawhi Leonard and Steve Ballmer in hard hats at the Intuit Dome construction site. There it is.
He's got a jersey?
He's got a jersey and a hard hat with his name on it.
Oh, my God.
He, in fact, is the Dennis you can find sitting courtside right next to Steve Ballmer, as in this photograph.
Oh, man.
Dennis J. Wong, our different Dennis, is the vice chairman of the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh, come on, man.
He is the one and only limited partner, in fact, of the team. This has not been reported previously, but Steve Ballmer, the richest owner in all of sports, by far, has a very strange arrangement with his ownership group. Because the ownership group is Steve Ballmer owning 99%.
Right.
And Dennis J. Wong owning 1%. And that's it.
And that's current.
That is today. Dennis J. Wong is the alternate governor of the Los Angeles Clippers. He is the guy that Steve Ballmer empowers to attend the Board of Governors meeting when Steve Ballmer can't make it.
Can I just repeat it in a way that uses my brain the way it's Rolodexing at the moment? Are you saying that the 1% limited partner of the Los Angeles Clippers, who is the vice chairman of the Clippers, made an independent decision to invest in Aspiration for this first time in his own name or his own entity's name, 9 days before Kawhi Leonard got paid when no one else was getting paid.
I am saying that is exactly what happened. And I am also saying that you should probably know that Dennis J. Wong was also Steve Ballmer's college roommate at Harvard in 1975.
These are the things that I'm kicking around in my head. I got my Clipper jersey on. I'm trying to think about this in the most innocent way and say, well, maybe the Clippers, and by extension, Dennis Wong, didn't know that Aspiration was headed to the shitter. And so he's like, hey, Steve, what's the name of that company you invested in? $50 million? Like, oh, Aspiration. I love them. Cool. I think I'm going to finally get off my keister and go ahead and put in a little quiche on it. $2 million sounds about right.
There is no way that Dennis Wong was not aware of the existing relationship that Steve had with Aspiration.
Well, it's not that. Was he aware of the existing financial dire straits that the company was in?
I don't think it mattered to him. If he had been asked if he needed to put in the $2 million to get it to Kawhi, he didn't do it with the expectation
David, I'm
back.
trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here.
We reached out to Dennis Wong via email, by a phone number linked to him in a records database. Also to the Clippers with interview requests, detailed list of questions. As we do here at Pablo Torre Finds Out, we outline our reporting. And Wong did not respond before our deadline. But the Clippers wrote us a new statement. Quote, the details of our relationship with Aspiration are under NBA investigation, but it is clear the company was a house of cards that defrauded Steve and many others. We look forward to sharing the facts with the league and providing them with all the information they need. End quote. Now, when we responded to that statement with follow-up questions about Wong's investment, the Clippers didn't respond. I mean, I wanna validate your attempt here.
Right.
And I want to acknowledge something, which is that if you do think that maybe Dennis Wong was blind to the utter mess unfolding inside of Aspiration at the time.
Right.
A useful detail to know is that his daughter just happened to be an employee at Aspiration.
Jesus Christ.
Dennis Wong's daughter?
According to her LinkedIn bio, which reads Project Manager, Operations, and Strategy. Which means that through his college roommate and partner, Steve Ballmer, who had invested $50 million of his own money into Aspiration, and through Aspiration's deal that was collapsing with the team Dennis co-owns, the only limited partner of the team, the Clippers, and also through his own daughter, who was witnessing the sinking of this ship firsthand, who my sources all knew as a colleague. He had several very informed ways to know quite a bit about what company he was sinking $2 million into right as Kawhi Leonard needed to be paid $1.75.
It's almost like the opposite of insider trading, right? You had the scoop to not put money in.
Yes.
Unless you weren't investing in this to make money. You were investing in this for a different reason.
And I should also clarify that, let's call him Grandpa Dennis. Grandpa Dennis specializes in real estate. He's a brilliant and wealthy investor. And he's a noted philanthropist, including to one conservative think tank. The guy knows his way around a dollar. And around the NBA, what Dennis J. Wong is most known for, actually, is helping build the building that his old roommate cares about more than any other.
Damn, I'm fired up! I have to say, I'm a little anxious tonight. I love what we built, but I want all of you to love what we built. But my partner, Dennis Wong, sitting here in the front row, Dennis is in the real estate business. And he said, come on, we've known each other since 1975. Come on, we can do this, Ballmer, let's go. And I said, okay, we need our own house.
I just want to acknowledge what we've established here in a simpler way, which is that the only other owner of the team that is denying that this was cap circumvention invested almost exactly the amount of money needed to finally pay off Kawhi Leonard. having never invested in this company, which was in December 22, as you've exhaustively conveyed, going into the year, his college roommate is Steve Ballmer, who put in 50. His daughter is an employee, as well as the basic fact that, I don't know, maybe he just had a sense that $2 million into a company that had previously raised over $300 was a weird thing, as my first source did want to underscore.
There's multiple things that are conspicuous. One, we're broke. We're broke. So to invest in a broke company is beyond me. Really don't understand it, but I must not be a very sophisticated investor. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is the amount that's being invested. That's such a nominal amount if we're talking pure investment, especially in a late stage startup that's in the process of a SPAC or on the outside date of a SPAC, or going to SPAC at some point, and has already raised in a year earlier $300 million. What does $2 million buy you?
But I did want to know what my second source knew at the time about the different Dennis in question.
I knew the name Dennis Wong because I got 2 texts from this very senior executive at the firm regarding Dennis Wong.
So inside of Aspiration, Dennis Wong's investment was identified as an investment with the Clippers clearly attached as part of the identification.
Yeah, and I do have another text as well. This is from November 13th, 2022. And it says, Wong is Ballmer partner.
How surprising is it that a new investor would put money in December 2022 who had not already clearly been deeply invested into the company?
So it is beyond shocking. And I will tell you, I knew that the board, which is Ibrahim al-Husseini, who's been indicted, and Joe Sandberg, who's been indicted, I knew that they had put money in December to make payroll and make rent and all that material. It is not a rational investment that someone would make. So it is very shocking to me that $2 million was made as an investment by Dennis Wong, who in my text is identified as the Clippers, Steve Ballmer's partner, a week before $1.75 million was paid to Kawhi.
Okay, so this is where I just gotta jump in here to point to yet another document that Pablo Torre finds out has obtained. Because this document is the stock purchase agreement dated December 9th, 2022, made by DEA 88 Investments, LP, and signed by its president, Dennis Wong. Ultimately, giving the Clippers vice chairman and alternate governor and only minority owner of the team, not to mention Steve Ballmer's college roommate, 0.072% of an eventually bankrupt company. But the big reason I wanted to mention this here is because this contract also very clearly discloses some very important, and for any potential investor or attorney, very alarming facts about Aspiration at this moment in time. For instance, quote, "The company is in default," end quote. Furthermore, quote, "KPMG resigned as the company's independent auditor," end quote. Also, Aspiration, the company in question, is facing significant litigation for millions of dollars, as described here. Not to mention inquiries from government agencies, including FINRA and the SEC. Now, notably, and in corroboration of our second tape source who had told me this previously above, the only other 2 investors listed in this document who decided to invest alongside Dennis Wong and his $1.99 million in December 2022, as all of this is happening, after being presented with these same alarming disclosures in writing, are Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg and Aspiration board member Ibrahim al-Husseini. The 2 individuals who have pled guilty to wire fraud this year in federal court.
What's interesting to me is that when you put money into a startup or into any company, you are told, here is the sources of funds, here's the uses of funds. And you put in $2 million into a company, hey, what are you using it for? Are you paying down debt? Are you using it for payroll? Are you using it for research and development? Are you going to try to cure cancer? What do we got here? It would seem to me that Dennis Wong would not be shocked to hear that his money was being used to pay Kawhi. But it would be interesting to find out, in my head, is did he think that he was putting in money to save the earth? That this was $2 million that was required to keep it going?
That's the part that I'm trying to get at I'm giving you guys the maximum benefit of the doubt. Dennis Wong, who has a daughter that works for the company, I have to assume even if the daughter was not in the finance department, she was a project manager, she would still be aware of the general tension in a company. I've worked at places where there was that tension.
President got fired, CEO turnover, general counsel got fired.
She may be doing her job. She may not be in the office. She may just look every 2 weeks to make sure there's a meager payment coming.
But you don't know what's up, but you know something is up. You know.
It's easy to argue.
Is it rational? Is the question.
Right.
For Dennis J. Wong.
Podcast court. There we go.
To put in, coincidentally, just enough to get the most important employee of the Los Angeles Clippers paid at the scheduled date with just 9 days to go.
Now, what Wachtel has to do is now the Clippers have to explain this one too. They have to explain this investment because the 50, you tied it to 48, 28 plus 20.
And that was months between.
Mm-hmm. I could argue how you did that, but it has to be explained. This one, for certain, has to be explained. And I don't know how he will rationalize it, but he will have to when he meets with Wachtel.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if you're the Clippers and this information has now come to light, is the play now that Dennis Wong was a rogue agent operating outside of the purview of Steve Ballmer and the rest of the Clippers leadership?
That's right. The only man Steve Ballmer trusted to own a percentage point of his team, the only person, is the guy who betrayed him, even though they've known each other since 1975.
Now, will he go full Ipe?
Well, now
let's talk about that.
Look,
that's the question.
So as we're contemplating endgame strategies, because I believe that this is the single most indicting piece of documentary evidence we have provided. This series of facts and this context. I should say here, to be very clear, just full disclosure, that Pablo Torre Finds Out is independently produced by Meadowlark Media and distributed by The Athletic. The views, research, and reporting expressed in this episode are solely those of Pablo Torre Finds Out and do not reflect the work or editorial input of The Athletic or its journalists. But this is what I'm contemplating. According to the reporting, we have now shown how Steve Ballmer invested $50 million into Aspiration, made the company the founding partner of his basketball team's Dream Arena. Ballmer introduced his superstar Kawhi Leonard to the company, Aspiration.
The introduction got made, and then they were off to the races on their own. We weren't involved.
A year later, as the company is, again, going under, laying off 20% of its staff, losing the co-founder CEO, the president, general counsel, dozens more people. As that's happening, Kawhi Leonard is awaiting his quarterly payments of $1.75 million. And so, of course, the Uncle Dennises of the world come to collect. So, with this payment being late, and because the company was already running out of money, which is, imagine you're Steve Ballmer, in fairness to him.
How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
You're one of the richest men in America.
They conned me. I made an investment.
You put in 50.
Right.
And you're saying, by payment 2, you got to get the different Dennis, allegedly. Dennis Wong, Grandpa Dennis, putting in 1.99, wiring the money 9 days before Kawhi got paid for his top secret no-show job that, by the way, nobody knew about for more than 3 years until we reported it. I mean, I just want to now throw it to our very senior executive source in the finance department at Aspiration for a second.
It really looks like the Clippers, through Dennis Wong, put in $2 million in order for Aspiration to be able to make the $1.75 million payment to Kawhi. That's what it looks like to me.
So the game is this a smoking gun. I don't know how much more you need in podcast court or, frankly, others. Look, at this point, I want to have you guys read the Clippers' 2 statements because I want to, again, just give them the opportunity to have foreseen that all of this could be out there. I mean, they said what?
This is a quote from the chief communications officer of the Los Angeles Clippers. Quote, "Neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false."
And then to Shams Charania, after the episode came out,
neither the Clippers nor Steve Ballmer circumvented the salary cap. The notion that Steve invested in Aspiration in order to funnel money to Kawhi Leonard is absurd.
Absurd. So, David, I turn to you because when you ran the Marlins for a living for a very long time, you also specialized in crisis communications press releases. What does this all strike you as? Like, what do you do at
and
this
investigations
point?
And being deposed?
That's right. As a guy who's been in real court and podcast court, what do you do with this? I want you to play that role for us.
Steve Ballmer will not be going on ESPN for a follow-up interview, number one. The Clippers shall not be doing anything other than saying it is an open investigation and we are not commenting. Number two, the NBA will have no further comment because it's pending investigation. Number three. Number four is they take the information that they will get from you that they just got, and that gets added to the list of, okay, we need to check on this. This needs to somehow be rationally explained because it's yet another bit of evidence that shows the salary circumvention. So what you've done is just given Wachtell more work, more billable hours. I would expect them to have a statement that says thank you because they will get a better vacation house. The firm will have better distributions to its partners. The NBA should be sending a statement that says fuck you because they will be spending more money on this investigation, which they will then be billing back to Ballmer. Little known fact, the investigation will end up being paid for by Steve Ballmer.
A real kick in the peanuts.
Way to bring it back.
So the question of punishment, given that we exist in podcast court, talking about an NBA court, curious what's going on over there. The language that we outlined before about rationality in the CBA and about circumstantial versus direct evidence, I just got to remind people that the only real and kind of vague analog to this story was about a quarter century ago. I mean, you remember it?
Joe Smith and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So what happened, David, in that story with the owner, Glenn Taylor of the T-Wolves, and Joe Smith, number 1 draft pick at one time?
There was actual evidence, not circumstantial, not any sort of thought or hypotheses, that Glenn Taylor had a signed agreement, which they ended up finding with Joe Smith, to pay him money outside of his contract.
Well, it was a promise to pay him a larger deal when his current way less paying deal was expired.
It's what we're told in baseball never to do with someone like Shohei Ohtani when he's coming from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
You can't promise him more than you're giving him because we'll find out.
Right.
And MLB does investigate those things and doesn't like to find that stuff out, but all teams suspect that there are nefarious things that go on.
Again, the legend, as legend has it, it's you get these verbal promises all the time. This happens a lot. But the Timberwolves and Joe Smith had it in writing because there was a fear that Glenn Taylor was not going to survive long enough to make good on that promise.
Smart.
And so they wanted it in writing so that if he did pass and the new owner comes in, he can't say, I'm not going to pay you any of that. So it's in writing. You guys promised. That's why they got caught.
Well, the punishment, right? The 5 future first-round picks. They regained 2 after subsequent appeals.
Yep.
The $3.5 million then record fine. The contract being voided.
Yep.
It erased his bird rights also, made him a free agent, Joe Smith. Glenn Taylor, the owner, suspended for a season effectively. Kevin McHale, the VP of basketball ops, suspended effectively, unpaid leave for that season. But the thing Amin just said about how this all came to be, yes, there was this concern about Glenn Taylor not living long enough to pay out the contract. But the similarity to me, as Glenn Taylor is very alive
and well
at press time, is that the similarity is legal. So the way this came out was that there was litigation during an agent dispute and a lawsuit, and it sprung open this documentary evidence. It came from something else. In that way, I am reminded of how I came upon this story, which is that this all would have been fine if not for this other crazy thing that happened to unlock the door behind which you were hiding. Now, in the Joe Smith case, a fairly straight-ahead story. In this case, a multi-part podcast court series. But I, for now, just want to defer to the words of an existing NBA minority owner on what could or should happen.
Look, if your reporting is right and Steve knew, then it's over, right? It's over.
So what do you think? What do you think the punishment is that's fair? If in fact
he's toast. I mean, he's got, it's far worse than Joe Smith.
So, third investigation in 10 years. A lot's on the table given that framework, and David is laughing.
I'm laughing because here's what's going to happen, is that Mark Cuban is going to tweet at you again because you clipped that bit. And then he is going to ask to speak to you again. And you are going to honor that request. And he is then going to say what? He is going to say, hey, that's cool what you found out, but Wong, that's your rabbit in a hat? We don't give a shit about Wong in the industry. It's coming.
I just can't get over all of it. David, I got to reiterate this again for everyone to say, oh, he would never do. This is an incredibly elaborate way to salary cap circumvent. If, in fact, the allegations are true.
If the reporting is correct.
If everything that we are led to kind of connect these dots ends up to be accurate. I want to stop anyone from saying they would never be that sloppy. This is incredibly elaborate. This is not Joe Smith, to your point, where it's just
no, it's not a paper in a drawer.
Yeah,
we found the papers, but there are clues littered throughout the papers that did not have to ever be publicly disclosed. Like, I just want people to understand this.
It's like Ozark.
For years, they got away with what we are describing, if it is, in fact, what we are describing. And we haven't even gotten to all of it. But in this story, that standard of rationality, I am led as I consider what Article 12 for penalties enumerates, right? A fine of up to $7.5 million, direct forfeiture of draft picks, voiding of a player contract, fine of up to $350,000 for the player, suspension for up to a year for any team personnel found to have willfully engaged in such violation, the voiding of any transaction or agreement found to have violated league rules, all that stuff. The thing I think of as I think back to how we started this whole thing is how we ended it when we first gathered here. Because remember, in honor of Aspiration's roster of celebrity endorsers, the climate change avengers of apparently Kawhi Leonard, but also, on the record, Leonardo DiCaprio and Drake and Robert Downey Jr., we got our own Iron Man to plant a tree to zero out-ish our journalism's carbon footprint. It wasn't just any tree, as Amin, of course, recalls. It was
an apple tree
that I said would never have an apple.
Well, we planted it right outside the building that Steve Ballmer and Dennis Wong built, and we paid it a visit. And here is Iron Man.
Oh, he's coming back. There he is.
Right in front of the Intuit Dome, making another site visit to our planting. We thought it was important to have him check it out to see if it was still there, to see how our tree is doing.
It's there.
And there it is.
Look at that.
Appleless.
David, in your face. Still standing.
4 brown leaves.
Those leaves are emaciated.
Should also point out the math, if you don't mind, on $7.5 million, which is supposed to be a serious fine For Steve Ballmer, that's the equivalent of a $10 fine to someone who has a net worth of $200,000.
It may explain why he has allegedly tried to do this 3 times. It also helps explain why our investigation, quite like our tree, continues to grow.
Appleless.
I got to take this jersey off. I cannot continue to support this.
I'm Pablo Torre, and this episode of Pablo Torre Finds Out is brought to you by Remy Martin 1738 Accord Royale. Exceptionally smooth cognac for all your game day festivities. Please drink responsibly, because today we're going to find out what this sound is.
They did that. So, I mean, he's right. That he's completely correct. That would be one of the avenues that you would use to circumvent the cap.
Dan, I got to admit, I was kind of hoping for a different Cuban in the screen that I'm looking at right now.
You have an equally uninformed one, if you would like to start arguing. I love arguing when I don't have any facts and just have my blowhard opinion. So in that way, Cuban honors me as a fellow Cuban.
That's right. I also want to honor you and your request for what this was going to be, because you wanted to have a conversation, I think, with me, your friend, who we don't really see as often as either of us would like. But you wanted to have a conversation about journalism, and I wanted to honor that by forcing you to live it. If you're down for a bit of a ride that you definitely did not sign up for today.
No, not what I wanted to do. I know now that you've got a series of papers in front of me and you want to do this thing you now do where you surprise David Sampson or Amin El-Hassan, and now I've got surprises here to look at. But I did want to, as preface, I did want to just simply talk to you because I have found the way journalists have reacted to your story to be super interesting, in that it seems to me like a whole lot of people don't want your reporting to be true, when what I do know about your reporting is it's exhaustive, and I want people to understand that you've got lawyers listening in on every conversation that you're having these days, because your standard is one that is much higher than the people who are denying the story. You have to prove something with a degree of difficulty that all the deniers don't have to have as they deny it. And I'm just curious why so many people don't want this story to be true. But go ahead, your program. I'll sit back and wait to be surprised.
I have lawyers hearing all this stuff. I'm vetting this. And I guess when I say lawyers, I mean lawyer. We have our lawyer vetting this stuff. We have our producers vetting this stuff. And we have you vetting this stuff insofar as now you get to discover some new material developments in the story that no one else has heard publicly. By the way, we get these developments because we're spending your money to do this.
Oh, I know that
so
part.
Your fiduciary duty.
And I thought the costs were lawyers because I've seen the costs. So I didn't think it was a single lawyer that was pocketing all of that.
A lot of billable hours. Lots of hours, all of them billable. A lot of developments that are in front of you waiting to be discovered in some sort of a sequence here. Because this is a breaking story, Dan. And I just need to catch everybody up as to why you are the Cuban in front of me instead of the most prominent critic of the journalism you kindly describe and fund, who is, of course, billionaire Mavericks minority owner Mark Cuban, the guy from Shark Tank, who, by the way, emailed me last Thursday after the Dennis Wong episode came out, because he was still skeptical about what it meant that Clippers co-owner Dennis Wong, who was also, by the way, Steve Ballmer's college roommate and had never invested in this so-called green bank before, suddenly wired $1.99 million to Aspiration. And this despite the fact that he was explicitly informed in the signed purchase agreement we obtained that Aspiration was financially collapsing and already being probed by the SEC. The big smoking detail, Dan, is that his investment company, Dennis Wong's, put in that $1.99 million the week before Aspiration wired Kawhi Leonard's company the $1.75 million payment that Aspiration was months late at this point in paying Kawhi Leonard, as per the secret no-show $28 million endorsement deal at the core of this entire story. And so, According to Aspiration's internal bank statements, $1.99 million comes in from that very rich investor affiliated directly, personally, with Steve Ballmer and the Clippers. $1.75 million goes out 9 days later, December 15th, 2022. And so I asked the guy I wanted to ask, Mark Cuban, who had publicly aligned himself with what he calls, quote unquote, Team Ballmer, to come back on this show, to sit in that chair. And that afternoon, Thursday, he told me that he is, quote, swamped right now, end quote, and could not do it.
And he tweeted about it between Thursday and Monday. He tweeted nearly 100 times about Aspiration. And this is an affliction that plagues all the globe right now. He is so interested in his confirmation bias that he has arrived at a conclusion. And it doesn't matter the facts that you present him, he's going to continue to stay with what his conclusion was. This is a plague throughout discourse in this country and other countries where it doesn't matter the facts that you have. I can't believe that he's Team Ballmer, Team Wong, and now Team Wrong.
Well, he's also team going on someone else's podcast instead of this one, and team talking about this same topic at length with them.
They didn't declare bankruptcy until March of 2025. And Kawhi kept on getting paid after that 1.75 in 2022, right? So it was $7 million a year, 1.75 every 3 months. And so, yeah, he got his 1.75 out of the 1.99 that Dennis Wong put in. But what about next year and those next 4 1.75s?
So you're saying you're saying who put that money in there to make sure?
Yeah, right. Because they had to stay in business for another year and a half at least, and they weren't really.
Yeah, I saw that. It has been a marvel to watch you so ahead of this story with so much more information and so many facts. You've birthed a series of gas bag opinions that aren't paying attention to all of the facts. And that's a nice soft spot for him to land to talk about this story when he's swamped. Those particular people who can't question him on anything he's saying.
But the question he raised in that clip we played very deliberately, I think is actually the one that I want to take seriously, because I think it's worth answering. What is funding this whole enterprise? How is this contract for Kawhi Leonard continually getting paid? And what documentary evidence and credible primary sources exist that allow us to follow the money through the lens of salary cap circumvention? And so the understanding that I have, Dan, given all of this across 4 episodes now, is that 2 things can be true. It can totally be true that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer was in fact a victim of a massive scam, allegedly engineered by Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg, who pled guilty in federal court for wire fraud. But this could have been especially painful to Steve Ballmer because Steve Ballmer had also partnered with Joe Sandberg through Aspiration in a secret plan to scam the NBA and also profit in the process, potentially funneling tens of millions of dollars to Kawhi Leonard, his superstar, through a team sponsor right underneath the nose of Adam Silver and the NBA
Allegedly.
itself, creating what would amount to the most elaborate salary cap circumvention scheme in the history of professional sports. And so the denials, I think, are, of course, worth including here. The Clippers deny it. Ballmer denies it. They deny that they circumvented the salary cap. They initially called any such assertion, quote, provably false. And then that phrase disappeared from the next statement. But to be even clearer about this, I think we're talking about the biggest scandal in the history of the modern NBA. That's what it feels like to me, given the level of interest and attention from all of these power brokers and literal and figurative players in the story. And so I want to take the advice of the other Cuban, my reporting's foremost public critic here today, Dan, because that good question of how did Kawhi keep on getting paid his $1.75 million installments, and who continued to put money in to the $28 million deal we've been arguing about this entire time in public, plus $20 million in equity in the company, a $48 million secret deal, which is bigger than anything else we've heard of in the history of cap circumvention, leads me to a money trail that we're about to follow. And I think people are treating this, as Mark Cuban has been treating this, like kind of a true crime podcast. And the fact that there is no smoking definitive piece of paper that says, I'm doing the crimes, I'm doing cap circumvention with a signature on it, it allows people to fill in the blanks. What I'm doing is like providing a story and then releasing clips. And some people will only listen to the clips, which means that they're missing the surrounding context, which is so essential that I care about it every time. And so it just feels like, frankly, I'm watching people get scammed by the people I'm investigating for scamming. I'm like seeing why they're falling for the thing that they engineered, because they're not listening to the full story that I've reported about why this is in fact a scheme. They're kind of buying and biting the hook.
It's just weird to me, though, in this age of conspiracy, Pablo. I do not see this kind of sports journalism being done by much of anybody in the modern age because people can't afford it. And furthermore, certainly not podcasters. It's super weird for me to see the amount of what feels like proof or circumstantial evidence.
Alleged
yeah,
proof.
but it feels, there's so much documentation that for people to ask you to do more in the way of documentation is weird, because the amount of documentation you have doesn't have a lot of precedent in scandals that I'm used to seeing.
I don't know how many more papers I can put on this goddamn desk.
It's weird.
To make it clear that there's something here. But you know what? As always, all you got to do is stick around after the break. Dan has his glasses on. He has his Lil glasses, Samson style. And the first thing I need to do, Dan, is just be very clear about something, which is that inside of Aspiration, the $28 million contract with Kawhi's company, KL2 Aspire LLC, was extremely weird from the start. I was told that Aspiration's chief marketing officer at the time, when he first heard about this deal, did not even know who Kawhi Leonard was. Like, that's the sort of dissonance in terms of climate change company going and giving the biggest deal on the market to who? To that guy who was described by people at the company as dull?
Aspiration co-founder Andre Cherny this week denied that it was a no-show job, correct? Denied that was any such thing.
Yeah, so this guy who signed the paperwork, yes, the former CEO, he emerged for the first time in public to dispute the reporting. He said, quote, "The claim that the contract with Kawhi Leonard was a no-show contract is false." And then he proceeded to argue that the beliefs provision in the contract, the thing that our friend David Sampson spotlighted for us in part one, in which Kawhi didn't have to do anything if it didn't align with his small b beliefs. Andre Cherny argued, actually, this is totally normal for celebrity endorsements. It's like, Dan, if you're a vegetarian, Andre Cherny was saying, and you got asked to eat meat. Of course. And I suppose in this case, the equivalent would be that Kawhi Leonard is whatever a vegetarian is for someone who doesn't do work. But most crucially, what Andre Cherny said on Twitter was, quote, "In the months of discussion among our executives before signing the sponsorship, I don't remember conversations about the NBA salary cap," end quote. And I just think that anytime someone says, "I don't remember," instead of "there were no," it's a bit of a red flag for me, just as a person who reads a lot of statements.
Can we believe anything this person is saying? Like, what is the credibility of this person?
The credibility is that Mark Cuban had then tweeted out, "This is the guy to trust. Joe Sandberg, don't trust him. Andre Cherny, his co-founder, this is the guy that Cuban says is not going to jail. And so trust him." And so what I did, of course, was I made some calls. And I got a joint statement signed on the record by 3 former executives at Aspiration Partners, all of whom directly reported to Andre Cherny at the time that Cherny signed the KL2 Aspire deal. They are the former chief financial officer, Roger Avanesian, the former chief legal officer, Mike Shuckero, and the chief technology officer, Eric Anderson. And they write under their own names, among other things, quote, "The Leonard deal was presented to the company as a completed arrangement and executed by Mr. Cherny, despite significant objections from members of the senior management team. It did not reflect any strategy previously communicated to us, nor was it reviewed through Aspiration's investment committee process. The team expressed concerns at the time regarding the high cost of the agreement and its lack of alignment of Aspiration's brand and business strategy. In our judgment, the Leonard deal was not in the company's best interest. It was strategically difficult to justify then, and it remains so today. End quote. So when I say the story is developing, Dan, people are now watching and saying, I've had enough from the people who are saying this reporting is bullshit.
Oh, and you've got the names. Like, that's not anonymous. You're not even doing these people. They're providing you the documentation that's saying, no, we sign off on Pablo Torre's reporting.
And so this is where I just got to tell you that despite that statement, and despite the fact that Kawhi's endorsement deal was, as previously reported, more than 4 times bigger than every other celebrity endorsement deal Aspiration had combined, Andre Czerny does not sign off on our reporting here. We texted Andre for comment. The ex-CEO reiterated that this endorsement deal, in which Kawhi did literally nothing, was not a no-show contract. He again claimed that there were many months of internal discussion. And as for the statement by the CFO, CTO, and CLO, the general counsel, Andre said, quote, their advice at the time was contained in emails that were marked privileged, so I am not able to publicly comment on whether they did or did not support the signing of the contract at the time, end quote. And then we asked if Andre disputed the 3 execs who told us that he presented the deal to them as, quote, a completed arrangement. And Andre replied that Aspiration's general counsel, Mike Schuckerow, quote, drafted the contract and spent months going back and forth with Leonard's team. The negotiations happened with Joe Sandberg and our general counsel, as well as Leonard's team. I was not involved in those conversations, end quote. Then Czerny cited legal privilege about further details once again. All of which led me to obtain one new piece of evidence that I do think you should know about. Because I'm about to read to you the screenshot of a text message apparently sent from the cell phone number of Kawhi's uncle, Dennis Robertson, and addressed to Joe Sandberg. And the Uncle Dennis number writes, quote, good morning, Joe. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Just a heads up, things are still dragging. Mike has the contract for about 14 days now. Haven't heard back. Thanks. Just keeping you informed. End quote. Mike Schuckerow, Aspiration General Counsel, declined comment to us about this text message as the Mike in question. Dennis Robertson did not respond. Neither did attorneys for Joe Sandberg. But I did, in fact, confirm that Schuckerow is that Mike. The Mike who was, quote, dragging his feet on the contract for weeks, per the Uncle Dennis text. I further confirmed that this text refers to Kawhi's additional $20 million equity deal in Aspiration, an often overlooked part of the $48 million completed arrangement, which Joe Sandberg eventually resolved by offering those shares to Kawhi Leonard through Sandberg's own personal LLC.
And I'm learning this for the first time. I have not actually been involved in the innards of this story. Pablo and his team informed me largely after things are over that, yes, perhaps Ballmer can bankrupt you if you get a thing wrong. Yes, they tell me afterward. That's the way everyone does good business, I'm sure.
Which is why you're the perfect person, actually, short of the other Cuban in that chair today. Because what the other Cuban urged me to investigate relates directly to this, right? So his whole thing was, why haven't you looked into how the money was flowing into the contract?
Why haven't you taken the time, Pablo? The time. Why haven't you taken more time to talk to more people as Cuban just wanders around gasbagging to Kendrick Perkins?
I unfortunately took that bait and I proceeded to talk to more people. I proceeded to return, in fact, to anonymous source number 1, who had worked inside of Aspiration's finance department, who has fully cooperated with the federal investigation that led to the arrest of Joe Sandberg, even though source number 1 is also someone that Mark Cuban doesn't really appear to trust. So I hesitate, source number 1, to drag you into my ongoing Twitter beef with Mark Cuban, but I do just want to read something that he wrote effectively about you and a growing number of your colleagues who have been daring to speak to me, because here's what he says. Quote, for all the information you have, why didn't any of the people you have talked to while they worked there uncover the fraud? Question mark.
Who's to say that they didn't?
Right.
Yeah, so around March or April of 2022, it was the Seattle fish market. It wasn't just smelling fishy, you couldn't escape it. And at that rate, many people within the finance department started to raise alarms and actually address with executive leadership the problems that they were seeing. To go so far as to say that a firm was hired in order to conduct an external investigation on the fishiness that was taking place within Aspiration in regards to revenue, in regards to accounts receivable, in regards to accounts payable, the entire bucket that had occurred within 90 days of signing $300 million was already fishy enough for many of my old colleagues to go to executive leadership and raise the alarms.
What was the shelf life like for an Aspiration finance officer?
Shorter than milk, which is abnormal. I mean, put into context where this company is said to be going. And they don't even have a full-time CFO. They don't even have a full-time controller.
A 2-point-something billion dollar unicorn hadn't hired a full-time controller.
Correct. They could not hire a full-time controller, and they could not hire a full-time CFO after Roger Avanesian stepped down.
One of the executives, by the way, who signed under his own name that statement, which we referred to earlier, in which he rebuked the characterizations of Andre Cherny, the co-founder and CEO of the company. But I digress. He stepped down, noticing that something was not right here.
Right. Many of my colleagues actually quit due to their disappointment and discouragement and the response of the executive leadership team as a result of external investigations into the concerns that they raised. So I think it's a vast mischaracterization on the team itself to say that we didn't uncover anything, which goes to show why many people on the finance team left as quickly as they got there.
When am I going to get to start turning over papers here? Because I'm really enjoying that you are referring to another human being out loud as source number one. I don't think
Me and source number one have been spending so much time together. When Violet asks who you're talking to, I tell her I'm talking to source number one. Why aren't you at bedtime?
You're not allowed to reveal your sources. Violet, you'll go to jail willing to protect your sources. I don't want to do this to a young child, but Violet needs to learn early that she can't reveal who source number one is.
But the thing about what source number one is telling us is pretty eye-opening for people who are just kind of paying attention. Because remember, Aspiration raises like $300 million in fall 2021, Dan. What source number one is saying is that all that shit is gone. It's gone so quickly. It's gone, in fact, before Kawhi Leonard ever got paid.
Yes, so Ballmer himself put in $50 million in September of 2021 as a part of an ongoing fundraise effort that eventually brought in Oak Tree Capital Management and an additional 250 or so. And as quickly as it's wired in, it's committed elsewhere. There were extensive legal fees, professional services fees, marketing contracts, sponsorships and endorsements, things that were promised that had to be paid. So as quickly as those funds come in, they're out the door.
It's actually just spent on the other stuff that Aspiration, under the direction of Joe Sandberg, the co-founder, has been spending.
Joe Sandberg and Andre Cherny.
So Ballmer's putting in money that's not going to Kawhi Leonard.
Yes, so they are spending it on all sorts of things. They have a giant marketing budget. They have a professional services budget. They're just spending money flagrantly. And so the question then, of course, is like, so to Mark Cuban's point, how does Kawhi Leonard then get paid if you're telling us that they're burning cash as soon as they get it? And I need to acknowledge something else, Dan, because Mark Cuban tweeted another thing that is worthy of inclusion in our discussion. And I have not brought this up yet in any of the episodes we've done to date. And so, Dan, could you just read Mark Cuban's tweet? You were not on Twitter, you missed this. But on Friday, he said this.
While Pablo is focusing on the $2 million and $50 million from Wong Ballmer, he didn't really get into the millions of dollars in carbon credits that were purchased by the Clips and the Arena. I bring this up because it would have been a lot easier and a lot safer if he was trying to circumvent the CBA to just buy more carbon credits. They were almost all margin, as Pablo correctly pointed out, so they would have created the cash immediately to pay KL2.
And so what Mark Cuban is saying there does actually make a ton of sense, I must admit, because Aspiration, for those not familiar, was functioning as a broker for carbon credits at this point in their company's history. Anybody who has been following the life cycle of the apple tree that proudly stands still outside of Intuit Dome at the end of our first episode, they know this. Carbon credits are there to offset the real-life emissions of businesses like Meta and celebrities, by the way, like Drake, and other clients of Aspiration, such as the Clippers, as Steve Ballmer explained himself on ESPN.
This is a company that I got to know, frankly, through them approaching us about a sponsorship deal. My family and I were super keen to do work to stem climate change. We think that's an important thing. I was in the process of even changing the design of Intuit Dome so that we could be carbon neutral. And then we meet this company that focuses in on an aspect of carbon neutrality. To me, it seemed like a match, kind of made in heaven, if you will.
And so this is a match made in heaven for Aspiration on their end, because according to my sources, they were charging $1 a tree. That's 5 to 10 times what it costs to plant a tree, the 10 to 20 cents, reportedly. And so that is the margin that Mark Cuban is referring to in his tweet. Just get more carbon credits. All that margin is what you'll use to pay Kawhi Leonard. And so the piece of paper, Dan, that I would like you to turn over, which nobody else has reported yet, has something that I need you to read out loud. Actually, just describe what you see at the top of the page.
At the top of the page, I see the Clippers logo, and it says East West Bank, and it says Payment to Aspiration Sustainable Impact Services, LLC. Please allow this letter to confirm approval by LA Clippers, LLC, of a withdrawal of $20,961,382 from escrow account number blank. The withdrawn amount will be used to fund the following carbon projects.
What is the date, Dan, of that letter that you're holding?
June 14th, 2022.
June 14th, 2022 is when this letter is sent. This letter that you just read says that they're withdrawing $21 million to fund carbon projects. It names a reforestation project, some nature-based credits, and then it is signed at the bottom, Dan, for the record here, by who?
Is that the chief financial officer?
That is the chief financial officer of the Clippers. On June 14th, 2022, Aspiration is informed that it is receiving $21 million in this letter you're holding from the LA Clippers, signed by the CFO. And this, I'm told, was enough to not only pay Kawhi Leonard, obviously, it was enough to hit its fundraising target. It was enough to keep the company afloat 2 weeks, Dan, before Kawhi's initial no-show payment was due on June 30th, 2022. And so, according to two sources that I've spoke to who had direct familiarity with this $21 million carbon credit deal with the Clippers, it was agreed to and put into motion very promptly. I am told that Steve Ballmer and the Clippers, their executive team, had heard Aspiration's sales pitch for the $21 million purchase just, quote, a couple weeks before the June 14th, 2022 letter came in, as you're holding it in your hands. And my sources found this very memorable for a contract of that size in particular, because it's an enormous deal. And to quote one of them, the money came in quickly. They didn't sit on it or anything. And so instead of us connecting the dots here, I'd like to ask source number 2, former senior executive in Aspiration's finance department, to come to the stage and explain what might be the missing piece here.
Violet, protect source number 2 with your life.
So what did you think, source number 2, when you saw what Mark Cuban had been tweeting about how if you were to circumvent the salary cap and you were a carbon credits company, you would do this?
They did that. I mean, literally, he described one of the few ways that the Clippers and Ballmer got money into Aspiration. He literally described exactly what they did. So, I mean, he's right. He's completely correct. That would be one of the avenues that you would use to circumvent the cap.
I don't know what Mark Cuban wants in terms of a paper trail, but something with the Clippers logo signed off by the CFO of the company, like that's pretty strong documentation.
In the way that he literally said it would have happened if this was cap circumvention, in a way that I'd never said before in public. And so this is where I just need to say that the Clippers, when presented with a detailed list of questions, reiterated Steve Ballmer's commitment to sustainability and that he was duped. And they also told us this, quote, "Our development agreements for the arena included mandates to buy carbon credits, but after studying the issue of neutrality, we went far beyond those requirements, exploring ways to address emissions from our fans and contracting with Aspiration to directly purchase carbon offsets as well as broker the acquisition of additional offsets. Some of those commitments were built into the sponsorship deal with Aspiration, totally separate of the investment in the company, and we made payments to Aspiration until the company was unable to fulfill their responsibilities." End quote. And if you are now wondering if Mark Cuban has anything else to say on this same topic, you should know that he remains so, quote, swamped that he tweeted thousands upon thousands of words about this story and our reporting on Tuesday night alone, as one Twitter user at MKEBucks11 put it. Quote, "I'm starting to think at MCuban is Ballmer's burner human." End quote. But the thing that Cuban wrote to his 9 million followers that I just quickly want to cite here is this.
If I had to point to the things that the NBA should look at, it's going to start with whether Dennis and Steve were the only outside investors when the company needed money so badly. Could they not find anyone else? Why? The second thing I would look at was the $50 million deal the Clippers had for carbon credits. Carbon credits are a dicey business, to put it mildly. I know, I've loved and lost here. Great concept, but it isn't something that is simple, not by a long shot. Did the Clippers pay the money up front or not? That would be a red flag if they did, specifically because it's a dicey business.
So we'll get to the first thing Cuban wrote there about outside investors in a minute, but that second thing, I do want to clarify that not only did the Clippers withdraw that $21 million in carbon credits, and not only did the acknowledgement of carbon credit ownership transfer document, which I've also acquired, have an effective date of June 30th, 2022, which is the literal day that Kawhi's first payment was due, with signatures also from both the CFO of the Clippers and Andre Cherny. But also, according to Aspiration bank statements obtained by Pablo Torre finds out, the Clippers, less than 3 months before they prepaid that $21 million on those carbon credits, had already prepaid $3 million on April 1st. And then on April 4th, the literal day that Kawhi signed the $28 million KL2 Aspire contract, the Clippers also wired Aspiration $32 million, meaning that the Los Angeles Clippers prepaid a grand total of at least $56,403,462 on carbon credits from Aspiration in the spring of 2022 alone, tracking alongside Kawhi Leonard's payments as Aspiration was burning money. To answer Mark's question. And so you may recall in that clip of Steve Ballmer, he was talking about how they were designing the Intuit Dome, his baby, for carbon neutrality, right? A good guy move. He was trying to do that. But the thing about the Intuit Dome at this time, as they're buying carbon credits for this project, is that it wasn't open yet.
It's still 2 years. The problem is my energy. I want the thing here now, but it's still 2 more years.
The Intuit Dome wouldn't be open until August 2024. And so the whole rush of like, we got to get these $20 million in carbon credits in because we're... the building didn't exist.
I prefer the idea that the rush should be because the world is burning and Earth is going to be destroyed, but that's not the rush. It's the Uncle Dennis is on the phone and we're late with our payments, allegedly.
And so to recap, in that context, we have millions more dollars coming into just broke-ass Aspiration at this point from people affiliated clearly with actual quote-unquote Team Ballmer, almost exactly, again, when Kawhi Leonard contractually needed to get paid by Aspiration.
And it happened around, Kawhi's slightly late first payment in mid-2022, with the Clippers paid $21 million for those carbon offsets. It happened again around Kawhi's extremely late second payment in late 2022, when the company had already gone into default, and the investment firm for the Clippers' one and only co-owner Dennis Wong, aka Steve Ballmer's college roommate, wired in personally $2 million, his first ever investment in the company. And so I'm just saying, you might notice a bit of a cycle repeating itself and revealing itself here, because according to my sources, what happens here is that it is paramount. It is so important.
It was something that had to be done, and it was crucial to our relationships with Ballmer and the Clippers.
To Aspiration's relationship to Steve Ballmer, that Kawhi Leonard gets paid. Board man must get paid on time for doing nothing. But Ballmer also, in this same cycle, hypothetically, he needed to keep the cardinal sin of this NBA scheme completely secret. Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg has declined to comment through an attorney. But what Sandberg appeared to need over and over again, of course, was more money. And what my reporting indicates is that it can still be true that through KL2 Aspire LLC and this potential cap circumvention scheme involving Steve Ballmer, Joe Sandberg realized he had a bit of leverage here in the power dynamic with the richest owner in sports, who had lots and lots and lots of money to spend. Dan, I just feel like I'm living inside of the game Clue, where we have the Clippers CFO with the $21 million carbon credit deal in the conservatory, and we have Dennis Wong with the $1.99 million wire transfer in, let's call it the billiard room. Those would be, in this cap circumvention mystery, the accusations for a payment 1, for a payment 2, which brings us finally to 2023, and right back to Mr. Ballmer in what I can only presume would be the ballroom, and I would argue another dagger. So put on your glasses and wait till after the break.
Good tease.
Dan, to recap, we're still using your money to follow Steve Ballmer's money, and Kawhi Leonard was due another quarterly payment of $1.75 million in March 2023. Before we get to that point in time, that very crucial point in the timeline, you should have now another piece of paper in front of you. Can you just read what that one in your hands now says across the top?
It begins with the word that Pablo loves to see when he's not supposed to see papers. It says right on it, confidential. Confidential. Joseph Sandberg, Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of New York. Videotape deposition of Joseph Sandberg, Tuesday, October 16th, 2024.
So in October of 2024, it turns out, Aspiration co-founder Joseph Sandberg, who would ultimately be indicted for wire fraud, was being personally sued by a direct lending fund named Clover Private Credit and the hedge fund that managed it, known as UBS O'Connor. And we do not, and I hate this part, we do not have the videotape of Sandberg's deposition. I would hit play on it so quickly. But thanks to the filings in this case, the case has been settled, by the way, with a judgment against Joe Sandberg and his affiliates of more than $278 million. What I have is the transcript. And so I just need to ask you, Dan, to do a bit of a table read with me. And in this deposition, which took place again, October 16th, 2024 in New York, New York, you will be playing the role of Joseph Sandberg, the co-founder of Aspiration, and I will be playing the role of the attorney asking him questions, if you are ready to act a little bit.
I am ready. Let's do it.
All right. Aspiration very publicly and promptly had a number of celebrity investors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Including Drake, the rapper?
Yes.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes.
Steve Ballmer?
Yes.
Former CEO of Microsoft, owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, at one point, Aspiration had a deal with the Clippers, did they not?
I assert my Fifth Amendment rights.
So I need to break character for a second. Just acknowledge.
No, stay in character, Daniel Day-Lewis. Come on. He said, yes, that's correct. Then all of a sudden, Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, that's right. No problem acknowledging Drake DiCaprio, but when we got to the whole deal with the Clippers, Joe Sandberg pleads the fifth, but I want to stay in character. We proceed. Have you met Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
Have you met Drake?
No.
Have you met Steve Ballmer?
Yes.
Were you involved in securing their investment in Aspiration?
I assert my Fifth Amendment rights.
Oh, Mr. Sandberg. This is now me, just as me.
You've got to get better at this staying in character thing. You stink at staying in character. This is me, just as me stinks. As a transition, this is me, just as me is not helpful to anybody. Either stay in character or don't stay in character.
But when he says repeatedly, I assert my Fifth Amendment rights, I just need to let everybody know that I did this same exercise with source number 2.
Well, I think that tells you everything you need to know about whether Joe thought that the deal he had with the Clippers was potentially illicit.
And so again, Dan, Joe Sandberg had declined to comment through his attorney. But there was another exchange in the deposition that we need to read here. And for this part, I need to call upon the theatrical talents of Roy Bellamy, your producer from the Dan Le Batard Show, sitting across the glass from you, I believe, if we've done this right, in Miami. Roy, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Are you yourself or are you in character? I can't tell. The acting is so magnificent. Which one are you? Which one?
Roy will be playing. Roy, do you know who you're going to be playing here today?
I am playing Mr. Burstein.
That's right. Mr. Burstein, Joe Sandberg's lawyer, who plays a key role in this part of the play. During the period November 2022 to May 23, you were trying to raise money to pay off the loan, correct?
Vigorously.
Did you manage to get any new investors into Aspiration at the end of 2022 and the start of 2023?
Yes.
Who?
Oh, Steve Ballmer.
Don't look at me.
I wasn't looking at you to answer. Sorry. Let's see. Steve Ballmer, Dennis Wong versus his entity. I can't recall the name of his entity. Roy was terrible. Roy was truly terrible as an actor there. I felt like I was pretty bad, but Roy didn't do anything in terms of range. You were Mr. Burstein, Roy.
Well, it's a funny read, in fairness, because like on paper, Roy literally delivered it. I think there are two ways you could read it or perform it. One is don't look at me.
That's right. That would have been the way. That would have been. That's what we were looking for. We were looking for Sandberg's attorney saying, "Don't look at me. Don't bring me into your mess."
Yeah, this is Burstein the lawyer is not like Mariah Carey saying no eye contact. In my reading of the deposition, Joe Sandberg, upon saying the name Steve Ballmer again, looks over at his attorney, and the attorney says,
"Don't look at me.
Don't look at me."
Roy,
jazz hands.
That's it. The jazz hands are part of the theatrical direction that were not included in the transcript.
Can we just do this again so that people can get the courtroom reenactment? I want this all to air as it is, but let's just
wait. Let's get. We're going to insert at this point the Law and Order sound effect here. Did you manage to get any new investors into Aspiration at the end of 2022 and the start of 2023?
Yes.
Who?
Oh, Steve Ballmer?
Don't look at me.
Oh, I wasn't looking at you to answer. Sorry. Let's see. Steve Ballmer, Dennis Wong versus his entity. I can't recall the name of his entity.
And scene. I want to thank Roy for his services. This is a non-guild job.
Excellent work, Roy. I'm sorry you will be paid nothing for this. This is a job where you show up. It's the opposite of the Kawhi Leonard job. You show up and you do a thing and we don't pay you for it.
I'm pro-union.
The thing about this deposition transcript, which I love, beyond the fact that Joe Sandberg's attorney is on the record telling him as he's pondering what he should say about Steve Ballmer.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me. Either way you pronounce it, it's just pretty funny. But that part, the whole actual question and answer hidden there is a timeline, right? It brings us back to December 2022. He's talking about, did you raise money at the end of 2022 and the start of 2023? And so this brings us back to when Dennis Wong, again, put in $2 million into Aspiration. And I just need to reiterate here that the one and only new investor coming into Aspiration during this round of fundraising was Dennis Wong, who has not responded to multiple requests for comment about his investment. But this was especially glaring because one reason I suspect Joe Sandberg referred to this round of fundraising as vigorous, as you performed it, was because everybody else that he asked outside pretty much kept saying no. In the court documents in the Clover case, what I proceeded to find out was that Sandberg contacted at least 19 outside investment firms from fall 2022 to spring 2023. And all of them, Dan, all of them turned Aspiration down. But Steve Ballmer, as Joe Sandberg, as you read in that deposition, did not. Which is now strange for another reason. Because you may recall, Dan, that the comment the Clippers gave Pablo Torre Finds Out before episode 1 was published was kind of bold. If you could read that for us right now, just remind us what they said.
The team ended its relationship with Aspiration years ago during the 2022-2023 season when Aspiration defaulted on its obligations. Neither the Clippers nor Mr. Ballmer was aware of any improper activity by Aspiration or its co-founder until after the government instituted its investigation. The team and Mr. Ballmer stand ready to assist law enforcement in any way they can.
Right. So let's now line up the timeline. So March 9th, 2023, when Steve Ballmer put in $10 million through his personal LLC, first reported by The Athletic. In the NBA context, there were only 14 games left in the Clippers' 2022-23 regular season, okay? So Steve Ballmer, at that point, did the opposite of end his own personal relationship with Aspiration. He put in $10 million. And look, that, of course, combined with the initial $50 million, takes us to $60 million. And this, according to 9 sources with direct knowledge of the deal, as well as court filings. In other words, Dan, the opposite happened from what the Clippers statement tried to convey before they knew we had mountains of documents.
It's going to be hard for them to wiggle around some of this documentation. I don't know how much more NBA is going to do in the way of investigating beyond this, but it seems like every time you investigate a little more of this, more money starts appearing because we started at a $7 million a year arrangement, and it seems like there is more and more money happening here that's now doubling what your initial reporting is, more than doubling your initial reporting.
Aspiration keeps on raising money from quote-unquote Team Ballmer along the direct point in the timeline at which Kawhi Leonard is due his quarterly payments. Again, we saw it with payment 1, we saw it with payment 2, now we see it in March 2023. And my second source, again, the former finance executive high up inside Aspiration, observed something even more eye-opening given personal context.
Come March 23, I was still with the firm, even though a lot of executives had left. Majority of them were let go. Some of them left because they realized that there were some untoward activities taking place at the board level. Certainly, we, inside of Aspiration, knew that federal agencies were starting to look into Aspiration. And in fact, Forbes published an article in early March about the fact that there's a new CEO.
I'm just looking at the Forbes headline, and the headline from March 6th, 2023 was, quote, "A floundering fintech's risky reboot."
Yeah, yes.
Which is to say that at this point, like, people are noticing that things are not going close to good at Aspiration.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the California State Database now. This is for the Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, the WARN Act, in which you got to disclose in advance ahead of a mass layoff.
And when I look at the Warren report for March of 23, I'm just pulling it up now, and I search for Aspiration. On March 24th, 2023, Aspiration laid off permanently, it says, another 180 employees.
Yeah, that's when it really went bare bones.
We were constantly in awe and it's shocked that Ballmer would invest in the company again. And I have text messages between myself and colleagues where we're wondering why Ballmer put money in, to the extent where, how do you want me to read these?
I'd like you to show it to me, and then I'd like you to just read out both sides of that conversation so we could understand it for the audio audience.
Okay. So this is a text message I got from a colleague in all caps. Ballmer put money in, ? To which I responded, it's just honestly so insane. This whole thing is just so insane.
So in other words, smelled fishy at the time.
Seattle Fish Market.
The smell in that place is pungent, and I couldn't have thought of a better place to identify. I don't know. Perhaps there are places in Japan where they're slaughtering whales
Seattle,
and dolphins.
But they're throwing fish at people, and people are loving it. That's how fishy the Seattle Fish Market. Pike Place is, by the way, geographically also quite relevant to the origin of Steve Ballmer, but I digress. Look, according to court documents in the aforementioned Clover lawsuit, which we've been digging into here, Aspiration reported, Dan, these are the net losses for the company between 2019 and 2022. Losses of $772.5 million. Okay? So as we just get a sense of what was obvious inside the company, and in fact, because of the Forbes article outside the company before Ballmer decided I'm back in for 10, we should point out here that there's another glaring revelation in these documents, which is that in December 2022, this is less than a week after Kawhi Leonard got paid the $1.75 million, the public company Aspiration was supposed to merge with and therefore deliver this massive windfall to its investors, including Steve Ballmer, who was trying to profit off of his investment in Aspiration. This company, this public company, held a special meeting. The public company's name is Interprivate 3 Financial Partners. And according to court documents, 90% of Interprivate's shareholders effectively bailed on the premise of Aspiration. They redeemed their shares at roughly $10.10 per share, tanking the company, hollowing out the entire financial proposition of it. And it helped explain, by the way, why on the outside, they couldn't get anybody else to put in money. But on March 9th, 2023, about 18 months after Ballmer put in $50 million at $11 per share, $11 per share was his original investment. That was the share price. The owner of the Clippers didn't just go back for more.
Ballmer invested $10 million more at a $23 share price, just over $23. So more than double what he invested in as a share price in 2021 when the company was actually publicly in a good financial state. Even if you were to believe that there was no diligence done, March 2023, not only was this publicly known and it was all over the media and all that, we had to give disclosures as part of that investment round. And in those disclosures, the actual financial state of the company at that point were disclosed. So that should tell you a lot.
This is lunacy. It really is. I'm trying to think of what is the item here that is most damning. The dollar amounts, obviously, but we've also now got another Clipper official inserted in the middle of these transactions, and he happens to be their chief financial officer.
I mean, what Steve Ballmer, Dan, as you try to power rank, how is this escapable? What Steve Ballmer has admitted on ESPN is that he, or at least his staff, reviewed what he called, quote, primarily fraudulent financials. Even though, of course, we say that there are disclosures that we have vetted that indicate in so many key ways, truly detailed ways, how the company was obviously Meanwhile, though, as we talk, Steve Ballmer on Tuesday went on stage for a panel hosted by Sports Business Journal.
And I know that you've had a lot going on, including allegations against the team about the partnership with Aspiration. I don't know if you want to address it right off.
Sure. This is not a fun thing to be through. I was personally defrauded through our interactions with the company and some of the staff. The fraud sort of extended broadly through that. We had many relationships with the company, sponsor, activation was through carbon credits, all a bunch of complicated stuff. But the important thing is our relationship with the company and our players' relationship with the company were independent, which is important under the rules of the NBA. I feel quite confident in that we abided the rules. And so I welcome the investigation that the NBA is doing. It's a great way from our perspective to get the facts out there. And as I say, there's nothing fun about being highlighted in this way. It's a whole lot more fun to be highlighted for building a great arena. But this too shall pass. And
Pablo, you're not going to let them get away with the complicated stuff, are you?
I mean, I want to make it simple, actually. Let's just recap it. September 2021 to March 2023, quote unquote, Team Ballmer, meaning Steve Ballmer, the governor of the Clippers, Dennis Wong, the alternate governor of the Clippers, the CFO of the Clippers, and also the Clippers themselves via the letterhead with these weird carbon credits, they proceed to give a grand total of $118 million to Aspiration in 18 months. Each new payment, I would argue, less defensible than the last. Which reminds me, by the way, of something another billionaire owner had told me, like a couple episodes ago.
Because if Steve knew, and the minute he found out that this was falling apart and these guys were a scam, he'd say, let me invest some more money so you can pay off Kawhi so this whole thing goes away and there's no evidence of it any longer, and let's just erase all this from the books. You don't leave this outstanding debt out there. If Ballmer was involved and he just immediately square the circle, to use your term, the minute things went sour, he's a fucking moron.
You're saying save Aspiration personally to prevent bankruptcy, to prevent all of this stuff.
That's one option, or invest more money, right? And just tell them to pay off Kawhi. Because it would have made no sense to do this on an annual basis. It would have made a lot more sense to pay it off, put it away, nobody knows any better.
And so, weeks after Steve Ballmer's March 2023 investment, I am told, after the round of fundraising is completed, this is the spring of 2023, another thing worth noting here is that that's about when federal agencies start interviewing dozens of Aspiration employees, just two of which, by the way, you've already heard from in this episode today. In fact, March 2023 happens to be when the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the federal agency, had opened its investigation into Aspiration's carbon credit business, I am told, which had been a real source of frustration for the Aspiration employees who actually got into this whole business to, help the planet. And so there's a lot of complicated stuff here. There's also a lot of simple. And to me, the binary that Mark Cuban posed to us, are you Team Ballmer, or as I called it, Team Bricks, the bricks are bigger than I thought.
Yeah, I've got a text here from an NBA owner, and it says some of how it is the mood has changed since that Board of Governors meetings where Ballmer was running around and telling everybody he'd been conned. One of the things this owner says is the difference between this and prior situations is that Ballmer is highly respected. He has done a great job as audit committee chair. The impression from the Board of Governors meeting was that most owners hoped he didn't do it, but these last pieces of information are huge. You've got other details involving Clippers by name. It's not just Ballmer. You've got paperwork here that is awfully damning here, attached to people in important roles. I don't know how the Clippers are going to be able to slither around some of this.
Just one last thing, Dan, before we let everybody finally go and see their families. I was listening back to Adam Silver and his remarks after the NBA's Board of Governors meeting on September 10th, 2025, as we contemplate what does he do, what does he allow, how can the slithering allegedly happen. And the commissioner said this.
When the podcast came out, it was news to me. I'd frankly never heard of the company Aspiration before, and I'd never heard a whiff of anything around an endorsement deal with Kawhi or anything around engagement with the Los Angeles Clippers. So it was all new to me. I heard it. I saw some of the follow-up information.
So I obtained another document, Dan, which is, I believe, in front of you. It's a copy of Aspiration's $300 million founding sponsorship agreement, which was scheduled, by the way, to give Aspiration the Clippers jersey patch in July 2023. And if you could read the clause that I hope is in front of you, this is section 15.16 of this massive contract. It says what?
Section 15.16a, this is NBA rules and regulations, special remedy for adverse change in NBA rules and regulations. This agreement and all of sponsors' rights and the team parties' obligations herein are subject to NBA rules and regulations. This agreement and any amendment hereto must be submitted prior to its execution for NBA's approval and shall not be effective or enforceable until it is expressly approved by the NBA.
So that is the on-the-books, publicized, big founding partner sponsorship agreement, the one that Adam Silver apparently suggested he had never heard of before. It says in that deal that it must be submitted before execution, shall not be effective or enforceable until it is expressly approved by the league Adam Silver runs. And I also want to point something else out. During the first 2 seasons of that deal, which is where we've been living in this episode, by the way, 2021-22, and then 2022-23, the NBA seasons, Aspiration, as it was burning cash immediately, as quickly as it was getting it, was putting $7.5 million, according to this agreement, into the Clippers annually. Team Ballmer, meanwhile, was putting money into Aspiration, which had to pay a $7 million annual salary for Kawhi Leonard that nobody ever spoke publicly about. So just doing the math here, pretty good deal. Team Ballmer still coming out ahead about $500,000 a year, despite the $28 million thing that we've been focusing on in this particular episode. And so when Adam Silver says after the Board of Governors, right, that he'd never heard a whiff of anything around an endorsement deal with Kawhi or anything around engagement with the Los Angeles Clippers, what I want to know, Dan, is if the Aspiration deal was in fact submitted and expressly approved by the NBA. And so what I decided to do was tweet all of this out again, almost word for word as I just said it to you. And on Tuesday afternoon, in a live streamed on-the-record conversation at Front Office Sports Tuned In conference, Adam Silver got asked about this by the interviewer, Daniel Roberts.
Almost all the investigations we've done since I've been at the NBA, certainly the bigger ones, the media plays a large part in them. As we are seeing in this investigation here, it began with Pablo and his podcast. This was not something that was on our radar to even be thinking about.
I think what's hard for people to understand in all this, and, Ballmer has said, basically, I was hoodwinked. It was a fraudulent company, and this company, had executives that have been prosecuted, and it went bankrupt. He has said that. You have said you hadn't heard of Aspiration before. But a $300 million deal with the team, the team was going to be like a jersey patch sponsor. They had Aspiration on the back of the courtside seats. I think Pablo...
Just to be clear, I'm not sure if I said if I said I never heard of it, I meant in the context of the accusations here. I mean, I certainly was aware of the brand, but I didn't know anything about it.
Got it, yes, because I think just earlier today, Pablo tweeted, he said that because it was a $300 million deal, it was a founding sponsorship agreement. And those, as I would expect, have to be approved at the league level.
Yes, there's a league approval process, but it doesn't go deep into, interviewing executives for every deal that comes through the league office.
Does it need to?
Well, I think that's a fair question, and maybe at a certain level they do. I think we'll have a better sense of when we understand what happened here. Look, I accept my responsibility ultimately is the integrity of this league. And especially when it's a competitive issue. I mean, we've had other larger investigations, but be honest, even when it involves misconduct of owners, it doesn't get fans' attention of 30 teams in the way something does where there's a suggestion there's an unlevel playing field, that somebody has a greater advantage because they have deeper pockets or they have a relationship or a connection. And I think from a fan standpoint, look, I'm never going to be in a position where I can sit here and say, I can promise nothing untoward's going to happen in the league, but what we do want to pledge to our fans is that from a league office standpoint, we treat everybody the same. As I said, we respect due process. We're going to be fair to everyone involved, whether it's a team executive, an owner, or a player, but that we care deeply about competitive fairness in this league. And that's what this issue potentially touches on, which is, I think, why in part it's getting so much attention.
I don't know what Adam Silver's supposed to do here, either publicly or privately. I feel like he's a bit boxed in, and it sort of reminds me a little bit of what recently happened here with John Gruden, where people who adjudicate these things are saying it's ridiculous that the arbitration that involves Roger Goodell would be heard by Roger Goodell. What an awkward position for Adam Silver to be in, given everything he's done publicly, that he's not actually the boss of Steve Ballmer, that Steve Ballmer is the boss of Adam Silver, and now he's got to figure out how to be a commissioner the way that he showed us with Donald Sterling, when the only reason Donald Sterling happened, Pablo, is because all of the other owners wanted it to happen. I'm not sure what they want to happen here, but I don't think it's that they want Ballmer gone or that they want Ballmer disgraced when Ballmer's really useful to them. And you know how these people admire money? So, of course, they're going to admire the person who has more money than any of them.
Yes. There is a very strange dynamic where Steve Ballmer is, as you put it, useful. He set a record for NBA team sales when he bought the Clippers from Donald Sterling. He is a guy who has all of the money, I mean, frankly, to buy out everybody else if he wanted to. And the question that the owners have to ask themselves, I think, that Adam presumably would be asking himself is, no, there's no equivalent documentary smoking gun like Donald Sterling saying on tape the most unsayable thing you can probably say as an NBA owner, specifically. But when does the mountain of what you might deem, quote unquote, circumstantial, which may simply be the best possible evidence accumulating in the absence, deliberate absence of writing down on a piece of paper that confession, when does that also seem embarrassing to you?
I have only one piece of paper left here that I have not looked at. Are you going to let me turn over this last piece of paper to have the punctuation on the episode?
So please turn that piece of paper over, because this is a tweet. Of course it is, from the billionaire NBA owner that I started this episode complaining that you were not. Because when it comes to how he sees this story and why he's continued to devote so many hours of his free time to it, despite having billions of dollars, the thing he says in response to a follower complaining that, quote, I wish you would use this time on healthcare, end quote, is this.
This is my diversion. Sometimes I need a break.
And on that point, Mark Cuban, my wife and child, my boss, my staff, and me, in my heart of hearts, I think we all probably do agree on that.
Violet, you got to be willing to go to jail to protect your sources, Violet. You got to be willing to do that.
Dan, my friend and employer, and truly my favorite Cuban, let the record show.
Nice.
Thank you for supporting our journalism.
Your credibility is shot, my friend. Everyone knows that your favorite Cuban is Papa. You are a liar in public. I've caught you. Dan Le Batard finds out.
Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is. Steve Ballmer's kink is being robbed.
Yeah. Rob me blind, daddy.
I don't know whatever it is that you're planning to do. I mean,
I'm just here to contribute and to answer everything that's allowed within the limits of the law, of course.
You're wearing a suit and tie. And what should I address you as?
Mr. El Hassan.
Mr. El Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. El Hassan, thank you for being in podcast court today.
Thank you.
I do want to start by acknowledging that your client, David Sampson, your running mate typically in these endeavors, is not here. He's attending, unfortunately, to a family emergency. We send him our thoughts.
Yes.
The upside, though, is that he can't fiddle with the shit I put in front of you. Please don't fiddle.
A little drumming, a light drumming to let it know I'm here.
So where we are today is a special day.
Yes.
Mr. El Hassan, it is NBA Media Day.
It sure is.
We are dropping this episode as a surprise for everybody who might be engaging in the festivities. For those who have no idea what the festivities are, could you please explain, Mr. El Hassan, in case they did not work in a basketball front office in an executive capacity, as you have, what is NBA Media Day?
NBA Media Day, Mr. Torre, is essentially a kind of show and tell for the world. Look at our new team. Look how excited we are. This guy lost all this weight. That guy was playing there. Now he's playing here. Everyone's happy. We're going to win a title. We've started a brand new era in our organization. It is basically the day where you put your team on showcase and all the media entities, both local and national, come in, take pictures, ask questions, and essentially feel very positive about the year ahead of us.
Yes.
Well, for most teams.
The team that we are focusing in on today, of course, is a team whose owner, I am told, Steve Ballmer, the richest owner in all of sports, one of the 10 richest people in the world, will not be participating in Media Day at all. But it is, despite that, the one day when Kawhi Leonard and, in fact, the Clippers' president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank, a gentleman you must have encountered at one point in your journey through the NBA, they are going to have to field questions about this now 5-part investigative series that I have been pursuing in a way that they may never have to again.
I'd like to pause right here and make clear to everybody that Mr. Ballmer's lack of availability is not out of the ordinary. Typically, you don't hear from owners on Media Day. However, as you mentioned, Lawrence Frank, Tyronn Lue, and Kawhi Leonard will all have to speak to the media, and I have to assume that the gathered media, of which will be local and, as I said, national and perhaps even international, will be somewhat curious about the findings that you've been publishing over the last few weeks.
And so I just got to jump in here to interrupt Mr. El Hassan for a second to acknowledge that, yes, there have been a lot of findings over these last few weeks. And in this episode, part 5 of our investigation, we're going to get into new details about the $48 million that Kawhi Leonard was supposed to get from Aspiration and the role of his personal camp in that deal, as well as new details about the deepening connection between Steve Ballmer and the co-founder of Aspiration, all of which will be germane to the NBA's investigation. But the other big reason we're doing this here is because we actually want to acknowledge our detractors. And in doing so, we want to simplify the story. The story of what our reporting suggests is the largest salary cap circumvention scheme in sports history. A deeply elaborate and complicated effort to bend a cardinal rule that was designed to regulate the unfair extra spending of billionaires. And that's a rule, by the way, that too rarely exists otherwise in American life. And yet, I want to make the case here that this was also a very stupidly straightforward operation in some key elemental ways, as a current NBA head coach reached out to tell me this week. Quote, "This should be embarrassing for the league. I know teams do little side deals, but what happened here is so obvious." End quote. What does that summary sound like to you, Mr. El Hassan, that perspective from that head coach?
It sounds like that head coach would like a pound of flesh, because how Adam Silver adjudicates this matter has reverberations that go far beyond what happens to the Clippers. It is essentially the head on the spike you put outside the city gates of King's Landing to let everybody know, don't try that around here.
Well, it is almost as if cap circumvention as a concept itself is on trial. That is the test in front of the commissioner.
If I've done a lot of reading.
Are you Southern? I'm detecting a Southern accent as you.
It will emerge, Mr. Torre, from time to time as I turn into my lawyerly self.
You're opening a laptop now.
I am opening a laptop so I can reference Article 13 of the collective bargaining agreement, aptly named circumvention. 2 key phrases: compensation from a sponsor, business partner, or third party substantially in excess of the fair market value of any services to be rendered by the player for such sponsor, business partner, or third party. And then the other part, violation of the sections named above may be proven by direct or circumstantial evidence, including but not limited to evidence that a player contract or any term or provision thereof cannot rationally be explained. As Adam Silver gets up and speaks to the media and makes it seem like, well, it's shades of gray and we don't want to infringe upon corporate sponsors. And, I've heard a lot of things have come to me, and then when we investigate, it turns out it was nothing at all.
I think as a matter of fundamental fairness, I would be reluctant to act if there was sort of a mere appearance of impropriety. I think the goal of a full investigation is to find out if there really was impropriety. Because
he's making excuses where there are 2 pieces of literature in there that are very clear.
I dare say that this is what that head coach was talking about, that this is what lots of GMs that I've talked to and owners, by the way, have been referencing, is just this very basic premise of the rule of NBA law, which is, again, not real law, but it is, in fact, a rule. And all of this alleged rule breaking, Mr. El-Hassan, begins with Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg and his fellow co-founder and CEO, Andre Cherny, and how they, according to the documentation, signed Kawhi Leonard to a secret $48 million deal that nobody ever announced or mentioned in public, in which Kawhi contractually did not legally have to do a single thing. And as far as I can tell, and as exactly 0 people have publicly disputed, did not actually go on to do a single thing. Except, Mr. El-Hassan, there was the one thing that Kawhi Leonard was obligated to do, according to the covenant of his contract, to secure those $48 million. What was it?
Mr. Leonard had to keep playing as a Los Angeles Clipper.
If you will now open up your folder and just reread for us another bit of the legal literature here, Section 2.10b, Clause 2 of Kawhi's endorsement agreement, signed in the middle of the 2021-22 NBA season with this now clearly fraudulent tree planting brokerage company thing.
Company shall have the right to terminate if Leonard is no longer an employee of the team for any reason.
Which is to say that this no-show deal in which Kawhi would do nothing and, in fact, still get paid more than New Balance, his sneaker sponsor, paid him. And also, by the way, more than 4 times what Aspiration paid Drake and Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert Downey Jr. and the rest of its celebrity A-list roster combined. This deal is a deal that, I believe, cannot, quote, rationally be explained, does not represent fair market value, according to the language of the CBA, which you read for us. It feels like it's enough to punish the Clippers, frankly, right now. But the rationale from the Clippers is what I want to turn my focus to today, because it continues to be that Kawhi's deal with Aspiration was made completely and totally independently of Steve Ballmer's $50 million personal investment in Aspiration, as well as Aspiration's $300+ million, quote, founding sponsorship with the Clippers, which, of course, Mr. Ballmer himself recently explained away as, quote, a whole bunch of complicated stuff.
Through that, we had many relationships with the company, sponsor, activation was through carbon credits, all bunch of complicated stuff.
I love how he says carbon credits with great exaggerated air quotes. Carbon credits, whatever that crazy shit is.
Just that you spent, in the end, according to our reporting, tens of millions of dollars on, prepaid in ways that we have established in previous episodes. But the point here, Mr. El-Hassan, is that much of what I've been doing for the last month now has been an attempt to just anticipate and even reconcile the possible responses from both my critics, the people who poke holes in my reporting, as well as the richest owner in sports himself. I do want people to steel man, as they say, steel man opposite of straw man, steel man the critiques here. And so I've heard from Mavericks minority owner Mark Cuban. I've heard from former Aspiration CEO Andre Cherny, and I've heard from a growing Rolodex of NBA sources who do request anonymity because in many cases, they personally worked with Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard and Lawrence Frank. So just in your view, Mr. El-Hassan,
yes,
what is the best argument that you've heard, you can imagine, for why Aspiration would want to do this deal in the way that Steve Ballmer has described it, which is to say, without Steve Ballmer or anyone from the Clippers knowing or influencing the deal in question?
The best explanation I've received, Mr. Torre, was that this was a form of inception, of planting the seed in the brain of Steve Ballmer that these are good guys to keep around because they take care of me and my people, even if I'm not aware directly of how they are being taken care of. So if we're paying Kawhi Leonard and Kawhi Leonard remains a Clipper and we're excited about our partnership with the Clippers, Steve Ballmer will continue to funnel money into our endeavor. That is the explanation that I've heard that I believe comes closest to sanity. Comes closest. Does not quite arrive, though.
So Andre Cherny, the Aspiration CEO who signed the deal, had also issued, in fairness to this argument, a statement on Twitter in which he claimed, quote, "In the months of discussion among our executives before signing the sponsorship, I don't remember conversations about the NBA salary cap," end quote.
And if we're going to be as, what's the word? It's another word for naive. It's like a girl's name, man.
What?
Oh, man.
Leave this in.
Pollyannic?
Pollyanna-ish.
Okay. If we were to be as Pollyannish as the Clippers want us to be.
Nailed it.
The Dennis Wong, Steve Ballmer's partner, as well invest money. So we just keep the money invested in our company because they like us, because we keep their star player happy.
Right, except you don't know that they're keeping your star player happy.
Well, they know he's happy.
But they don't know who to give credit to for that.
Okay, it's falling apart. You see why it's hard to be Pollyannish in this case?
But this is the thing that I'm like really just like circling as we, again, open this folder, which is just that Aspiration never announced or even referenced the existence of this deal to anyone. Certainly not in public and certainly not directly to Mr. Ballmer, because that, of course, would be violative of the rules.
There you go.
We should also keep in mind that Steve Ballmer admitted to ESPN that he and the Clippers did formally introduce Kawhi to Aspiration. He said, quote,
the introduction got made, and then they were off to the races on their own.
And so I guess, Mr. El-Hassan, the logical question would then be, did the Clippers ever inquire about the results of this very important meeting between their founding sponsor and their most important employee?
Hey, how'd it go?
And also, was that curiosity maybe coming from a place of concern, given how, of course, Mr. Leonard's designated representative, Uncle Dennis Robertson, had been presenting himself across the NBA in years previous, such that they sparked an investigation in 2019.
Well, first of all, I'd love it if you referred to him as Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson.
And so this is the point in the episode where I actually do want to very quickly read from an Athletic feature last week about Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson and how he handled his nephew's 2019 free agency. Quote, had Leonard chosen to re-sign with Toronto, the Raptors could only offer $190 million over 5 years. His other suitors were restricted to $141 million over 4 years. End quote. And I'm just gonna do the math here real quick for a second, because 190 minus 141, that gets us to $49 million, a $49 million deficit that the Clippers could not make up on the books, according to the CBA, which then brings back to mind, I dare say, the $48 million deal, negotiations for which Aspiration CEO totally does not remember having to do anything with the NBA salary cap and its collective bargaining agreement and the regulations mandated therein.
I had the great privilege on my own show called Basketball Illuminati to interview the one and only Bruce Arthur of the Toronto Star.
Yes.
And he told us in great detail the Toronto version of the Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson pitch, which started with things that were doable and quickly escalated to a place of great cap circumvention peril.
Well, I want to get to the two prongs of what Bruce Arthur for the Toronto Star has reported that Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson was requesting. Because the question that I have for basketball reporters to just fundamentally ask on Media Day, and for also the high-powered lawyers to investigate on behalf of the NBA League office, would be simple. It is, did Steve Ballmer and Lawrence Frank really have zero idea about this $48 million deal that the founding sponsor struck with the most important employee in their organization?
I've been kicking around that very question.
Well, Mr. Al-Hassan, that's why we're doing a part 5.
Oh, my God. And drop the intro music there. That's the cold open.
I want to keep drilling down here into the financial logic, the presumed self-interest of Aspiration, as we try to understand who else was in the room, what else is happening. Because the company Aspiration, right, they at some point surpassed a $2 billion valuation. And part of the whole logic here is that Aspiration wants to do this because it's good for the business of Aspiration. Kawhi Leonard is happy. Kawhi Leonard stays a Clipper, according to the best Steelman theory that you've offered. Therefore, Aspiration's business benefits. And so the thing that I want to interrogate here in this allegedly independently conceived relationship is, what did the other executives at Aspiration think about what this would do to the business of Aspiration? And so, Mr. Al-Hassan, please flip over the next piece of paper in your folder, because this is a screenshot of a text exchange between two senior Aspiration executives from December 21, 2021, that I have now confirmed to be authentic. And so I want you to be the sender on the right side of the screenshot. I will be the respondent. And the one note here before we do the table read is that the chief financial officer of Aspiration, who chose to leave the company by September 2022, by the way, is a man named Roger Avanesian. And also, ASIS, which will come up in this exchange, stands for Aspiration Sustainable Impact Services. In other words, the complicated bunch of stuff having to do with carbon credits that Mr. Ballmer was alluding to earlier. That was the focus of our last episode in this series. So,
Roger and I are trying to talk Joe and Andre out of a $48 million deal with Clippers player Kawhi Leonard. It's regional, male, niche, redundant to the Clippers, had no ASIS impact, and is a huge expense with no clear ROI.
Fuck. That's a horrible idea.
Yeah, fuck.
They are love drunk with these celebs.
Plus, Kawhi's dull.
Yeah, we will go underspending money like that. Fast.
And Steph Curry is at least charismatic if you want an NBA star. It's insane.
Which is a good point, by the way, as raised by that varyingly golden age of radio voice that was reading those texts.
Thank you, Mr. Torre.
Very good. I am told again, by the way, that Aspiration's chief marketing officer literally did not know who Kawhi Leonard was. $48 million in a marketing deal, and everyone's like, can we get Steph? Why are we getting the dull guy?
The sentence that I really think hits home as we explore how could this be positive for Aspiration is, it's referring to a $48 million deal with Kawhi Leonard, regional, male, niche, redundant to the Clippers, had no ASIS impact. Meaning, we are investing in someone who does not reverberate much outside of Southern California, does not cross over to different demographics other than, I'm presuming, males age 18 to 55, even within Southern California, does not resonate beyond Clippers fandom.
Well, I'll just remind you, this text is sent December 2021. What was the status of Kawhi Leonard at that time in the 21-22 NBA season?
Under contract and injured.
He wasn't playing.
Yes.
So the whole question of we need to boost the value of this company by getting this guy on the team, the dude wasn't playing.
Ruptured ACL, missed the entirety of the season. Mind you, this was months after signing a lucrative extension.
So the two prongs bring us now to a text message I introduced to the public record in our last episode. It's a text message that was sent by a number associated with Kawhi's uncle, Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson, his designated representative on the $28 million endorsement deal. And it was sent to Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg in February 2022. Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson and lawyers for Joe Sandberg, for the record, have not replied to our detailed questions, including about this text. But Mr. Al-Hassan, could you please just read what that text message said?
Good morning, Joe. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Just a heads up, things are still dragging. Mike has the contact for about 14 days now. Haven't heard back. Thanks. Just keeping you informed.
And so you did say contact. It is contact. I believe it is meant to be contract, as I have also validated in my reporting. This was about, in fact, the $20 million equity offer, the second prong of the deal that Kawhi Leonard wanted from the Raptors, that we are now reporting he was seeking from the Clippers as well. And the Mike, by the way, that Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson was referring to is a guy named Mike Shuckero, who was Aspiration's chief legal officer. But the other thing I just need everybody to understand about the deal that Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson was apparently texting about, the second prong, this is new, okay? According to sources directly familiar with the $20 million equity deal Kawhi was granted, this deal, in which he would be paid $5 million a year over 4 years, had something called a put option on it. Mr. Al-Hassan, do you know what a put option is?
I know it very well, but in case I hadn't done my research, please explain to the people what a put option is.
I think I have someone who could help us out on that. So source number one, if you could help me out as a former member of Aspiration's finance department, what is a put option?
To oversimplify, a put option is a fixed price at which a buyer is able to sell their stock in a company. So say they bought a put option at $5 and that stock essentially drops to $1. They have the right, but they're not obligated to sell that stock at the higher price, which is $5. And they have that put for a certain length of time.
So let's put it in more concrete, hypothetical terms. Let's say Kawhi Leonard acquires $20 million in equity from Joe Sandberg. And Joe Sandberg puts a put option at $20 million on that $20 million in equity Kawhi Leonard has just acquired from him. In other words, if Kawhi Leonard exercises that put option, he is guaranteed to get $20 million.
Yes, that's how that would work.
It is assuring Kawhi Leonard that no matter what, even if Aspiration goes into the shitter, you're getting $20 million guaranteed by Joe Sandberg.
Correct.
That's a pretty good deal now that you spell it out like that.
It's the dream, like I said.
It's getting a little hot in here.
Yeah, you might want to undo that top button. Because just to translate this as if I am 5 years old.
Yes.
If Aspiration stock declined,
yes,
dropping this deal's value below $20 million,
yes,
Kawhi Leonard was assured the legal right to sell his equity back for $20 million.
It's like investing in something with no downside, because if it doesn't work, you get your money back. But if it does work, you get to reap the benefits.
Mr. Al-Hassan, you have just discovered what a put option fundamentally is. It is a way to mitigate downside risk. It is a way to ensure that no matter what, the worst case scenario is not going to be less than the price that you were told you would get.
Hardly the vote of confidence, though.
Look, I'm just saying, hypothetically, in this scenario, Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson and Kawhi Leonard, they're not rookies when it comes to getting paid. They have questions. Is this a theoretical $20 million or is this a real $20 million? And according to the reporting that I've done, they wanted the real kind. And so the next document in your folder, Mr. Al-Hassan, explains how it is that Joe Sandberg was able to make this part of Kawhi's deal happen over the protests, by the way, of those fellow executives who saw what this was, and they were like, we can't fucking do this. These are the people who are dragging their feet in the process of talks with Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson. And so Joe Sandberg said, you know what? I'm going to personally grant that guaranteed $20 million myself. And he did it through one of his 12 personal LLCs. And it was not AGO Partners, as previously reported. It was another one of them, in fact. An LLC which Joe Sandberg called what, Mr. El Hassan?
RJB Partners, LLC.
You are holding in your hands the Statement of Information as registered with California's Secretary of State from RJB Partners. And I knew to find this because Sandberg refers to RJB Partners in an email which he sent to his personal attorneys with other Aspiration executives CC'd, and that is the next piece of paper in your folder. If you can please read what this document says.
For avoidance of doubt, any and all benefit to Aspiration from the Kawhi deal is being subsidized by my contributing my equity to make this happen. In conjunction with my offering to do that, I also explained verbally to Andre that Kawhi's team wanted his legal fees paid. I'll state it here for you. I, via RJB, am transferring $20 million, in all caps, of stock to Kawhi over 4 years to enable this partnership for Aspiration. The benefits that you, Mike, that Andre, that Roger will get from this partnership are subsidized by my, in caps, $20 million of stock. Regards, Joe.
And this reminds me, Mr. El Hassan, of another conversation I had with source number one back in part 1 of this series. It does seem very clear that the people inside of Aspiration loved to email each other.
Yeah, that's stupid idiots. Quite frankly. Yeah, let's put it in writing. Great idea.
To be fair, Mr. Torre, as it continuously gets a little hotter in here, Steve Ballmer, Dennis Wong, Lawrence Frank can all say, well, that has nothing to do with us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that this could all be done independently, according to the foregoing theory that has been presented. And so this is where I just want to begin to pull on a thread here. A thread of something that Joe Sandberg, in that email that you just read, had mentioned. Because he mentioned, quote, a benefit to Aspiration. Yes. And the, quote, benefits that Mike, that Andre, that Roger, the rest of the C-suite, in other words, will get from this partnership, which, again, he is personally subsidizing with his $20 million for Kawhi Leonard. And what 9 Aspiration sources now tell me is that to Aspiration, the benefit was not simply keeping Kawhi Leonard a Los Angeles Clipper because Aspiration wanted this team that they were already sponsoring to do well. That actually was the benefit to Steve Ballmer and the Clippers, that their player would be very happy. The benefit to Aspiration was actually rational in its logic, in its financial thinking. Because the benefit to Aspiration, according to my reporting and these 9 sources, is what the company got from Steve Ballmer in exchange. The giant founding sponsorship deal, the signage all around the Clippers arena, the jersey patch on the bodies of the Clippers themselves, the sign on the back of the courtside seats. It was Steve Ballmer vouching for Joe and Andre, the co-founders, with other investors, helping to arrange meetings over email and in person, as an internal email sent by Mr. Sandberg in October 2021 to Czerny and another Aspiration executive confirms. As, by the way, our old friend David Sampson read for us in part 1 of this fucking investigation.
Ballmer himself is enthusiastic to help and will personally be a reference and advocate where we ask him. So please keep that front of mind.
And then, if you will, there's an email on November 1st, 2021 from Steve Ballmer, personally connecting the CEO of Intuit with Andre and Joe.
Since Intuit and Aspiration already have a business relationship and all of us share a passion for the Clips and our Intuit Dome project, I thought it might be fun for the 4 of us to take in a game together sometime soon. Pablo, it strikes me that if the names Sandberg and Czerny were different, if Aspiration had a different name, we would call this sports washing.
We might. Mr. Al-Hassan, we might detect that they would want to use the imprimatur, the cosign, the representation of a very respected rich motherfucker. And that would help them make their business real. The part I want to get to next is the part where he said something that you kind of, I think, raised an eyebrow at as you were reading it. Because this part was, quote, I also explained verbally to Andre that Kawhi's team wanted his legal fees paid, end quote. We've been focusing a lot on Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson in our investigation so far. Of course, he was the designated representative on the $28 million no-show endorsement deal that I obtained a copy of. He's also the guy whom my original source in the finance department, source number one, had told me had been calling Aspiration when they were late on those quarterly $1.75 million payments to Mr. Leonard. But Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson, for those who are not familiar with the saga, he was also the protagonist, right, of the 2019 investigation by the NBA into the prior cap circumvention claims levied against Steve Ballmer's Clippers. Because even though the NBA did not find evidence of cap circumvention back then, what did the NBA do, Mr. Al-Hassan?
They instituted what might affectionately be called the Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson rule, which is only certified personnel may negotiate on behalf of a player for compensation, aka an actual agent, not a family member, not an uncle.
Yes, and there were, in fact, increased fines and penalties for teams that dared to not do that. And the question then is, who is the certified agent representing Kawhi Leonard this whole time?
It's a gentleman by the name of Mitch Frankel.
Mr. Mitch Frankel, not Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson,
Yes.
used to be an NFL agent, actually, before trying to build this whole agency around Kawhi Leonard, his biggest client by far. Mitch Frankel came to represent Kawhi during that time when Kawhi was with the San Antonio Spurs, of course. And in fact, we found a photo of Mitch Frankel standing right next to Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi has his arm, his left arm around him. This is after they won the 2014 title. And what is Mr. Mitch Frankel holding in this photograph, Mr. Al-Hassan?
I believe that is what is now known as the Bill Russell Finals MVP trophy.
That's correct. Mr. Leonard is holding the Larry O'Brien. Mr. Frankel is holding the Finals MVP trophy. And so, in this way, I would like to lead you to the next piece of paper in your folder. Because the second name listed under the legal notices section of that $28 million no-show endorsement deal after Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson, in section 4.1a, as you take off your jacket.
It's hot.
I know, it's getting real sweaty in here. What is that name there?
These legal notices were sent with a mandatory copy to Mitchell Frankel of Boca Raton, Florida.
Which means that any legal notice that Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson received at his South Florida address, Mr. Mitchell Frankel, Kawhi's actual agent, would also receive at his South Florida address. Which takes us now to the next sheet of paper in your folder. Because this happens to be a series of text messages sent from Mr. Mitch Frankel to Mike Shuckero, the aforementioned general counsel of Aspiration, who provided these to me on the record after I requested any and all documentation of any communications that Mr. Shuckero had had with Kawhi's agent that were not protected by attorney-client privilege. And so, just to set the scene, this is all about Kawhi Leonard's second ever payment of $1.75 million that was due from Aspiration at the end of September 2022. But of course, September 22 came and went. October 22 came and went. And that takes us to when this text message was sent. Please play the role of Mr. Frankel. I will be the general counsel of Aspiration, and you can timestamp us as we go.
November 2nd, 2022, 8:44 a.m. Mike, good morning. Can you tell me the status of the payment from Aspiration to KL2? Thank you. Mitch Frankel.
10:22 a.m. I have a call into our finance team. They are West Coast, so still early. I'll be back.
Thank you. November 3rd, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Any update? Thank you.
Yes, I'll send via email. Sorry, morning got away from me.
November 3rd, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. I never received an email. My address is at gmail.com. Thanks.
All lowercase, Sending now, period.
November 3rd, 2022 at 6:43 p.m. Thank you.
All of which is to say, Mr. Al Hassan, that this scheme, as it has been reported and alleged, was not merely Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson going rogue. This was something that Kawhi's camp, his actual licensed, registered, certified agent, alongside Aspiration, clearly considered pretty important. And I should just say here that we did reach out to Mitch Frankel and his office, again, with a detailed list of questions and an interview request, to which he did not respond. But for the record, Mike Schuckerell, the general counsel for Aspiration, has told me that he would make those texts available to the NBA, to the Clippers, to Wachtell Lipton, the law firm that the NBA hired this month to investigate this alleged salary cap circumvention scheme. All of that is available to them, I am told. But yeah, man.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
It seems like this was a thing that everybody knew needed to be paid, and as of November 22, wasn't. This wasn't an alley in which Mr. Uncle Dennis Robertson was standing with a trench coat. This was a whole plan.
This was the lobby of Kawhi Leonard Inc., in essence.
And the question then is, inside the Clippers building, what did they think about this arrangement? And this past week, I will say, I checked in with a former Clippers official. And they said they really do like Steve Ballmer personally, still, by the way. But this is the quote they gave me. The world in Clipperland revolves around Kawhi Leonard, and the moon is Dennis Robertson. There is no way the Clippers did not know about this deal, end quote. And they pointed straight to Steve Ballmer and the president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank, the innermost circle, who handled the most sensitive issues around one of the most delicate superstars that anyone has managed in professional sports.
I'll tell you a story, and I believe the statute of limitations has run out, so none of the people here can be punished for this. But when I was working for the Phoenix Suns, in the lead up to the 2007 offseason, we had a whiteboard where we would write our projected starting lineups and all these different permutations. If you remember, at the time we were in talks to acquire Kevin Garnett. We were trying to acquire Kevin Garnett. So there was a version where Kevin Garnett was our starting center. It's a version where Amari Stoudemire is our starting center. All these different lineups, different permutations. What if we get this guy? What if we swing the trade for that guy? Maybe our first round pick here will be that slot. But in every permutation, the starting small forward was Grant Hill. And I remember asking, how can we be sure that he's going to sign with us? He was going to be a free agent that summer, but how do we know he's going to sign with us? And everybody laughed. And July 2007 came around, and we signed Grant Hill. I don't know. At that time, I was very, very, very low on the totem pole. I believe I might have been a basketball operations assistant. But I say it to say that there are what sometimes can be classified as open secrets, meaning we all know, you may not know all the details, but you know what's going to happen. Now, obviously, that's a much smaller scale than what we're talking about here. But it would not surprise me that, of course, the president of basketball operations is involved. He's the architect building the team. If we're committing to something of that nature, of that large of a commitment, then obviously he's included. But the other person I would assume would be included in that conversation very, very intimately would be the head coach of the team.
And this is where I should probably point out that Ty Lue, the head coach of the Clippers at the time and today, will be speaking at Media Day. And I would be curious if anybody wants to ask him the question you have suggested logically might deserve asking. But now I want to just swing the camera back because the finance team came up in that conversation between the general counsel of Aspiration and Mitch Frankel, the agent of Kawhi Leonard. And so this is where I think it's really worth pointing out that there's another benefit that Joe Sandberg didn't necessarily spell out directly to his C-suite at the inception of the Kawhi Leonard arrangement. Because this benefit, again, I would argue, is simple. If Steve Ballmer wanted Kawhi Leonard to get paid on the side, And if Steve Ballmer wanted that payment to be completely secret at risk of NBA punishment, he needed Aspiration to have enough money to pay Kawhi Leonard, which would then logically explain why Steve Ballmer kept putting in money into this collapsing company. But the windfall, undeniably, seems to me an enormous benefit to Aspiration. In fact, the biggest benefit that Joe Sandberg might have been alluding to is that you have a source of not merely credibility, but a whole lot of money that you could tap into when needed.
Straight cash, homie. That's what we call that. But Pablo, when did the Clippers stop giving them money?
So the timeline here, right? Kawhi wasn't getting paid in September, October, November of 2022. That's where we are now in the timeline.
Right.
And the reason I think it's possible that Steve Ballmer and the Clippers stopped putting money in at that period was because perhaps they were learning what was happening. They might have detected the fact pattern we are reverse engineering now. I mean, as the Clippers themselves admitted to us, quote, "We made payments to Aspiration until the company was unable to fulfill their responsibilities," end quote. Which would then explain why both Uncle Dennis and Mitch Frankel would be calling and texting about Kawhi's money. But on December 6th, 2022, to remind everybody, what happens? Who finally comes through to save Aspiration? Because it wasn't Uncle Dennis.
It was Mr. Grandpa Dennis Wong.
The person who saved the day was Dennis Wong, according to multiple sources and bank statements and cash forecasts that we reviewed. Steve Ballmer's college roommate, the only minority owner of the Clippers he trusted to own a piece of the team, who on December 6th, 2022, invested $1.99 million, having never invested in Aspiration before. Dude signs off on a purchase agreement that tells him that the company is in default, that its independent auditor had resigned, that the SEC and FINRA are probing the company, that they're facing seven-figure litigation, and Mr. Dennis Wong, a different Dennis, who did not respond to our request for comment, invests anyway. And 9 days later, on December 15th, while the company cannot make payroll, on the same day Aspiration lays off 20% of their staff, Kawhi Leonard gets paid $1.75 million.
Grandpa Dennis said, "Never tell me the odds." He turned into Han Solo right there.
He put in just enough money at a time and in a quantity that was inexplicable to anyone who's ever reviewed the fact pattern we've established. I await also the appropriate spin on that.
Let me go off script here a little bit. Mr. Torre, let's assume right now you and I have an interdimensional portal that takes us straight to Clippers Media Day. We're credentialed. The mic has been passed around. Kawhi Leonard is on the podium. Yes, in the front.
Kawhi, why didn't you do anything to promote Aspiration despite signing a $28 million endorsement contract with Aspiration?
They didn't ask me to do anything.
Did you ever exercise a put option that would have guaranteed the $20 million in equity that you were granted by Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg?
I don't know what that is.
Did you know that your agent and uncle were pressuring Aspiration to make its overdue sponsorship payments to you?
I'm not familiar. I just go out and play basketball for the Clippers.
Were you aware that the owners of the Clippers were investing in that same company while you were awaiting payment from that same company?
Again, I have no idea what happens. I just go out there and I play basketball.
Have you seen the video of the last time that your boss, Steve Ballmer, spoke at Media Day? Because it was 2021, and he sat on stage right next to the guy who co-founded the company that was paying you $1.75 million late.
Well, I'm usually pretty busy on Media Day. I don't get to see what everyone else is doing.
Well, check this out.
The pièce de résistance, as we went through this, is when we had a chance to really sit down and meet the folks from Aspiration. I'm pretty keen on all of the projects, and we're keen to have these guys as a marketing partner. I don't think there's much conflict between what we're doing on the basketball side in the short term and what we're trying to do with Intuit Dome. In parallel, And there's no financial tie. We're going to invest in our team, whatever we need to put ourselves in a position to win. And we try to get guys signed up to longer term deals, which I think we did well this offseason, Lawrence Frank and his team. But at the same time, so we're going to invest to win and we're going to invest in the building. Okay, what does that really mean? I don't know.
Oh, that aspiration.
I think at this point in the story, the thing we got to do is really get into Steve Ballmer's relationship with the guy sitting next to him on that stage, Joe Sandberg.
So with that, let me turn things over to Joe Sandberg.
And I'll give you one guess as to when we're going to do it.
Before the break.
If only. So if you have listened, Amin, and you're increasingly sweaty.
It's got hot.
Get comfortable. We're almost there. If you listen to the 2 public interviews that Steve Ballmer has given since we broke this story, this was with ESPN and then with Sports Business Journal, he, in fact, is a victim.
This is not a fun thing to be through. I was personally defrauded. Remember, they defrauded me. They defrauded many other investors. These were guys who committed fraud. How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
You're one of the richest men in America.
They conned me. I made an investment in these guys thinking it was on the up and up, and they conned me.
Steve Ballmer has been trying to say very clearly that he is a victim of Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg, who has now pled guilty to wire fraud, that he is a victim as well of Sandberg's alleged co-conspirator, Aspiration board member Ibrahim Al-Husseini, who got arrested in October 2024 and has since pleaded guilty to wire fraud, acknowledging the falsification of financial documents at Joe Sandberg's direction. On Media Day, I suspect you are also, again, going to hear a party line about victimization and fraud and being conned quite a bit.
There are a lot of layers to all of this, and the Clippers and Steve Ballmer, they have denied vehemently any wrongdoing in all of this.
I know Steve Ballmer, and I think he's a great guy, and he says he didn't do that. I believe him.
I give him props for acknowledging that, for owning up to that, for saying that he got duped and what have you. And I do believe it warrants an investigation because of Pablo Torre finds out podcasts and stuff.
How could you invest $50 million? The answer is he invested $50 million because it's nothing to him. And he kind of liked it. And you might say to him, how could you not do your due diligence? Because it's literally nothing to him. It's like, did you do your due diligence on the Mexican restaurant where you had dinner tonight?
Did you read the Yelp reviews?
And that sentiment, to be maximally clear, has been echoed very explicitly, Amin, in the statements provided to us as a show by the Clippers.
Quote, neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to Aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false. The team ended its relationship with Aspiration years ago, during the 2022-23 season, when Aspiration defaulted on its obligations. Neither the Clippers nor Mr. Ballmer was aware of any improper activity by Aspiration or its co-founder until after the government instituted its investigation. The team and Mr. Ballmer stand ready to assist law enforcement in any way they can.
So the question then becomes, when did the government start its investigation? That's an important time peg here, given what the Clippers are saying to us. And the crucial question I've been following this whole time, therefore, is when does it become implausible for a billionaire defrauded by Joe Sandberg in the way that we have heard to continue to give money to Joe Sandberg? And we pointed already to Dennis Wong, Ballmer's most intimate Clippers proxy, putting in $1.99 million in December 22 while the company was in default and so forth and so on, which to me, frankly, is enough. That feels like the de facto smoking gun right there. The alternate governor of the Clippers becoming the only new investor in that round of fundraising at an amount that made zero sense otherwise. But then you add in what we reported the last episode, which is that in March of 23, after Joe Sandberg sought investment from at least 19 other investment firms for that round, in this span of the fall of 22 to the spring of 23, all 19 of those investment firms, which are listed in court documents that I obtained, said no And yet, Steve Ballmer personally decided to invest another $10 million into this completely f***ed company at $23 a share, days after a Forbes article came out titled, "A Floundering Fintech's Risky Reboot." And you may be thinking to yourself, well, maybe Steve Ballmer doesn't care about Forbes. Well, please flip over the next piece of paper, because this is an article in Forbes from later that same month. Please show it to the camera if you can.
I can't even read this. I know there's an audio audience.
What is it? What do you see?
It is the cover of Forbes, an extreme close-up of Steve Ballmer's smiling face. It's a pleasant, slight smile.
Yeah.
Says LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer. The title, "Welcome to the Ballmer Dome." His new $2 billion arena raises the game in the NBA. And then the article, the cover story itself.
This is the daily cover, online only for the record, but nonetheless, big Forbes over his forehead.
For Steve Ballmer, building an NBA champion is harder than running Microsoft, but more fun.
Maybe whatever. What if he's only just scrolling through Twitter? Maybe he's not even seeing that stuff.
Sure.
The next piece of paper.
Sure.
Could you read the tweet that Forbes sent to promote the article? Just so we have it in the public record.
This is from @Forbes with the gold check mark. Former Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer has been trying to spend his way to an NBA championship from the start. The problem, of course, is that if money could buy championships, the fingers of both Ballmer's hands would be weighted down with rings. March 26, 2023.
Yeah. So, again, in the master timeline here, weeks after those articles and Ballmer's $10 million investment, I am told, the federal government began its process of interviewing dozens of Aspiration employees, two of whom are the sources you've been hearing on tape throughout our series here. The federal investigation at this point was underway. And by January of 24, as your tie is now off your deck.
This is a lot of stuff, man.
We're not done. January 24, Bloomberg publishes this headline with a giant photo of the Intuit Dome across the top.
Clippers arena deal dragged into U.S. probe of California fintech.
And Bloomberg, by the way, also in that article, got a statement from the Clippers.
This is dated January 18, 2024. The Clippers said in a statement that, quote, the sponsorship agreement entered into between Aspiration and the LA Clippers was terminated by the team last season. This in no way relieves Aspiration from the obligations they are under contract to provide.
So I will just remind everybody here that the Clippers, having terminated their sponsorship agreement with Aspiration during the 22-23 season, is very interesting phrasing. Now, when you remember that Steve Ballmer invested another $10 million to the benefit of Aspiration in March 23, there happened to be 14 regular season games left in the season, meaning he did the opposite. He went back in. And by the way, so did Bloomberg, because the coverage proceeds. There was another Bloomberg article in July of 24.
July 10th, 2024. DiCaprio-backed green finance startup unraveled on dubious deals. 3 years after pursuing a $2 billion IPO, Aspiration Partners faces probes by U.S. authorities.
Look, you get the gist, which is that by early 2024, it was beyond obvious, using even just the Clippers' own statements, that the government was all over this. And Mr. Ballmer, of course, had become aware of improper activity by Aspiration or its co-founder, Joe Sandberg, at least by then. And all of this reminded me of a particularly thoughtful interview that I once saw Steve Ballmer do with 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes in October 2024 had profiled him, well after the government had started its investigation into Aspiration.
He bought the basketball team, which is certainly an extravagance, but he's also giving away billions through a philanthropy he runs with his wife, Connie.
It really is kind of grant by grant. You can't look back and say, well, people's economic mobility this year was a 2, and next year it's going to be a 2.3.
Yeah, now we can't do population level measurement, but place by place, grant by grant, we can do that.
So the Ballmer Group is an entity that I want to introduce everybody to. The Ballmer Group is Steve Ballmer's philanthropic arm, his organization that he runs with his wife, Connie, who was sitting right there next to him in that interview. And as you heard them say thoughtfully, they care about their donations. They go through them grant by grant, as they said. So what I did was go through their donations grant by grant. I went through their database. The Ballmer Group has a website. And in the Our Grant section of the website, you just notice immediately there are donations ranging from $500,000 to $424 million. It's vast and impressive. But what caught my eye as I was scanning these dollar amounts was a $1.875 million grant.
Don't say it, please.
And it was made to an organization that is listed on the next piece of paper in your folder.
$1.875 million just seems a little, God. I've come full circle. On the first day, I was like, oh, I can't wait to see what's under these papers. Now, I don't even want to see this anymore.
What is the organization called, Mr. El Hassan?
Golden State Opportunity Foundation. Golden State Opportunity is dedicated to ending poverty by providing all Californians with the tools to build financial well-being. Our grant supports its outreach to more than 1 million low-income Angelinos, helping them to claim hundreds of millions of dollars from tax credits and improve their financial situations.
And so, what I went to go do was learn more about the Golden State Opportunity Foundation. But when I went to the Where We Started section of the Golden State Opportunity Foundation's website, this is what I saw.
Not found. Sorry, that page was not found.
Which was weird. It's weird, right? And so what I did was I went to the trusty old Internet Archive, a journalist's best friend.
Wayback Machine.
The Wayback Machine. And this, Amin, is what a cached version of the page used to read as recently as November 2024.
Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Oh, hold on. Golden State Opportunity founder Joseph Sandberg grew up in circumstances familiar to many Californians. Raised by a single mom who struggled to make ends meet on her public school teacher salary, Joe's family lost their home to foreclosure after falling deeply into debt.
And it goes on. And it is a tremendous story.
In case anyone was wondering, maybe it's another Joseph Sandberg.
That's the picture on the page that was erased.
Folks, I had a whole thing. I was going to do a Southern lawyer accent. I was going to push back.
Now you've just dropped. Now we're just talking in our actual voices now.
Completely broken character.
None other than disgraced Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg is in fact the founder of the Golden State Opportunity Foundation. This is his charity. It's his baby. And it's a fact that is verified, by the way, by the organization's Form 990 IRS filings, which also list him as the longtime board chair. You can find references to Joe Sandberg's role in this organization all over his Wikipedia page, easily Googleable articles, interviews about his ambitions in democratic politics. And so the relevant question, I suppose, would be this. When did the Ballmer Group decide to give yet another seven-figure infusion of cash to an entity founded by Joe Sandberg? The answer to that question, as you can establish here in this paperwork, is that the Ballmer Group announced this grant as part of a larger roundup of grants in December of 2024.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's hot as it. Is anyone else hot?
December 24 was a month after the last recorded mention of Joe Sandberg on the charity's website, which we showed you. It was a couple of months after the arrest of Joe Sandberg's co-conspirator, Ibrahim al-Husseini, by the FBI. It was almost a year after Bloomberg publicly broke the story of the government's investigation into Aspiration. It was more than a year after the Clippers claimed to end their partnership with Aspiration, and dozens of Aspiration employees had been interviewed by the federal government. In other words, well beyond the point when Steve Ballmer would have learned that he was humiliated and defrauded and victimized by Joe Sandberg, as he keeps on saying, Steve Ballmer's charity, the Ballmer Group, appears to have donated around December 2024, according to the public records of his own internal database, $1.875 million to that same fraudster for the first time.
Golden State Opportunity, what is it? 10th anniversary. There it is. 10th anniversary. They've been around for a long time, Pablo. A long time. They've been doing good work, right?
That's right.
And also the Ballmer Group, You said they've given out $400 million. He doesn't know. It's like loose change in his couch cushions. They just we gave him something called the Golden State Foundation, Golden State Opportunity. Sounds great.
It's true. It's true that $1.875 million was approximately, doing the math here, worth 0.0014% of Steve Ballmer's estimated net worth at the time. And so, in fairness, we put this in front of the Clippers and the Ballmer Group and the Golden State Opportunity Foundation. I wanted to know what this $1.875 million was used for and why it was $1.875 million. And what I can tell you here is that right away, once we brought up the question of whether Steve Ballmer made charitable donations associated with Joe Sandberg, the chief communications officer of the Clippers acknowledged that the issues we raised, quote, are germane to the investigation by the NBA, and we will let them conduct their investigation, end quote. But then, once we asked that chief communications officer of the Clippers specifically about this 2024 donation that Ballmer Group made to Golden State Opportunity, he took some time to send us a statement on behalf of Ballmer Group Philanthropy, which felt conspicuous, in which the Clippers' chief comms officer volunteered on behalf of Ballmer Group Philanthropy that Ballmer Group had actually sent 4 grants to Golden State Opportunity dating back to 2018, which Golden State Opportunity, in turn, acknowledged receiving. But when I then proceeded to line up all the dates provided to us here, I noticed something. I noticed that in an email, Golden State Opportunity President Amy Everett told us that Ballmer Group's initial grant, which started on January 1st, 2018, was coordinated by her, quote, predecessor. But according to tax filings, Amy Everett was the first person Joe Sandberg ever gave that title to, other than himself. Everett also told us that Sandberg remained the chairman of his charity's board up until March 4th, 2025, which happens to be the day after Joe Sandberg got arrested, following roughly 2 years of federal investigation. And so, when it comes to what is germane to the NBA investigation, the known connection between Joe Sandberg and Steve Ballmer now dates back to almost 4 years before their names ever appeared together through Aspiration, all the way back to 2017, when discussions for Ballmer Group's initial donation began. All of this, I think, deepens what the decision to make a new ongoing donation from Ballmer Group starting in November 2024 to help with tax support for low-income workers that got granted amid that ongoing federal investigation into the chairman of this charity's board might actually mean. But look, maybe, this foundation has done and continues to do good work, but the timing of this donation is something that, just to me, would defy, what's that phrase again about explanation?
Cannot rationally be explained.
That's right. As source number 1 from the finance department at Aspiration also points out.
Am I taking crazy pills? It's just inconceivable to me to be both hoodwinked and bamboozled, but yet continuously giving money to Joe Sandberg. I don't know how to make that make sense in my mind.
Well, I want to anticipate the possibility that Steve Ballmer really believed in the mission of the Golden State Opportunity Foundation, Joe Sandberg's baby, the thing that he was the head of. And so maybe there is an art versus the artist sort of distinction he's drawing.
No, it does not make any iota of sense to invest in 2021, contribute nearly $100 million in carbon offset pre-purchases, reinvest in 2022 or 2023 round, claim all of that to be lost in 2023, and then come back for more in 2024, that'd be a charitable donation. Maybe Steve Ballmer's a secret masochist.
That is honestly one of the most persuasive theories that anyone has offered at this point in the reporting. Yeah, Steve Ballmer's kink is being robbed.
Yeah. Rob me blind, daddy.
Mr. Al-Hassan, the table is strewn with papers. Your clothes have come off. You are as sweaty as I am now, as I contemplate exactly where this story goes next. But what did you find out today?
I find out that in a different world, in a different timeline, you would be part of Scooby-Doo's mystery team. And Steve Ballmer would be wearing a mask, and we'd pull the mask off. And as he's bound and tied and sitting on the ground, he'd look up at you angrily, and he'd say, "And I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids, and that mutt over there with the glasses on." Zoinks!
To quote the only cartoon that makes sense anymore.
Ruh-roh. Come on, man. 1.875? Go pick a different number.
Pick a different charity.
Anything. Find a new person. Hey, sorry, we're not going to be able to make that payment anymore.
Scoob.
Jesus.
Jinkies. Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is.
Kudos to you for finding your sources. No issues there. The conclusions you came to, shit on Steve Ballmer, and that was wrong.
Hey, there he is.
It's a dungeon in here.
There. Welcome to the dungeon.
Good to see you, man.
Dude.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, of course.
Water, bathroom, coffee.
Already got the bathroom.
Smelling salts.
Yeah, hopefully not. Even though I haven't
man.
got much sleep, I'll take it.
I was going to say.
Good to see you.
Patrick, nice to meet you.
Patrick.
I was going to say, you're a wildly busy person, so this is
Yeah,
a lot of
Cost
fun
Plus.
for you to do this for us.
Yeah, Cost Plus has been driving me
Yeah,
crazy.
man.
But
Just the
in a good way.
pharmaceutical industry, you know.
Yeah, just little
Casually
things.
trying to
to
upend the
change
pharmaceutical
healthcare. Why not?
industry. Test, test, test.
That's what you want it lined?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Look at
Thank
that.
you. Double
Fisted.
Double fisted. It's the only way you roll, Pablo. I know.
Just the finest. The most luxurious.
Just for reference before we start, this dial is for your own voice.
Mhm.
And the second one is for Pablo's.
Turn down Pablo, turn up mine.
Look, I promised over email this would be respectful. I totally
Just do your thing. Yeah, I have
totally-
go where you want to go. I'm easy peasy.
The thing I want to start with is to say thank you for giving me the line that now leads my resume.
Which is?
A great podcast entertainer, great acting skills, but in terms of getting to the real, not so much.
There you go. I'm here to oblige.
I want to do this in a way that's probably, hopefully, a little different, a little more fun than like Frost Nixon.
Okay.
I actually just want to understand, like, your life right now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you're in New York. Thank you for being here in studio formally. Why are you here? What's going on? Like, how
I
am
just did a
fitting
conference,
in?
a healthcare conference for 32BJ. It's a union, and they work with a variety of unions and organizations. So I came in to talk about what we're doing with costplusdrugs.com to reduce the cost of pharmacy, to change healthcare, to help guide them as they negotiate new contracts, just the basic stuff. So I had it on the schedule for a couple months already.
Just the basic stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. It was like, was this stop in New York part of your larger plan to eventually become the chair of the
Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yeah, right. That was my goal all along, right?
You
got me. Pablo
I'm
Pablo
finding out all the
finds
time.
out.
Finding out all. But you did want to be SEC chair for
No,
Kamala.
I had no interest in being SEC chair.
You said it at one point.
No, that was me with Gary Gensler because I thought he was an idiot.
Oh. Well, this is why I ask the follow-up questions.
Right? That's what you do.
But some of the bio for people who are, it's funny, again, for me to be like, by the way, I talk to Mark Cuban a lot these days, but for those who are not familiar with your oeuvre, minority owner now, oeuvre.
What does that even mean?
Your body of work.
Oh, my body of work. Okay.
It's a little French. I'm trying to class you up.
There you
Cuban.
go. I need all the help classing me up as I can get.
No, look, you're the minority owner of the Dallas Mavericks, 27%. We've established that. Also, you co-own a Major League Pickleball team.
Right.
The Dallas Flash.
Yeah, did they change the name to Flash?
Are they the Dallas Flash?
I don't even know. I did as a favor to a friend. But I like pickleball some. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. Your Dallas Flash. That's right. And, you mentioned great acting skills.
Great acting skills. You see me in Play Dirty here recently?
I watched it this week.
What?
How was the steak? Fine. Do I... The Lady Montero. I want her. And you are... Impatient. Where is she?
There's Mark Wahlberg brandishing a firearm
Heavens.
at a white tablecloth restaurant
Tough
in front
guy.
of you and an associate.
Do you have any concept who the you're talking to? You're not answering my question. I don't have to, moron. I'm one of the most important people on the planet. This isn't some rat-infested alley. You're out of your league. You're dealing with a different class of people now.
What a smirk.
You know how long? I mean,
Jesus Christ!
The best part was Mark Wahlberg was not there when we were shooting it.
Oh, that was...
So that was all acting. That's just me putting myself in the moment.
A method smirk.
Yes. The fear, the smirk.
There's
Getting
just
shot.
There's just a zillion things I actually do want to ask you about. I want to get to at some point like Dallas and Mavs and Luka, if that's okay, at some point at the end maybe. But the reason, of course, you're here is because you remain by far the most devoted, most famous, most polarizing, most public member of Team Ballmer.
Yes, sir.
As you have come to call it. Do you know how much you have tweeted about this story in my reporting?
Not really, no.
You have sent 160 tweets.
Most of them were just little tiny responses. A couple of them were articles.
Yeah.
The one time was like the 4,000 words or whatever.
You typed a total of 17,053 words in 36 days.
A lot of that is ChatGPT generated, but yes.
I suspected that. I feel no less insulted by that. But nonetheless, I'm here to confront you and the robot.
Please do.
And I just want to try to keep this accessible, as always, to like the general audience. So I guess the conversation, which I want to begin here, starts with a simple question. Why do you think the sheer existence of the Aspiration sponsorship deal with Kawhi Leonard was never announced in any way through a press release or anything ever?
The deal was signed, if I'm remembering correctly, April 4th of 22, but it was dated April 1st. March 30th was a much bigger announcement, and they didn't want to step on each other. Is the first reason. Do you know what that announcement is?
Please.
Oh, I thought you would know.
No. What announcement?
Oh, that's when they announced their deal with the Boston Red Sox, which was an $80 million deal. And that's where they were going to get their logo on the field, right by the batter's box, not by the on-deck circle, all that stuff. So it was an $80 million deal. Rule number one of marketing, when you're getting PR and you've signed a big deal, you don't step on it. And so once I saw that they had done this big deal and realized how big it was, it made perfect sense why they didn't announce it then, right? And then after that, the people who had done the deal, I shouldn't say the people, because Joe Sandberg did the deal, but they changed over the focus of their business. And as best we can tell, no one wanted him there and no one wanted to do the deal. And so there was no reason to announce it. That's my perception.
Well, so just the Red Sox deal, we mentioned that in episode 1 of the show. I'm glad you bring it into this context because it was another deal, another real sports team that Aspiration got into business with, of course. So let's say that Aspiration didn't want to announce this. Kawhi didn't want to announce this. No one wanted to
No one said, no. Now you're putting words into the system here, right? So there's a difference between making the right marketing move. right? So you just signed an $80 million deal with the Red Sox. And the Red Sox come out and say, like the Clippers did September of 21, so that would be 6 months earlier or whatever, right? That how important the whole carbon credits thing was and conservation was to them, right? So a big part of the Red Sox deal was very similar to the Clippers deal. In fact, I'm gonna use my bet. In fact, they look very similar to each other. I'm trying to emulate you.
I am with you.
So they're very similar to each other.
I've seen hundreds of emails with the Red Sox and Aspiration. The premise here again is we're zeroing out the carbon footprint.
Right. So it was very important to the Red Sox, like it was to Ballmer. So nothing unusual there, right? So the question becomes, right? Why did the marketing people not do anything with Kawhi? Well, on one hand, that's the question you asked me, right?
No, the question actually was simpler. It was, why did no one ever say that this deal existed at all in any way ever?
Well, first of all, we don't know that for certain.
I have never seen anything. I've said this for 5 episodes, and no one's ever provided a counter argument or a factual correction or evidence.
2 ways to activate the deal. One is like you're expecting. Let's do the tweet, the things that were in the contract that he was never asked to do.
I actually just want to be very clear and specific here. I just mean they announced with celebrities all of the time. We signed Leo DiCaprio, and we signed Drake, and we signed Robert Downey Jr. and Orlando Bloom and Cindy Crawford's daughter.
When did they announce all those things?
All in this time period.
When did they announce those?
Is your argument going to be that by the time they signed Kawhi Leonard to a deal that was 4 times larger than everyone else combined in that celebrity roster, they had decided to no longer care about celebrities?
No. My point was they were not profitable, but they were fully and well-funded in 2021. And they were run with the goal of having a consumer product, the credit card from Aspiration Bank. And what you do with a consumer product is night and day different than what you do with a B2B product, right? So making those announcements make perfect sense. Now, come April of 22, they were in deep shit, right? And as you know, and I think some of the folks have told you that the conversation, because we know Uncle Dennis incorporated KL2 Aspire, I think it was called, in November of 21. So they had been talking for a long time and it had been delayed, obviously, for a considerable period of time. So the fact that it was delayed is one indicator. Because if they were really excited to sign the deal and use Kawhi, the marketing team would have been pushing. Let's get this done because we really have a lot of places for him to use.
Right. The opposite, of course, happens, right? The marketing people
didn't want him.
The CMO doesn't know who Kawhi Leonard is even.
Right. So the question is, why was there a deal?
No, I think the question is still why, just to keep on the first question, why past April did no one mention that they had signed Kawhi Leonard at all?
Because they were in a different business at that point.
Not as of that month.
Yeah, if you look at their numbers from September 30th of 2021, the last real numbers they had that they published.
So I guess what I'm saying is what we agree on is this was a bad deal for Aspiration to sign as of April 2022.
Not necessarily, right? So here's what you haven't discussed at all yet, right? And that is activation. And I'm not talking about traditional marketing activation. So you've been to the Staples Center, right? Right. So you know, here's the court level seats. And then a lot of people go into the tunnel. And they have that club that's there, right, where all the celebrities hang out and everything. And then the people who buy the front row seats have access to that. Correct? And they see the players walking through, and it's not unusual because it's happened to me, I'm sure it's happened to you, where fans right there that have come from the court will stop you and take pictures, introduce you to customers, da-da-da-da-da. We have no evidence one way or the other, but I'd be willing to bet that $1 to a dime, right, that Joe Sandberg took full advantage of that and was able to use Kawhi just to take a picture, to say hello, just like I've done 1,000 times with the Mavericks, right? Oh, we signed a deal with this sponsor. Hey, Mark, a sponsor's in town. Or, hey, Mark, a sponsor's going to be at the game. Will you take pictures with them?
Sure.
Easy peasy, right? Just have them in the tunnel before halftime or after the game. Easy access. So when I talk to people, two people I know, but one person I talked to that worked at Aspiration, they said, yeah.
I love how you've been doing reporting, by the way.
Yeah, just because they reached out to me, right?
And I hear about them reaching out to you.
Yeah, I know. And I said I was fine with it, right? So I had no problem.
And likewise.
And so It's just normal business, right? So the issue is that the guy one of the guys going to jail, Joe Sandberg, right? He obviously was the one that did the deal, because even in your tweet, it said Joe is slow rolling the deal. No, he said to Joe from Uncle Dennis that Mike, the lawyer, was
Mike Zuccarello, the general counsel.
General counsel was slow rolling the deal, right? And that it was obvious that Joe Sandberg had signed. So the value proposition here, where we disagree, and we don't really have detail one way or the other, but where we disagree is the value proposition wasn't necessarily to the marketing people at Aspiration. It was to Joe Sandberg specifically.
Why do we disagree about that?
Well, because I think that's where he utilized Kawhi. He got his money's worth.
I fully agree that Joe Sandberg was the one to benefit from this deal. It wasn't the marketing of Aspiration. The question is, what was the goal Joe Sandberg wanted to achieve? And you have this theory that Joe was using it to glad hand with Kawhi during the games that the Clippers were playing, or before or after, or whatever.
No, I've even evolved that theory.
Okay, but I guess what I'm saying is the reason Joe Sandberg wanted to do it was because, of course, he had a relationship with Steve Ballmer, and there was an agreement, hey, we're going to do this deal that no one ever is going to know about.
You don't know that.
But what I'm saying is, I know that based on...
You're making that up.
No. I have 9 sources that told me that. And then
9 sources that worked in the accounts payable department.
Not all finance. Not all finance. Mark. So, look, what I want to make clear here is a couple things, because you're really good at talking and being shot by Mark Wahlberg. Incredible at both those things. There is simply no evidence that this deal was ever announced in any way. And the reason I keep on harping on this is because at a certain point, if you are Joe Sandberg, selfish guy who wants to boast and peacock about all the things he's done, you would want to say, no, we also have this deal with this guy.
No, so so if you look at Joe Sandberg, right, what was his job at Aspiration?
I mean, so this question
matters.
I have many ways that I can talk about this for a very long time.
Okay.
Joe Sandberg was not actually an employee of Aspiration.
No kidding.
But what he was the co-founder, and they want to peacock about all of the celebrities, all of the sports teams. I have a deal with Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert Downey Jr., Orlando Bloom, Drake, the Crawfords, and Kawhi Leonard, who he paid for the price, by the way. The price of what you're saying, the glad-handing theory, $48 million.
No, he didn't. He paid him $3.5 million.
The agreement, the contract says.
But if you know you have no money to pay the agreement, it's meaningless.
No.
He knew he had no money to pay it.
Mark.
That's like me saying, Pablo, I'm going to give you $200 million right now.
So what we need to establish here is that Joe Sandberg may know, right, at the time of the deal, he has no intention of paying the total term of the deal.
He has no money.
But Kawhi Leonard absolutely thinks it's a real deal.
Yeah.
It's a real contract.
Yeah.
So the point is, the intent of what we're doing
No, the
here.
intent on Uncle Dennis's and Kawhi's side is obvious. The intent on Joe Sandberg's side is not, right?
So why
Uncle Dennis wants to get paid.
Okay, so we established that there is no evidence at all that this deal was ever announced anywhere.
Unless, I mean, not publicly, no. We agree. Not to a major
I've been waiting,
audience.
man. I was hoping you might bring it in. I've been waiting for anyone to tell me
So moving on.
why was this a top secret deal that they never talked about? My theory is they wanted to keep it secret because it was a $48 million no-show contract that circumvented the cap. Your theory is something that is not that.
Yeah,
but
no,
let's move on.
No, not just let's just move on. Because what's at stake? Because at the exact same time the Kawhi deal was signed, right? Joe Sandberg was also trying to take over Blue Apron. And he didn't have the money to do that either. And so he was looking to do an acquisition that was, I don't know the exact amount, but there's plenty of evidence on documentation out there where he effectively was lying to say he had the money in May of 22 or whenever the date
was eventually pleading guilty to wire fraud.
Yeah, for sure. But you've got to look at from here. So you want to know what the intent was. So you're asking the question. We agree that Joe Sandberg initiated the deal and negotiated the deal with Uncle Dennis and Mitch
The
Frankel.
initiation, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm merely saying what we know.
Negotiated the deal.
Was that it was?
Are you agreeing that Joe Sandberg was the one who negotiated this deal?
I cannot tell you that he's the only one who was involved. Mark, I'm a journalist. I know that he was involved, but is he the only one in the room negotiating?
Okay, so
I can't say that.
Fine, right? So if he's the driving force and he's taking responsibility for this, isn't it relevant what else was going on in his financial life?
Oh, and absolutely. And so the timeline that I want to point us to is...
So here we are, right? So here he is. He's committed to a deal with Kawhi that pays $1.75 million a quarter to be paid first on June 30th, right, of 2022.
That was the first payment.
Right, when it was due, right? So at the same time, knows he doesn't have the money. Because we know from the September 30th, 2021 financials, which would have been after Ballmer put in his money, that they only had $13 million left.
So Ballmer puts in his money in September of 2021.
Right. So September 30th. So he put it in September 14th or 17th, one of those two dates of 2021. And as of September 30th of 2021, according to the S-4 that was filed by Interprivate because of the SPAC that they were trying to take.
Interprivate was the holding company that was going to absorb
make
them and
everybody
go
all the
public.
money,
It
right?
goes SPAC at $2.3 billion,
Right. Make
which is a
everybody
valuation that came up when, Mark? Because Steve Ballmer and Oak Tree Capital Management invested together and resulted in this valuation of
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. But
of course it is.
No,
It's
not how it
literally
works.
the
That's not how a
timeline.
SPAC is valued. But that's besides the point. That's not really relevant at this point.
I think it's deeply relevant.
So,
It speaks
but
to
let's
why
go
Joe
back-
Sandberg was doing the deal at all.
Well, okay, he wanted to get the payout, right? Because that was the only thing that
He
could
wanted
save
to
his
be in
ass.
business with Steve Ballmer, who gave him $50 million personally alongside Oak Tree. And guess what? The SPAC that wasn't over $2 billion as a valuation was after that roughly $300 million infusion came
You're
in.
missing the point because you're trying to just drive at just the one thing you know. Okay, so
I'm talking about like sports washing, and I think you're trying to talk about
this has,
lots of other things.
No, you're not letting me finish. Right?
Please.
All right. So now we know from Joe Sandberg's perspective, he's got Kawhi that this company owns $28 million to.
Plus $20 million in an equity deal.
Yeah, but that's coming from him personally. That's worthless. And so
But it's relevant, but I'll
okay, that's
go with
fine.
it.
No, we're going with it, right? So that's one. Two, he also committed to the Red Sox to pay $7 million a year, the exact same day, the day before. So that's another $7, right?
They're collecting these sports deals.
Right. At the same time, he owes personally $145 million that he is unable to pay. And he's hoping that he can figure all this out. But what we also know is that Ballmer invested September 14th or 17th of 2021. And there are published financials that Interprivate put to the SEC that shows they only have $13 million. So at the time that, long before Joe Sandberg completed this deal, he knew they had no money.
So
he knew he had, because all the money, think about it, all the money, and then when you had numbers after that.
You know what happened to the money? They're not counting the marketing dollars against their valuation. It's because they're just spending
right,
it
that
all.
special, I forget what they called it.
It's amazing. They made up an acronym.
They made it an acronym. Yeah.
So the point being that I fully agree and have reported that the money goes in from Ballmer and others, and the money goes out almost immediately.
Immediately, right?
It's crazy.
But think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that. Right?
Yeah.
So if all of this
Which is to say that, of course, when it comes to Kawhi, right? The question is, okay, why did they
even do the deal?
Yeah,
why did they even do
I think
the deal?
we're circling a question for which the only rational explanation is that it wasn't in Aspiration's interest to do it.
No,
it was in someone
Aspiration-
else's.
This is where we disagree. None of this has anything to do with Aspiration's best interest.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
None of it. No, I'm
I
saying
agree, it's a terrible deal for Aspiration.
Joe Sandberg only cares about Joe Sandberg.
Yes.
Joe Sandberg doesn't.
Well, no, hold on. So Joe Sandberg benefits if Aspiration goes public at a $2+ billion valuation.
Of course. But he also needs to survive because cash flow wise, he is toast, and he knows the company is toast because even his
he needs to raise money perpetually because the money is coming in and going out.
That's what Cherney said, right? He needs to raise money perpetually. And what did he say to Cherney? I'm going to kill you because you don't even know what I have to do all this stuff, right?
Yes.
Right.
We're fast forwarding the timeline.
This whole thing is only about Joe Sandberg and him trying to stay out of jail.
It's about Joe Sandberg trying to get Aspiration to cash in on a $2+ billion SPAC.
Right.
That's his.
Right, and that's what I. That
literally
was my whole
get out
point.
of
That's
jail
what I
free
wrote.
card.
That's what I've been writing.
No. And by the way,
and you didn't mention that at all in your first podcast.
Episode one, we did all.
You mentioned the SPAC, but you didn't tie it back to him just trying to stay out of jail. But it doesn't matter.
No. I disagree. I think ChatGPT may be doing me a little bit of an injustice in terms of the summaries it's presenting.
I got the transcript somewhere, but anyways,
and that's what I mean. But look, what I want to say is, when they get to April, they sign Kawhi. He's due the first payment at the end of June, and they
all
pay
of
him in
Ballmer's
July.
All of Ballmer's money is gone.
Yes.
Gone. Right? Now,
Yes.
you would think if there was a deal that was made between Ballmer and anybody with half a brain would say, hey, look, we've got this deal with Ballmer for whatever reason. I know what the reason is. You don't have to understand. This is Sandberg talking, right?
Now,
you would set aside that money.
No question. And
okay, there you go.
But do you agree that Joe Sandberg is also somebody who maybe isn't as smart as he thought he was?
I don't know or care. All I know.
But I guess the point is there can be some mixture, as always, of cleverness and
there
incompetence.
can be a lot of mixtures of a lot of things, but you don't have proof one way or the other.
Hold on. We're gonna get there. The question here I asked you was, sir, why did they never announce this deal at all? And so we're now in the weeds, and that's okay.
Yeah, because you're trying to make that a big deal to show it's a no-show job, right? But it's not. It's not
inexplicable.
It
is. It's the most. Why would? Okay, so
it's very explicable. If you've ever done marketing, if you ever worked in a company,
why for 2 years? Let's give it 2 years. Did they never mention it?
Because they changed business and they brought in a new CEO.
April, May, June, July.
October,
November, December.
So I gave you the first hit, right? First of all.
I'm just saying that's a
So let's walk through it. Let's walk through it, right? Rule number 1 of marketing. If you're making one big announcement, you don't step on it with another announcement.
How many months does it take for a bit of breathing room?
You find out, right? By the time.
Is it 1, 2, 3,
but
4,
that's not,
5, 6,
but wait,
7,
there's
8,
more.
9,
It's
10,
not about
11,
that. You're
12.
trying to game it, but it's not like that.
That's a lot of months.
No, because April 30th, right? March 30th, when they signed and announced the Red Sox deal. Big deal, right?
Sure.
So you don't step on that. Okay, so the question is how many months? By the time they got to, I'm trying to think when they actually changed their business model, but it was prior to October, because that's when they let Cherney go and that's when they brought in Olivia, right? But they had already—
Olivia Albrecht, the follow-up CEO.
Yeah, the numbers were already there, as you saw in the S4, that they were making their money in business to business. They were getting killed, destroyed, had no upside whatsoever on their consumer business. So it wouldn't be the first time in the history of marketing where you signed somebody to do something, pivoted in your business, and decided not to use them.
So I want to add a little bit of texture because they signed him to a deal, again, that is 4 times larger than everyone else combined, who was like a zillion times more famous.
You keep on going to that as if it's a reflection of some insidious effort.
Okay,
but
so let me
not
ask you a
relevant
basic,
at all.
Let me ask you a basic question.
You keep using it, but it's not relevant at all.
Because of course it is, Mark.
No.
Because it speaks to why exactly this deal was specifically the way it was constructed. It reflects an intent from someone.
No, the businesses were different.
So I just got to jump in here to clarify something about the timeline here, because the business of aspiration, which Mark was just alluding to, was not meaningfully different in April 2022 when Aspiration signed Kawhi Leonard to this top secret $28 million no-show endorsement deal from what the business of aspiration was in September of 2021 when they signed this $300+ million founding sponsorship deal with the Clippers. In fact, that Clippers deal reflected this pivot that Mark is trying to say happened after the KL2 Aspire LLC deal was brokered. But that deal, the Clipper deal, was the embodiment, actually, of this pivot. It was the thing that was designed to draw attention to it, as Steve Ballmer himself announced at Clippers Media Day in September of 2021 with, a French accent of his own.
The pièce de résistance, as we went through this, is when we had a chance to really sit down and meet the folks from Aspiration. Joe Sandberg, who runs Aspirations here, will talk to you a little bit more about their company. We can talk about our partnership. But to have our first founding partner be a company that focuses in on providing services to consumers and businesses to reduce or even go negative on their own carbon footprints was a great thing. Particularly,
we played that clip in episode 1, by the way, which I do strongly encourage you to go back and listen to at some point, not least because we also established in that episode that the top secret no-show $28 million endorsement deal with Kawhi Leonard was also about this pivot to carbon offsets, as one particular deliverable in this very deliberately structured contract that we had read indicated.
That Leonard has to be available and participate with company to create an annual program in support of the company's reforestation program, with a tie to calculating Leonard's carbon footprint given his annual schedule, events, and travel. Boy, I'd love to see that.
Well, it's hard because it didn't happen.
I thought you were going to say that was the one thing he did do.
And so if you want even more of our analysis of Aspiration's carbon offsets business with the Clippers, and even more also on the flow of funds from Steve Ballmer to Aspiration, which was largely inspired by our first conversation on this show with Mark Cuban, that stuff happens to be in part 4 of this series, just in case you're curious. But I do want to return us now to the argument that I was in the middle of having with our special guest.
When a business is thinking it's going to be profitable and it's operating like a normal business, it's one thing.
Yeah.
And then when the owner, the main guy goes and borrows money again fraudulently, and all of a sudden their business is no longer a good operating business.
Let's say you you had immediate buyer's remorse and you were like, whoa, we just paid this guy 4 times more than the biggest stars in Hollywood combined, and we don't want to use him anymore. Shouldn't you at least say we did it so you get something?
No, because then you look like a moron.
I mean, I think and fear that that might have happened anyway.
Well, yeah, but they're trying to survive, right? You don't announce that you signed a guy that you. And by the way,
okay, so
they ended up paying him less than they paid those celebrities.
How do you know that?
Because he only was paid twice.
That I have reported so far.
No, that anybody that's anywhere. If you go back on the numbers,
sources that tell you that he got paid more than what I reported?
At most, so let's just do the math.
Well, the bankruptcy filing says he's owed $7 million.
Right.
The deal was 28.
Right.
And so somewhere between the 3.5 that I've reported in 2022 and that is a big gulf.
No. Right. So what happens is the 28 million, the day that they go bankrupt, anything past that, or the day they file.
Yeah, so wipe off the last year.
So that's 21.
Yeah.
Right. So that's 7. Now that's down to 14. Right. If there wasn't any other conversation or anything. So at most.
Do you have information that there was conversation about that?
About the remaining dollars? No.
I just don't think we can definitively say, based on the evidence, that he got paid only $3.5 million.
But think of it this way, right? 16 potential payments. You only knew about 2 of them. And one of them, from your first reporting, right, you had tied specifically to Ballmer. But we know Ballmer's money was all gone by the time the agreement was even signed. So you went out and made this assertion about Ballmer without knowing that the money wasn't even available.
We had 7 sources, but I want to go past that because you don't believe the sources.
But the 7 sources was the guy with the whatever modulated voice.
One of the finance department employees who was interviewed by the federal government, who's pointing me to documents that have been verified by every single other source.
All it means he works in the accounts payable department or in the finance department.
I think it's easy to dismiss the sources, and I can't possibly convince you otherwise.
No,
that's okay.
But it's not even just about dismissing. It's just not enough. You just shit on a guy's reputation by having some guy in the AP department who's tried to tie it. Your guy said everybody knew. It was common knowledge that this was circumvention of the salary.
In the department in which they had to make payments to Kawhi Leonard that no one could explain, there was talk about
the accounts payable department.
Mark, you don't know who these people are, and I wish you would stop. It's just we can speculate.
I can tell by the form that you showed in your first podcast.
We have over 3,000 pages of documents. There are a lot of forms.
Yeah, but what you showed was just an accounts payable ledger. That's all.
We have documents that we can get to, and I want to.
I see a folder.
You see a folder.
Yeah.
So I want to get to the folder, Mark. You keep on preventing me from getting to the folder. Have you talked to Steve Ballmer about this? The first piece of paper in this is something that people have pointed out to me a lot. And I just want to make sure that because you're saying you're not just shilling for Steve Ballmer here, that you are not, in fact, this meme.
Oh, you busted me. Yes, that's me.
Are you familiar with this meme?
No, I'm not.
You're familiar with Apu from The Simpsons jumping in front of another person behind a
No, I only know the episode that I did.
It says billionaires.
Yeah,
I only know the episode. Other billionaires.
I only know the episode I did with.
And I'm the criminal with the gun.
You got to watch in season 20 the episode with the billionaires handshake.
Oh yeah, 3 points, big 3 and a big D for the big C. Mark Cuban, that's me.
Who is that man, and why isn't his enthusiasm being punished?
That's Mark Cuban, sir. He's the most flamboyant owner in the league.
Do you think the Clippers knew that Kawhi had this deal with Aspiration?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't the first deal that he signed with a Clipper sponsor, so I don't know.
Right. The Clippers knew about the previous one, the Honey deal, which was the jersey patch.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they not know about this one?
I don't know one way or the other.
Would you have known if you were the owner of a team and your most important player signed a deal with?
Not necessarily, but probably.
Probably, yeah.
Possibly.
I think at some point, right, if you had to speculate, like, when would they have known at the very least?
That they had a deal? I don't know. I mean, maybe the CEO would know before Ballmer would know. Yeah, before Ballmer would know. Because that's typically how I would find out. I wouldn't get a list of deals or anything like that.
Sure.
I would find out when someone said, hey, would you say hi and take a picture with so-and-so? We signed a deal with them. That's typically when I would know. Now, the bigger sponsor with Aspiration, I would know about, obviously. And
Yeah,
they did.
right. So we agree on that, I think. Yeah, so Steve Ballmer says that he introduced, of course,
right,
Kawhi's camp to Aspiration.
The introduction got made, and then they were off to the races on their own. We weren't involved.
So at some point, the introduction is made, and then the question is, when does the curiosity arise? I wonder what happened to that.
Never.
Never what?
I've had sponsors that worked with us. Hey, can you connect me to Dirk's guy, to Luca's
But
people?
you said for the founding sponsor of this level, a little bit.
That's for me on a $300 million deal. I'm knowing about it. Like when we did Chime, I know about it.
Of course.
Right?
So
yeah. But anything that came across, like I couldn't tell you, like Luca's people would, talk about certain deals.
So you think it's possible that Luca had a side deal with Chime and you wouldn't know about it?
Yeah, I would have no idea. I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't care?
No. Why would I?
What if you were aware that the camp of the guy who signed the deal had a history of allegedly asking for things that the rules don't allow?
I don't care. I mean, I'm not involved in it at all. I'm not involved in it at all.
Well, I know that that's the position, but the question is, personally, in terms of just being honest, wouldn't you have curiosity? I wonder if that deal is going to help me or potentially humiliate me publicly.
The only time I really inserted myself in those types of situations was if I thought it was a product that was not good for Mavs fans. And our people would come to me and say, hey, we think you might have questions about this. It's a supplement deal or it's, a sports drink deal that's doing something funky. That's the only time I'd get involved. And the salesperson would say, is it okay for us to go after these guys? Do I follow up with that afterwards? No, we have a CEO who does all that.
Sure, but I'm curious, based on that, what you think about how Lawrence Frank, the Clippers president of basketball operations, answered this line of yes or no questions at Media Day.
Has Dennis Robertson, Kawhi's uncle, ever asked for any extra benefits that wouldn't be allowable under the NBA salary cap directly to you? There's been a lot coming about his asks.
Yeah, look, Dennis knows the rules, Kawhi knows the rules, Mitch Frankel knows the rules, and we know the rules.
Is that a yes or a no, though?
Yes, we all know the rules.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what he's supposed to do, right? Look, have I ever been asked for that not legit? Yeah, of course. Do I do it? No, right? That's just the rule. But in terms of the business deals, that's why you have a CEO. Sid Marshall did 99% of the Chime deal.
Oh, sure. Look, and I think there are obviously, the reason the president of basketball ops is asked that is because, of course, it's not just Steve alone in an alley. This is a deal that when I said who negotiated this, I'm like, I think there are more than just Joe Sandberg and Steve Ballmer in the conversation here.
No chance.
Like, yes.
No chance. None. Zero.
That what?
Being involved in the negotiation of a contract for a player.
Oh, no. Look, the theory of the case here, based on my reporting, is Steve Ballmer turns it over to people who get into the actual nuts and bolts of the deals. The reason I bring that up is because, of course, Steve Ballmer said the same thing to ESPN.
So since 2019, has Dennis Robertson asked you for any other benefits that would be in violation of the league rules?
They know the rules. They, meaning Kawhi and his representatives, including his uncle. We know the rules. And if anything's not clear, we remind ourselves what the rules are. And we make absolutely clear we're going to abide by those rules. And they understand them as well. And it's important for them to abide by them, which they have.
But can you translate what is not being said here? It means what? What is Lawrence Frank not willing to say that you are personally?
All I said was there have been players, not even agents, normally somebody affiliated with the player, a relative or whatever, that asked for something, right?
And now, look,
but to be clear.
Yeah. You're not saying that. You don't have knowledge that you're admitting to about that.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm merely translating.
The business people do their business, right? There's no reason for basketball to get involved. I tell them not to get involved.
Of course, but according to the reporting, and this is out of Toronto and the Lakers, of course, Kawhi's camp was explicitly asking for things.
Yeah, but then go back to the Honey deal.
No-show deals, equity.
So
in
why
companies.
wasn't the Honey deal a no-show deal?
because that was their. By the way, they signed some deals that passed muster. The reason it wasn't a no-show deal was Kawhi did ads. Kawhi was announced as a Honey sponsor.
And what? That's it.
But they asked him to do all that. You have no proof that he was even asked to do anything.
Just to clarify here, what does it matter if Kawhi was asked by Aspiration to do anything?
It's everything, right?
But whose side does it help if they never asked? Just out of curiosity.
It doesn't help either side. It's a failure on the part of Aspiration. That's all.
Certainly.
But that's it.
But
marketing
why
people,
wouldn't?
There are multiple deals that Kawhi did that.
He did stuff, and they announced it.
Yeah.
This is why I keep on asking the beginning of this episode what the question is. Why was this one a deal where it was never announced and he never did anything?
Because Aspiration is a up company.
Okay, great. So
and they were turning over people left and right. And their founder, the money guy, the guy who kept on bringing in the money, was a huge Clippers fan. He sat front row all the time.
Oh, yeah.
He would bring his girlfriend. He would do all this stuff. He would get all the accoutrements. Is that French?
Yeah, well, he and Steve.
Is that the right French word?
Great French. And there is a certain je ne sais quoi about the dynamic between Steve and Joe.
It's not put aside. Steve. But it has nothing to do with Steve.
Okay, so I want to sort of advance the ball here a bit because Aspiration, which is a team sponsor and a company that Ballmer personally invested $50 million into, that established and not in dispute. I want to go back to the team sponsor dynamic because you mentioned Honey and Chime, and another one that came up brings us back to this story about how the Clippers famously ended up keeping DeAndre Jordan. The center that they had from you. This is 2015. And it turns out, and this is just me going through the time machine here. It turns out that in 2015, you were asked about this in a very funny setting. It was on stage during a talk you gave at the George W. Bush Presidential Center in Dallas. This is the day after. This is July 9, 2015. And it sounded like this.
Now, the sports fans among us, and I know there's a bunch here, know that you had kind of a tough night last night. With,
So this week on Shark Tank.
Without rehashing all the details of the DeAndre Jordan commitment.
Oh, you had to say his name. Okay.
From a leadership standpoint, when you have a setback, when you have a tough day, what do you say to your people? What do you say to the fans?
The conversations we've had today that it's over. There's nothing you can do about it. You think for a second, is there anything I can change? You think for another second, what have I learned so I can do it differently next time? And then you move forward and say, what are our options? I'm a big believer you have to re-earn your business every single day. You have to look to see whether or not...
I just like that you were talking about DeAndre Jordan in front of Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, who were in the audience at the Presidential Center there in Dallas. Why do you think I'm bringing this up now?
No idea.
Okay. I'm bringing it up because Steve Ballmer was fined $250,000 for cap circumvention.
Right, you mentioned that to me,
Yeah, reportedly because his team offered a marketing side deal for DeAndre Jordan through Lexus. Would it be surprising for you to learn that Lexus was not only a team sponsor, but also, like Aspiration, a founding partner of the Intuit Dome?
No.
So I'm just saying, like, team sponsors being used in these attempted ways to circumvent the cap against people like you, his competitors. He's done it before.
So, but why you're trying to make it sound like it's something he does all the time?
Well, he's been
right? But why didn't
caught
he do
doing
it
in 2015.
Right. So why didn't he do it with all the other sponsors?
Investigated 2019.
How many sponsors do you think they have?
Oh, I just think he does it for the ones that he really cares about.
Oh, okay. So the big ones, but he didn't care enough about Kawhi with Honey in 2020. Before then, when he could have taken care of all of this.
Oh, so let me just do some basic math here because you raise a really good question about like why this now in the timeline. So the Raptors during 2019 free agency, I'm just looking at the numbers here, right? So they can offer a max of $190 million over 5 years. The Clippers and the Lakers could only offer $141 million.
What was the year?
Over 4 years, 2019.
2019.
Just the big, Kawhi just won the title, free agency. The thing that got investigated by the NBA.
Right.
Because the Raptors and Lakers groups complained. 190, 141. Do you know what 190 minus 141 is?
With taxes, no.
A very Texan answer. 190 minus 141 is 49.
Oh, so you're trying to say the numbers match up?
The number for this deal is 48. It's 48.
Yeah, but okay, let's just go right there, right?
Please.
So when you did episode 1,
yeah,
you thought it was 28. You didn't know it was 48, right?
I didn't have the evidence that I have now for the $20 million.
Right. So now you're backtracking to try to make those numbers fill, right? But that's not the point.
No.
The point is when you went in episode 1,
yeah,
and you thought it was $28 million.
It is On the endorsement deal, $28 million.
Okay, that's not where I'm going.
You got
right?
the paperwork. Yeah.
Right, you got the paperwork,
Yeah.
right? So it's $28 million.
Yep.
And you tied the $50 million from Ballmer to say this is what was being used to pay the 28, correct?
I was saying Ballmer put in 50.
Right.
Kawhi was getting out 28.
So I don't know the French word. So eras, whatever, right? Then that one must be connected to the other.
No, I'm saying that based on
Otherwise, what was the whole point of the episode?
Well, the whole point of the episode is that we
If
connected.
if Ballmer wasn't paying that $50 million in order to pay Kawhi, what's the point of the
We
episode?
got to remember that we had so much more evidence in the episode.
But you made the point, did you not?
I'm trying to simplify it down in the
No,
conversation
you're
that we're having
changing.
now.
I'm just going back to episode one.
no. So
when all this
in
started,
episode 1, it was 28. I had not mentioned the 20
because you didn't know about it at the time.
I could not report it. Absolutely.
Besides,
But the point being that now we have the proof. It was
no, not the point. Right. The point
I'm
is
saying 49
you tied,
to 48.
You tied. No.
Is that a coincidence to you?
Yeah.
Is it yes or no? Is it a coincidence?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
That's a hell of a
Because you do
statistical-
that. No one looks at the gross delta as the number when it comes to choosing between one team versus another if it's based off of economics. Nobody. So Texas teams know, Florida teams know that you have, Oklahoma teams know, you have a state tax advantage.
I get the difference that these are not, of course, what the take-home pay is going to be, depending on where your team is based.
Isn't that what matters?
Of course it does, but I'm saying in terms of how this got roughed out, I'm pointing to the question of there was a difference of 49.
So
the deal was very coincidentally 48, and it was also in the way that Kawhi's camp was asking. No-show deals.
No,
and
no.
also
You're putting words in their
That's
mouth.
according to the reporting from Toronto Star.
No. That's in Toronto. That has nothing to do with LA.
But Kawhi's camp asked the Raptors that in 2019. The Raptors were like, we're not doing that. He asked that of the Lakers, reportedly. Lakers were like, we're not doing that. And in 2021, guess what happens? $48 million, $1 million off from the 49 in exactly that fashion.
So it's okay. Let's segregate two different things here. Like I said when I first came on, I don't care if Steve is guilty or not, right? It's better for the Mavericks if he is, right? My issue is when you came out with podcast 1, you had nothing.
That's not true.
It's very true.
That's not
right?
true.
And you tied the things you
This is
tried
not
to get,
true.
the things you tried to tie together. The
Plus
number of
3,000
sources.
pages of
Look,
documents.
can sources be wrong?
100%.
Can they be
In this case,
misinterpreted? Can they be
But they've
misinterpreted?
been proven right for now 6 episodes.
No. You make
There have
them
been
appear to be right.
zero
Okay, but let's
factual
just go back.
corrections.
Let's just go back to what caught my
Even from
attention.
you, you're not even factually correcting me. You're just bringing out other stuff.
No, I am factually correcting you because
What's
you
the fact?
tied specifically the $50 million investment.
$50 million in.
To $28 million.
$28 million out.
Right. But they weren't tied at all. They were not connected in the least bit.
Of course they were.
No.
I
they
had
weren't-
7
was-
sources saying this was for salary cap circumvention. That is what.
Then why was the money not paid to him?
Because it was a company run by a clever but ultimately criminal.
Oh, so when it
co-founder.
comes to supporting your facts, you can use the fact that he's a criminal.
I've been using that from the start. It's the
No,
facts.
no, but it's not. You're using it only to
It's just reality.
support.
I'm merely describing
No,
reality.
your first podcast was very clear.
We have to
that the
agree to
50
disagree, I think, on what
no,
the first
no,
podcast
let me
was,
finish.
but I'm
Let me-
happy to...
Let me just finish and tell me if I'm wrong, right? The first podcast said $50 million, which was earmarked specifically for
look,
the $28 million of Kawhi. Yes or no?
Earmarked specifically. No, I said 50 in, 28 out.
Right. So
No, I
isn't
didn't-
that saying earmarked?
I mean, look, Mark, I can refer you, generally speaking, out of journalistic caution, to the definition of how one does provide a
because it's
pass-through.
fungible now. But why would so? The point is, you're coming out with this thing that's really, just destroying a man's credibility
It's
and
reporting
integrity.
based on
No.
a
You knew what was at stake for
collection of
Ballmer. You knew what was
100%. We
right.
made it very clear.
Right, but you said 50 in, 28 out.
Yes.
That looks like
in a
you're
deal
tying.
that never got announced. Of course.
Put aside the
The dots were connected by the 7 sources that I have.
If the sources, okay.
I'm just saying, we have to
Why was the money
agree to
not
disagree that
any
the sources are
March,
meaningful?
even
and-
a criminal would know. Pay the 50. If you're getting the 50 to keep this guy happy for a circumvention that he needs for his business,
Sure.
make sure he gets paid on time at least the first
Well, I just
time.
want to make clear that what I am reporting is that Steve Ballmer did not know at the outset that he was going to get victimized
No, of
by
course,
Joe
that's not the
Sandberg.
point.
We agree, we
That's
agree
not
on
the
that.
point.
We
The
agree on
point
that.
is,
But the question is, why was it that the payments were late? right?
Or not
being
prepaid,
made.
or not prepaid, or not done something.
And the carbon credit stuff we did in the episode before.
Yeah, but you didn't do the margin dollars. But anyways, it's okay.
I want to get to this thing, okay? Oh, Mark.
Pablo.
I am enjoying this, by the way.
Me too.
Okay, good. The thing that I'm trying to get to here, though, is that Aspiration truly was like horrifically run. Financially, they were toast. And I want to show you actually just like, so this other document in here. You know so much more about business and forms than me. So this is a series of disclosures that Aspiration had to present to potential investors. And it lists a number of very real problems.
Yeah, you talked about this before.
If you can just like...
Yeah, these are all in the Schedule 310. Yeah.
So the company is in default, is what this says on the first page.
The default.
What does default mean? Just for people who don't know what that means. Seriously.
I'll let you define it.
Okay, it means they're broke. KPMG...
Well, it doesn't mean they're broke, right? It just means they're late, and there's a good chance that they won't be able to...
That's why I asked. Broke ass is the more colloquial
So
French.
like, let's go, but here's a good example of what you were trying to
I
convey.
just want to list what it is.
Right, but here's what it is. Right.
Pick whatever you want.
KPMG resigned as the company's independent auditor. So while on one hand, that's a red flag, right?
The independent auditor was
but they didn't give why. Yeah, they didn't say why, right? And that's
why
critical.
do you think, in retrospect, they might have done that?
Yeah, because they couldn't, because Joe Sandberg was doing all these round trip deals, and they couldn't.
Because the company was in default and otherwise
it wasn't even
facing
that
litigation
it wasn't that they were in
probes
default
by the government.
Right? They couldn't confirm all the.
It was fishy. It was all fishy.
Whatever reasons they had.
Whatever
right?
reasons
but the more
KPMG
important thing
had,
is, from an investor standpoint, they just changed auditors.
Okay, but it resigned. It didn't.
Again,
they didn't change it.
They resigned
They
don't
lost
give a
their
reason.
independent auditor.
They didn't give a reason.
So the company's in default. KPMG resigned as the company's independent auditor. The next page, Schedule 3.11.
Let's go. The company's default, but let's say what it is. Inherit notes. Inherit ended up being the company that acquired them after it was all said and done.
They were this. Inherent was the senior lender.
Right.
Mark's reading. It's pretty bad, man.
This doesn't really say anything.
The company's in default, I believe. I'll just go back to it. There's some stuff on here that's pretty good.
Yeah, I read this in the SEC.
Yeah. The company is in default.
So look, I get your point. That why would somebody invest in a company that shows you this?
Litigation, $8.7 million in damages alleged by
Right. So
Nanobank.
there must be some ancillary thing.
Claims
right?
of breach of loan, breach of the implied covenant of good faith.
But you have
to
ask the same question.
FINRA is conducting 5 inquiries.
Right.
SEC is conducting a review of the ESG representations. It's just.
What was the date? What was the date on these?
Well, so. Let me ask you this because...
what was the date? Because it's important.
No, it's in there. It's in there. If you were pitched to invest in this company at a $2 billion plus valuation,
no, it wasn't. First of all, the investment wasn't at a $2 billion valuation. So there's the
This one, I'm saying, if you were hypothetically, if you were presented with this at a $2 billion plus valuation...
It wasn't a $2 billion valuation. You're pivoting. So here, if I was selling it on Shark Tank, right?
Yeah.
I would say, look, we were Aspiration Bank and we screwed up. We were in the consumer business. We screwed up. We even paid money to endorsers that we didn't even use. That's how screwed up we were. But now I'm going to show you the P&L for our B2B business where we're selling carbon credits, higher margin, bigger deals, right? Which are the things that
regime change, new CEO, getting rid of the old execs.
Right. So now let me show you a pro forma based off of just this business and excluding all the other business.
Sure.
The $2.3 billion number is very misleading because that's only realized if it goes public with the SPAC, right? And if it doesn't go public, which is all Cherney cares about, right? That's why, not Cherney, Sandberg cares about.
Well,
that's why he's
really
lying. They do, but Cherney's gone in a minute,
Yes.
right? So the SPAC isn't going to happen, right?
Oh, yeah.
Joe knows it's not going to happen unless he
Well,
pulls
at a certain
rabbit.
point it does.
Well,
but in this case, in this timeline, it's absolutely still
Oh, yeah,
what the goal is.
you're right. No, the goal is still right because it's 21.
money. Yeah,
it's
raising
21
money.
is still. But the investment that they're making at that point in time isn't at the valuation of 2.3 until it converts.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that was the point you missed before in your podcast.
Okay,
right?
I know, I'm
so let me explain to you, right?
Yes.
You're buying it lower, right? And you're getting a price. They had rolling closes all the time. That's why they would have a C1, C2, C4, series close, right? And that's why it was like confusing that Ballmer put in September and Dennis Wong put in December of 22, and then Ballmer puts in March 23, because they had these things called rolling closes, right? So at that point, so there's basically two businesses here, two businesses that are being sold, Shark Tank approach, right? The two businesses are at the beginning, at this point in time, when everybody thinks the Aspiration Bank itself is going to happen and there's this SPAC merger going to happen, you're only going to invest if it's considerably lower than the $2.3 billion.
I see what you're saying.
Because you see that as the grand prize.
But this thing, the reason I'm jumping in here is because this presentation, these disclosures were made to outside investors, 19 of them, according to court documents, who heard this pitch
And
like
said no.
you and said,
No. Yeah.
You would say to this series of disclosures, no thanks.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I don't know what the pitch is. Companies pivot every day.
So let me put this in the timeline specifically, because this was the raise in Q4 of 2022.
Mhm.
And so all that stuff is disclosed.
So what happened in October of 2022?
A lot of bad shit for Aspiration, man.
No, a lot of good shit for Aspiration. A lot of good stuff.
What was good about a company going into default that was losing its entire executive structure as employees were saying, are we going to make payroll ever?
They went to Katana.
Katona.
Right?
Katona.
So December 22, they changed. And they were able to show a P&L based only off their B2B. They did, again, the execs that were pitching.
But Mark, the reason why they were pivoting was because the company as it existed was, of course, pardon my French, totally fucked. And so they were figuring out, okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now you're a big Aspiration fan.
No, I'm not, the more I got to know about Katana, the more I liked it. Katona, right? The more I liked it, right? So I could see.
Okay, very good.
Because when you look, the base numbers going back to September 30th of 2021 show their B2B business, where they didn't waste all that money on marketing, right? Had a chance. Had a chance.
So for that reason, you're in.
I at least would look at it, right?
Okay.
But not that I would invest in that business, but it's not unheard of for a company to pivot to a new business, have multiple lines of business.
It's in fact the only thing left for this company to do is
but
pivot.
That's every
But the reason
company.
I'm saying is that because 19 outside investors looked at this and said, as aforementioned, hell no.
Yeah,
and so the question I have now is, since
you know how many people said no to Airbnb?
Okay, but I guess
everybody, Federal Express, everybody.
Of course. That's, of course, an insane comparison to Aspiration, which went bankrupt and is embroiled in lots of fraud and humiliation, Airbnb, FedEx, and so forth. But in this case, the question I have is just since the first podcast, which you hated, came out on September 3rd, have you communicated at all with the vice chairman of the Clippers, Dennis Wong?
No.
Okay. Dennis Wong is Steve Ballmer's close friend and college roommate, the one and only co-owner that Ballmer trusted have equity in the team. He also wound up being the only person who did not have money in Aspiration, who saw these disclosures that I presented to you in December 22.
Not the only person.
The only person who had never put in money into Aspiration before.
Oh, they put in money in Aspiration before.
And said, you know what? I want a piece of this. This is the signature page for Dennis Wong that's attached to the same disclosures that I just handed you. That's what he saw.
Okay.
What you just saw is what he saw.
But to your point, right? Now let's think this through.
Please.
Right. There were other investors because we got to see the
they
pitches.
were all previously.
The point is, right? The point is those other two investors that invested around the same time as Dennis Wong, right? They, as best I can remember, so they also said, you know what? I like what I'm seeing in this pivot.
But I do need to just take a quick beat here to clarify something that we'd reported previously on the show. When it comes to the identities of the only other investors, the two other entities who gave Aspiration money in December 2022 in that same Series C5 round, having been presented with that same exact set of disclosures in all of their bleakness as Clippers co-owner Dennis Wong. Because one of those two investors was Aspiration board member Ibrahim Al-Husseini, the same guy who pleaded guilty to wire fraud in March 2025, the same guy who was the alleged co-conspirator of Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg. And the other investor was, yes, Joe Sandberg himself, who of course pleaded guilty to wire fraud in August of 2025. So the question I have is, those disclosures are the things that Dennis Wong signed off on, and Aspiration's quarterly payment to Kawhi Leonard was at this point more than 2 months late. Dennis Wong put in $1.99 million. He acquired 0.072% of the company in default, facing those problems as aforementioned. Why do you think he put in that little money for that little equity?
Maybe to make his daughter happy. His daughter worked there, right? Maybe to keep him alive. Maybe to give him one more month. Maybe they said,
you think that would save the balance sheets of Aspiration $2 million? And by the way, lots of people came in and out of the company. I'm not here to interrogate them at the moment.
So the people who went back to work there.
But why would why would Dennis
work,
Wong put in specifically that little amount of money after $300 million had already been raised the year before?
Because maybe that was a bridge loan.
0.02.
Maybe it was a bridge amount. Maybe they said, you know what, we got to make this one payroll, right? And we have more money coming in. We have more money coming in after that, which turned out to be true. I get asked all the time.
But this wasn't a loan. This was an investment.
Okay, whatever it was, a bridge investment.
It was an actual purchase agreement. It was a Series C5 preferred stock purchase agreement.
Right. I can't tell you how often I hear, right, hey, we're close. Yeah. Right? We have this other money coming in, which turned out to be true, right? Because they ended up raising $68 million. Not kind of. They
but
raised
the company is, just spoiler alert, the company is fucked.
Well, no.
This is we're getting to relive decisions with the benefit of hindsight,
so
I admit.
Joe Sandberg is fucked. Joe Sandberg is
Mark, the company literally is in default at the time that this payment
Joe
is made.
Sandberg
and
is the
Aspiration needs to pivot to a totally different business.
Yeah, that's what companies do, Pablo.
But that is also a synonym for being fucked. They filed for bankruptcy.
So, okay. Why would a new CEO take the job of CEO?
That's a great question for Olivia Albrecht. Great question.
Right. Why does she stay there for an extended period of time?
I want to ask about Dennis Wong. I don't care about Olivia at the moment.
We do care about Olivia.
No, I get, but lots of people either fell for or went eyes wide open in for a scenario as described.
But no. Okay, so our mutual friend has been very clear that he didn't know that they were
friend. He is a source, and I appreciate the distinction.
Right.
But the point being, and I want to leave him to the side for a second, because what Dennis Wong decided to do 9 days before KL2 Aspire LLC finally, after months of delay, got paid $1.75, are you suggesting that is another coincidence?
Look, there were 16 contractual payments. You have one payment that was in proximity to an investment.
The week before, after months of delay.
After months of delay.
I asked you the question, why would he put in 1.99 specifically? And your only response was maybe he wanted to save the company, which doesn't add up. Maybe he wanted to make his daughter happy. By the way, his daughter, according to people who worked with her, quote, she 100% knew that the company was a sinking ship, end quote. Kawhi got paid 1.75 the day they laid off 20% of the staff.
Yeah, that's because they were pivoting. Of course, you're going to lay off staff. Look, you're trying to put everything in. Joe Sandberg is his own unique entity. Aspiration, the people doing the work, the people that came every day
there are some
believing,
good people who,
they believed in the mission.
And those are my sources for the record.
And that's great, but they had no idea or understanding of why Joe Sandberg did what he did.
What they did, though, was see wire in and wire out knowledge in the finance department. Like, this is Dennis Wong's wire in, this is KL2's wire out the week before.
This is bookkeeping.
It's bookkeeping, literally the flow of funds.
Yeah.
The question I have,
let me say this again, Pablo.
No, I hear you.
16 payments.
Yeah.
16
but
contractual.
Why this one?
16 contractual
payments.
One, though?
But
right?
I want to focus on
one payment.
But why is this one the one that Dennis Wong put in money 9 days before to a degree that is inexplicable to everybody?
Any payment that's going to be made is going to be within some X number of days.
This was months late, Mark.
What's that?
This payment to Kawhi was months late.
Yeah, and I don't know.
And
maybe
9 days later, it got paid magically.
Who benefits the most from that payment?
Anyone who wants Kawhi to finally get paid.
Uncle Dennis.
Kawhi's camp, the Clippers are the two parties that
your Uncle
am constantly trying to.
So, as someone
the logic here in your brain.
As someone who's had companies that have done well and poorly for a period, unfortunately turned around, right? When you have a vendor that is calling you all the time, right? The squeaky wheel moves to the top. Did it cross your mind that the guy was just so annoying?
But Mark, yes, but lots of people weren't getting paid. Lots of clients were getting screwed, right? And they were all calling. And the question is, why did this guy get prioritized?
Because maybe he was the squeakiest wheel. Maybe
Okay, but-
because Joe Sandberg's a Clippers fan. Maybe because Joe Sandberg would see Kawhi at games that he would go to, sitting on the front row or right on the court, wherever. I don't know exactly where he was sitting, right? And maybe he already had a relationship with Kawhi, and he would be embarrassed next time because maybe Kawhi would say something. Uncle Dennis was going to those games. Maybe Uncle Dennis was saying something specifically to Joe Sandberg, and that guy is saying, "Okay, we got to pay this guy. You know, I'm the one raising money. I got more money coming in."
It's just a very funny thing for the number one priority, according to my sources here, to be pay the guy doing nothing for us in a deal we've never announced.
Sandberg, he's driving everything. He's the one raising all the money.
So, but what's
he
he
who raises money?
But the question is,
gets
what does he
control.
benefit from in terms of this deal existing? And my theory has been consistent throughout, which is that he benefits because he preserves a relationship with Steve Ballmer in which his obligation.
So the more I learned, so when I did the first podcast, I didn't really know all that much about Joe. So it was interesting, and thank you, Deep Research, right?
Oh boy.
So it was interesting.
Sponsored AI
This is a
reads.
guy, what else was on Joe Sandberg's plate? What else was he doing?
Please educate me.
He was actively involved in politics.
Oh yeah.
He was one of the largest.
These are the good guys, Mark. These are the Democrat donors, the biggest in California, some have said.
Biggest in California, right? He's on the court. He's got a famous girlfriend, right, who's taken to
He
games.
was a media personality.
Yeah. And so his whole spiel, if he collapses, if his image collapses, his whole thing, taking over Blue Apron, like,
sure.
all that stuff collapses.
But it's so weird to prioritize the deal that no one knows about amid all of the public pressure
you're
feeling.
missing the whole point then. I'm not doing a good job explaining it.
No, he has lots of things that he's trying to keep the plate spinning simultaneously.
It's not just spinning, it's his whole image.
Oh, yeah.
He's selling. That's what criminals do. They sell
but I
their
suppose
image.
what I'm pointing out
and
to-
if the one guy that you see in a uniform, or at that point in time in 21, well, I guess he didn't sign it till 22.
Well, he didn't
right?
play in 21, 22.
Right. No, that's what I said. He didn't sign, and they didn't sign it till 22, right? And they
April.
signed April of 22, right? And so that season starts in November, right? Or October, November.
Yes, the
And so
22-23
because we're
season.
talking about him getting paid in December, right? And so now he's seeing him at the games again. The guys they've got a big suite where they entertain.
Yes, they do.
Right.
This
They've
is at
got-
Staples
they-
at the time.
Right. They've got the seats on the floor.
Yep.
He's probably
Aspiration
seeing him
logos
in
on
the
them.
tunnel before or after every game.
Sure.
And he's seeing Uncle Dennis, and I'm sure Uncle Dennis is in his ear. And Uncle Dennis is.
I fully agree that Joe Sandberg was
if you're Joe
essential
Sandberg,
to the story of
if
why
you're
Kawhi was
Joe-
getting paid.
So let me just ask you a question.
Yeah,
then.
please.
If you're Joe Sandberg, which is more impactful to your life? Paying Kawhi Leonard or paying some random vendor?
I would say that making sure that I paid Kawhi above and beyond, not a random vendor, but my other financial obligations is insane because he's returning zero ROI to my company.
No. He's
No, he's
put aside
literally
the
doing
company.
nothing. He's actually just
You
net
got
negative
the wrong
spend.
hat on,
Oh, I
Pablo.
know.
You
You're
got the
talking
wrong
about
hat
public
on.
pressure, and I know you're talking about who's bothering me day to day.
No.
I'm
I'm
if
talking
I'm
about
Joe Sandberg about what is the actual health of my company? Why am I prioritizing somebody?
No.
Mark, the goal is to get to SPAC.
Right. But okay, by
And so you
2022,
need a functional company.
He's spiraling in 2022. Right?
Absolutely, he
You got to have a functioning company. So paying Kawhi 1.75 isn't going to change a functioning company. The 1.99
only-
is not going to change whether it's
You
functioning
know
or
what
not.
it would do though? It would keep Uncle Dennis Robertson and Kawhi's camp happy.
And it keeps him from bothering Joe Sandberg.
Who else might be bothered if there were payments that were late?
Joe Sandberg.
What about, I don't know, potentially, according to my reporting, the Los Angeles Clippers? Do you think that could be a pressure?
I mean, it's possible that Uncle Dennis pressured whoever there
Like
and said,
Lawrence Frank saying that he heard, or rather, wouldn't say no to whether he heard.
yeah, but you can't. I mean, look, that's ridiculous to even bring that up.
Right.
Right.
Just using his
Right,
words. He's
using
asking
his
yes or no
words, right? But
questions.
what do you think he's going to do? You don't think he's got a prepared statement? He knows exactly what he's going to say
I'm just
before
saying
he
it's a
responds?
terrible way to convince me
No, you
that
think he gives a look? It's a big
he just
deal.
doesn't want to be caught lying.
It's
And
not
I
even
think
about
the
that. There's
truth
no
is
point.
obvious
There's
at
no
this
point. Kawhi addressed it. So think about this. Andrew Cherney says it wasn't a no work deal.
You trust that guy? So the three names, Mike Schucker, the general counsel, Roger Evanesian, the CMO, and Eric Anderson, who was the CTO, they came out with a signed statement provided to me saying Andre Cherney, in so many words, is not representing our experience.
Yeah, but you're proving
So I'm
my
choosing
point and you
those
don't
guys.
even know it. You're making my point and you
No,
don't even know it.
Those 3 named sources are corroborating what my 7 anonymous sources were telling me. And Andre Cherny is on an island as the co-founder and friend of Joe Sandberg, who's now trying to say, according to his public statements, whoa, this was a normal deal. The Kawhi thing was a normal deal.
No, he said the contract was normal.
So look, what I want to get to here.
He said, because he even agreed, like, because the Joe Sandberg email to everybody in May of 22, where he said he would provide the stock.
Oh yeah, Joe
he
wanted
said,
it.
He even said in the email.
So Andre signed it. Andre signed the contract. Maybe
No, that's not where I'm going.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Joe said that Andre didn't want this either.
And all the marketing team didn't want it either.
Nobody,
which was par for the course for Joe Sandberg. The
He
same in
rammed
that
it
20
through.
point.
He rammed it
That
through.
29.5. Did you read the lawsuit, the $29.5 million lawsuit?
Mark, I've read so many
I bet you have. So you know that's where you brought up not the audit committee, the investment committee, right?
Yeah.
The investment committee said no. And then the general counsel said, we want escrow. Guy sends an email to Joe Sandberg, and the next day it's all changed. The next day, that's how he did business.
Oh, look, the whole thing here is that he was and is, according to his own guilty plea, a fraudster. The question is why he wanted to do this. And so for me, what I'm getting to is also, as you foreshadowed, March 9, 2023, those same disclosures Dennis Wong saw, Steve Ballmer's like, you know what? I want in $10 million more.
And I'll tell you exactly how that goes.
Please.
Okay. Guy comes to you, Pablo, we've had problems, right? We're pivoting. And I've got my GC coming back, right? I've got people that I think are going to do great. I've got a new CEO. And Pablo, let me just show you this information, these numbers. This business-to-business stuff, this enterprise business is good.
The carbon
it is
credits
so
business.
good. Yeah, enterprise. Yeah, carbon credits. We have Meta lined up. We have, Bank of America lined up. And you know what, Pablo? This is so good. I'm going to put in 40. You're putting in 10, Steve. I'm going to go 4 times that amount, and I'm going to put my own cash in. That's how committed I am to this business. Mark, you're putting in 40 million, whatever it was, dollars in yourself? All right, I can see the numbers. My marginal cost is 10 million. I'm already in 50. So the marginal value of this, and remember, this is March of 23 when he invested. And by that
the
point,
same round as Dennis Wong. It was the long round.
Right, yeah, which is not unusual
December
to keep
to
it
March.
open.
Yeah,
They keep it
pointing it
open,
out,
right. And that was also the time when Sandberg was paying Interprivate 2 $5 million payments to extend the outside date, which is the drop dead date for the SPAC.
Yeah.
Right. So he's going. It wouldn't be
the
the first time.
Oh no, but
so the idea that he's doing this, how stupid is he? Because he reads this. Well, he's so stupid that the guy who he still trusts, that he
Right.
doesn't know is a fraudster, is putting in 4 times as much cash as he is, 20 times as much cash as Dennis Wong.
Right.
That's why he's doing it.
Right. So I guess it's worth pointing out, though, that at this point, when you go to December, before Steve Ballmer made that decision, the SPAC as a premise had basically collapsed.
No.
No?
No.
There was a meeting held in which 90% of the investors were like, we're cashing out.
Right, but it still was alive. That's why.
But
because
90% said we're out.
But you can. It's
Mark, 90%.
Yeah, but you can go
This is
replenish.
documented.
You can replenish those investors.
Okay, but how big an uphill climb is all of this in context?
But you're in context.
It's
You have to look.
insane.
No, you have to look at what's happening with SPACs at the same point in time.
Yeah, and over time, SPACs were revealed to be a giant illusion.
Not necessarily, but they weren't doing as
talk
well,
about
right? But they're not doing as well.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
But the point being,
no, you're using this as some type of
no, I'm
indicator.
just giving you
it's not
the
an
company
indication
we're
of
talking
anything.
about
Pablo
is documented to be
Pablo. It's not
losing its appendages, its identity, its employees.
So Pablo,
its very basic thesis.
No,
the SPAC
no.
as a thesis.
Just look at Katona's Twitter feed, right?
So I'm giving you 90% of the investors are cashing out with
No,
Interprivate, and
Pablo.
you're saying look at the Twitter feed,
Pablo,
because they got posts because they dare to post.
It's a
Which is a
blank
fitting
check,
sort of metaphor, I suppose.
yeah, a blank check SPAC, right? And so they have the option to extract their money. They have the option to get more money to put in there a variety of ways. They have to come up with a total of $400 million at some point. The fact that these investors pulled out could be 1,000 different reasons. What data did they have available to them to make a determination if it was
What
a
if
good...
they saw that everybody who was in the executive structure was fired?
They didn't have any data.
Okay, but
They
isn't
didn't
that
have any
as an
data.
investor, would it
So
be
what
concerning to
is-
you if they were having massive layoffs and needed to pivot the entire premise of the company? They
It
knew
depends
they
on
were
where they were
pivoting.
pivoting. A lot of
Well, so I
companies
guess
have
what they're
pivoted.
saying is, hey, you guys are pivoting. This is most generously, you guys are pivoting. We think that we're best.
I'm saying, no, I'm saying
cashing
you're
out
coming to a
at
conclusion.
exactly the way we entered.
Pablo, you're coming to the conclusion that these people left, the 90% left, because it's obvious that it was a fraud or there's something wrong.
They smelled that it was a bad deal.
Yeah, I'm saying you have no idea that that's the case. None. Not even a smidgen about.
I have a sense.
Yeah, that's all you have.
No. I have a sense based on 9 sources who are telling me this is why this is happening. Here is the flow of funds. Here are the 3,000 pages of documents. Can I just get to the whole thing of like, the Clippers say to us, we saw this deal was fishy in the 22-23 season and we terminated it.
Mm-hmm. For the end of the 23 season. Right.
So, you know how the NBA season works. So Ballmer puts in 10 in March 9th. So that's pretty close to the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So when do you think the Clippers would have said, oh no, we should terminate this?
I don't know if they told him at all or when they told him or what was going on. I'm sure they mentioned it too. I would say they mentioned it too because you're closing a big deal, right? So, you know, and when did he start the investment process and when did he close it? You know, he closed it in March of 23, right? We don't know when they determined that they were going to shut off the Aspiration. We do know they tweeted happy birthday to Kawhi, right?
In June?
In June.
Yeah.
So, you know, because the NBA dates are June 30th, right?
Yeah.
That's when the season officially financially ends.
The league year.
For the business
right, for the CBA. I guess what I'm saying is when Steve Ballmer says, and I believe him on some key level, that he is a victim of Joe Sandberg, and there is no disagreement from me.
Yeah, we both agree there.
Of course he was. The question is whether he was deceived by a guy he was entrusting to help him deceive the NBA.
Right.
And you firmly push back, Team Ballmer. So the question I have now is, look, you're a businessman who has said over and over again that, like, we are not immune to mistakes. We are fallible. We are smart,
been scammed.
but we've been scammed. It genuinely, this is just me like doing a bit of just, I imagine to be that rich and to lose money from someone you trust. That sucks.
Yeah, of course.
You must feel like, because you're supposed to be the smart guy, you're humiliated.
It's not even that. It's not even that, right? It's because you trusted somebody and that's it.
This is not a fun thing to be through. I was personally defrauded. Remember, they defrauded me. They defrauded many other investors. These were guys who committed fraud. How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
You're one of the richest men in America.
They conned me. I made an investment in these guys thinking it was on the up and up, and they conned me.
Why did Steve Ballmer donate $1.875 million to the charity Joe Sandberg personally founded and was still the board chair of?
And when did he start donating the money? When was the first time he donated?
2018.
Okay, so you think that he said, hey, I want to keep you on the line because you have this business and I'm going to use you at some point in the future. And so I'm going to keep on.
I don't know why
I couldn't tell
happened.
you,
I'm
Pablo,
just wondering, how could you feel like your trust was so broken and yet donate $1.875 million to the dude's
how much
charity?
does his foundation, you looked up his foundation and you looked at the
He's
990s, right?
At last check, one of the 10 richest people in the world.
Put that aside.
No, he has a zillion donations to zillions of places.
Right. And you really, really think he checked?
I would say that if I was embroiled in this giant scheme.
No, right? I wouldn't know. Like if one of the guys who scammed me, my foundation was giving them money and we had an overall deal, I would have no clue. It's not worth my time.
Mark.
It's not worth my time.
If you had made a series of donations to Joe Sandberg's charity since 2018, meaning you knew this guy since at least 2017.
Do we know that he knew him?
He was the chair, and it's a tiny charity.
So was it specified by Ballmer to give to him, or was it the foundation that found it and it aligned with Ballmer's goals?
So according to 60 Minutes interviews, of course, Steve and Connie, his wife, go through grant by grant their donations.
It really is kind of grant by grant. You can't look back and say, well, people's economic mobility this year was a 2, and next year it's going to be a 2.3.
Yeah, now we can't do population level measurement, but place by place, grant by grant, we can do that.
Right, it's a list. I get the same It's a list. When the Mavs did their foundation, I'd get the list and I'd be like, you guys like this? Done.
Okay. There's a lot of like, you have no idea what your money does when the money does bad stuff. But when it does good stuff, you know exactly what it is.
No, not true at all. It goes the same way.
I don't want to bring up the Simpsons meme again. I apologize. The thing I'm saying is, if you were making these series of escalating investments into a charity, and the charity was run by, in this hypothetical, Bernie Madoff, wouldn't you think to yourself, man, that guy, Bernie Madoff, who's been f***ing my entire life, that guy, do I want to keep donating to the thing I keep on signing off on? I probably don't, is what I would imagine. And he's like, you know what? I'm back for more. December 24.
What was the name of the charity?
Golden State Opportunity Foundation.
And he started it, but was he the president that ran it and filled out the applications?
He's when it started, right?
When he first started, okay.
He is the founder, the sole founder. It is in his image. It is his life story. He is the board chair through this time period.
And there's somebody who operates it. He doesn't operate it, right?
Over time, he appointed a president.
Right.
Mark.
Right. That person fills out the forms every year. Every year they submit it. But unless there's a reason that someone
But Joe Sandberg was the only person other than that president who had the title of president according to their 990s.
What? So what?
Right,
I give money to organizations.
It's just federal.
So like I give money to different organizations, and if somebody goes rogue in one of those organizations, I'm not going to know.
If you were donating to a guy as central in your suffering as Joe Sandberg has been presented to be.
Okay, no. So here's the presumption that you're making.
I'm saying December 24, the federal government has been announced as investigating.
Look, the reason I'm in this chair right now,
this deal
I'm one of the few people that has experienced all these things.
And that's why I love that you're here.
Right, because I've been there, done that, every single piece of these things, right?
Well, and I hope not every single piece.
Well, no, I've been frauded. No, not. Well, no, because I don't think he did anything. So,
okay.
Right. So, but at the same time, there are charities I've given money to. And if somebody at that charity, even the founder, even the original chairman goes rogue, the chances of me knowing unless somebody at the foundation catches it are minimal.
Even if the guy was the guy who was around your games,
even if the guy was the guy around my games, there could be a guy who sits two seats down from me at the Mavs games,
$300 million partnership, signage all over the building that you built with your bare hands. This founding sponsor.
Yes, because
it's not any guy; it's the guy.
No, you're trying. That's right. That's what you do, Pablo. You're trying to put all this on. If there's a connection,
to hold adults
the connection
accountable for the decisions they make that are documented.
Look. If the guy decided to give to the charity, you're presuming now he's saying, "Oh, this guy f***ed me." Somebody go look up to make sure that I'm not involved with him anywhere, any shape.
If you say that you were victimized, that your trust was broken, humiliated, this was a guy that you did not trust, that you only met in this one way.
Yeah,
and
but he probably has no idea that his charity is giving money to Sandberg's charity. Probably has zero idea.
It's his public commentary about how they'd make decisions about donations say otherwise.
Right.
But,
so no, it does not. No, it does not.
They go grant by grant.
How much time do you think that would take?
I assume that if you are sincerely somebody who cares about charity as they present themselves to be, you would have some awareness that this person who is in business with you so many different ways and has been embroiled in this same year, by the way. It's not like any year. It's the same year when the feds...
No, you're presuming.
No. This is... Bloomberg in January reports that the federal government is investigating. Intuit Dome is the picture of the article.
Let's just say Pablo gives to 20 charities, okay? Do you go back and review the applications? Because the way the rules work is if you give to 20, there's probably 100 plus because they have to be.
I assume
they have to be independent, right? There's a bunch. The thought that when they're going through, I never read the detailed applications.
Okay,
not one single time.
I just want to.
Not one single time.
That's what you would do, and I want to agree on that perspective. Why don't you think the Clippers or anyone else associated with them have made any of these arguments that you've been making?
There's no upside. You got to deal with the NBA. What happens on Twitter?
They should want someone but no one's even leaked it.
There's only downside.
But no one's leaked it, Mark.
There's only downside. That means they have a good organization. No one leaked it. There's only downside. There's only downside to somebody.
It just feels like you're making arguments, and I'm just wondering why they don't. Anyway,
because they're going to have to tell everything to the NBA anyway.
Okay, so look, we get to the Mavs for a sec.
Sure.
So the Mavs of it, because
But wait.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I want to make my point.
Oh no, and we can keep on.
You
This
tied
is
it
not
to-
me
the
trying to get
reason-
you out of here. I'm
right,
just
no,
saying
I get that.
got
I
another
get that,
question.
right,
Yeah.
right. What got me mad
Yes.
is that you didn't have anything concrete. You had
No, I
conjecture.
had 7 sources and 3,000
No,
pages of
7
documents.
sources. No, those are physical.
I had the contract that was never announced.
Great.
That he did nothing for ever.
Great.
And we had
That has
a
nothing
50
to do with whether or not Ballmer violated the CBA.
But with the whole we're gonna
So
we're,
you
we're in
get my
circles
point.
here. And
Look, if you would come up, if you find a smoking gun,
so
even
does
if
the
you
Dennis
had
Wong
more,
thing
even
change your mind? Then?
No.
If that was in episode 1, you'd be like, oh, that makes more sense.
No.
A little bit.
No, because I learned more between episode 1 and 2 as I dug in more.
But the Dennis Wong thing is exactly what we're talking about. 9 days separation between money in, money out.
Okay, let's start going back to the beginning, where I was. What got me mad, if you will, not mad, but
That's okay. I'm not here to
made
be
me
mad
interested.
at your
Yeah,
madness.
made me interested is you shit on somebody's reputation without
That was
having
not
any
shitting on
real
reputation.
fact.
That was
absolutely.
a deeply sourced, documented.
The fact that it's deeply sourced is
investigative
irrelevant.
report.
Kudos to you for finding your sources. No issues there. The conclusions you came to shit on Steve Ballmer, and that was wrong. Because you didn't have enough information to make that connection.
I totally respect that you feel that way. I do, and I want you to have said it. So nothing.
Okay, moving on.
Nothing about that I want to disagree with. I think it's okay for you to feel that way. The Mavs.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the reason why it's funny to be in this eternal conversation with you is because people are like, are you ever going to ask him about the Mavs and the Dirk Nowitzki sweetheart deal in 2014 to stay in Dallas, where he re-signed for about $8 million a year when, of course, he had max offers on the table that I have confirmed. There's a conspiracy theory out there. And by the way, this is just me asking. This is like, I don't have...
I'm here to confess.
So
I gave him
thank God.
$48 million.
That is not Sora. That is actual Mark. The conspiracy out there, is that why would he take so much less?
He wanted Tim Duncan money. He was at his age. And remember, the cap, I went back and looked, was $58 million 3 years in a row, right? It wasn't going up at all. And it was, how do you manage your cap? And Tim Duncan had done a 3 for 30 deal. And I vividly remember having the conversation. And then he's like, I'd like to get Tim Duncan money. I'm like, Dirk, cap stayed flat. Here's what we want to do. And he was like, okay. And then the next year, 2016, when the cap went up, we were able to pay a lot more.
But the money he left on the table, the question is,
no, you're presuming, okay.
He had max offers.
I don't even know that they spoke to him. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. But look, if
I can tell you that he did from those other teams.
Who'd you talk to? Daryl and who else?
I can tell you that there were max offers on the table.
Daryl would have come to me and said, let's make a trade. I can pay Dirk. I want to pay Dirk more.
So you're saying that he didn't get max offers at that time in 2014?
I'm saying it's highly unlikely at the age he was, and the fact that they knew that he wanted to stay. That is highly unlikely.
Look, Dirk wanting to stay in Dallas is so clear to me.
I'm not saying he's getting offers. Getting offers. The cap was $58 million at the time, right? So 35% of it, right?
So the question is, and this is truly like not my reporting. So, but the conspiracy out there, Reddit. Our buddy Bill Simmons.
When Dirk had that documentary and Cuban's company bought it, and I would
is this documentary. So the theory here is that Magnolia Pictures.
My company, they own half of.
That's right. Circumvented the cap by, overpaying to distribute a documentary about Dirk.
How he spent like Iron Man level money on the Dirk doc. Here's $48 million for your doc. Like, who knows what he spent, but.
How much do you think we paid?
Well, what we did was we checked with the producers of the film, and to your credit, they poured cold water on the whole conspiracy. The head of the production company told us that your company did a $100,000 deal for U.S. distribution rights.
For how many years?
10. So yeah, I'm just look. I'm not here to say gotcha. I'm just here to legitimately say
I appreciate you looking. You know what? And I thank you. I thank you for just dispelling all the nonsense.
I called
the
producers, and so just to confirm, did the Mavericks circumvent the salary cap with Dirk Nowitzki in 2014?
No.
Very good. Do you think the Knicks may have circumvented the cap in taking Jalen Brunson from your Mavericks?
I don't know.
A different answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I just think there was a lot of play there.
Yeah. Luka.
I
want to get to the Luka Doncic thing because your first public comments on that trade were kind of incredible.
Yep.
They're very funny. February 2025 of this year.
Funny to me.
Oh, I mean, it was hilarious. The setting. I mean, you had sold your majority stake of the Mavs by then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember where you were?
No, I don't.
Let's play the video.
And so I wanted to start off with a question because you've been in, unique situations and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older operating system. What would you do?
I might have to hide from the press.
I know a couple other people that are in that situation.
So can you now refresh our memory?
Yeah, I appreciate you showing that. That was fun.
Who are you on stage with?
Thank you. Bill Gates.
You remember where it was?
It was in Dallas. I
Yeah.
forget what the venue was.
Dallas Museum of Art.
Okay.
And so I bring this all up because what Dallas is like when that comment is made and the organizations you support.
I thought you were going to tie it to Bill Gates, to Steve Ballmer.
Oh, so, I mean, it was available for me. But actually, like, what I've been doing is I'm like, okay, here are the organizations that Mark's involved with, the networks he moves in. And we've mentioned a number of them in the conversation already. We've mentioned your Major League Pickleball team, the George W. Bush Presidential Center, where you gave a talk. Got asked about DeAndre Jordan.
Without rehashing all the details of the DeAndre Jordan commitment.
Oh, you had to say his name. Okay.
The Dallas Museum of Art, where you joked about Luka with Bill Gates. Of course, close to Steve Ballmer. And even I was looking at some other causes. By the way, your charitable work is like real. Like the Mavs under your administration, like the Southwestern Medical Foundation, like did really good shit. But there is something that I realized that you've not volunteered with me in these back and forths that we've had. And I wonder if you know what it is now that I've built up to this question.
I have no idea.
It turns out that Dennis Wong lives in Dallas.
Oh, he does.
It also turns out that Dennis Wong is involved with every one of those exact same organizations that I just mentioned.
Really?
Dennis Wong also owns a Major League Pickleball team
again.
based in Texas called the Texas Ranchers. He's a first face listed on the website's ownership group page.
Of the
Dennis Wong
Rangers?
serves, he owns
Of
the
the
Ranchers.
Oh,
That's
I
right.
didn't know that.
Dennis Wong serves on the Executive Advisory Council of the George W. Bush Presidential Center.
I did not know that.
Dennis Wong's on the board of trustees of the Dallas Museum of Art.
I did not know that.
Where his best friend's old business partner, Microsoft, Bill Gates, their old Harvard classmate, was invited to give a talk this year with you.
Did not know that.
And
Let me just say on this,
yeah.
that was the first time I had met Bill Gates. And so his PR people called me and said, would you be interested? He's doing a book tour. Would you be interested in interviewing Bill? He's had different people interview him at all the different stops. I'm like, I'd never met Bill. It sounds interesting. So that was the first time I had met him.
When was the first time you met Dennis?
He came to a Mavs game probably towards the end of last season. And I think there's a picture of him being close to me in proximity. So somebody introduced me to him and said, yeah, he's Steve Ballmer's partner.
Right. He's also, the alternate governor of the Clippers.
Okay.
Has been, according to LinkedIn, since April 2017.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, did you guys ever encounter each other at the Board of Governors meetings for like a half dozen years than when you were there together?
I don't know that I have. It's possible.
Like an Asian dude.
Yeah, it's possible.
Not exactly looking like the other
yeah,
owners.
Yeah, because Ballmer, as best I remember, he was there every meeting.
But the alternate governor also can,
Yeah, I mean,
attend, tag along.
But Ballmer,
That's what they
to
did
his
this
credit,
year, by the way.
What's that?
This year, Steve and Dennis both were in attendance at the Board of Governors.
Okay, I don't recall. I may have met Dennis, but I do remember meeting him at a game. Yeah.
So just to reiterate, he's not somebody that you talk to or anything like that?
Never.
Okay.
I've never had a conversation with him outside of being face-to-face.
Not even at pickleball?
Not even a pickleball.
Not
I've been
even
to
when
two.
the Ranchers are playing the Flash?
Never. I've yet to be, I'm sorry to admit, at a Flash game or match or whatever they call them. But I root for him.
I can tell. So I guess we're near the end.
No, don't let it end.
I know. So I just want to reiterate, you haven't talked to Steve Ballmer, you haven't talked to Dennis Wong.
Haven't talked to the NBA, haven't talked to Adam Silver, haven't talked to anybody associated with
How do you think they feel about you?
Oh, I don't care.
Being in
but
studio with
they're
me
probably
and
annoyed by it. Knowing Adam, they're annoyed.
Yeah.
But they know that I take, this is what I do. I like doing this stuff.
Right.
I like the challenge.
Yeah.
And I've been there, right? I've been accused. I've been accused by people who didn't know shit. And, I was in the firestorm.
Oh,
and so I've been there.
And I just want to make clear, billionaires are people too.
Yeah, and it's not like we all hang out. The whole billionaire meme thing.
I don't know.
My friends are still my friends from high school, from college, from rugby. Those are my guys.
I'm merely saying that I am trying to understand the networks and how the money flows because I'm not one of you guys. I give opportunity to comment and fact check and push back at every opportunity for every episode.
And you deserve credit for that.
And I appreciate that. I'm not looking for, a pat on the head, but I just want to make clear that none of this is a bad faith effort. It's why you're here.
Right.
It's because I want
and I
to
appreciate it.
Steel manning, as they call it.
Steel
right?
manning, right.
I want not straw men, but steel men, even those that get shot by Mark Wahlberg on Amazon Prime. Do you think the Knicks at the end here should be worried about an upcoming episode of Mark Cuban Finds Out?
That's behind me. More power to JB, more power to everything. Was I happy that they only got dinged for a second round pick? No, it should have been far worse, but is what it is.
Do you remain, Mark Cuban, at the end here, Team Ballmer?
Yes. 16 contractual payments, one investment that's within 9 days of one of the payments is not enough to with Steve Ballmer. I think that was wrong. But thank you for letting me say my piece.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
And
you deserve a lot of respect for that, and I appreciate that.
And
there's no personal animosity
not at all.
Yeah.
I, at the risk of being my own greatest enemy, I might even want to do this again.
We'll see what comes up next, right? My disappointment is only one folder access.
Hold on, do I have anything else?
I seriously thought about bringing my own folder and bringing some
Mark,
things
I will
out.
simply say, be careful what you wish for. This has been Pablo Torre Finds Out, a Meadowlark Media production. And I'll talk to you next time.